lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with more coverage from the T5S2 Invitational Group Stage. This time, we have Denith returning to the stream with his Creations of Bile. We got all 60 possessed, getting set up on the table right now, and ready to run in and raid, I guess, this Tau outpost here on Scorched Earth. It's been awesome to see Denith play so far in his games. He's been absolutely a joy to watch, and it's exciting to see him return. This time, against, over in the red, we have... Headstrong, or I guess over in the blue, we have Headstrong playing the Grey Knights, coming for the first time into the T5S2 Invitational. All of the players in this group so far in Group 2 are 1-1, and so it comes down to Headstrong to determine the final placement of who will actually advance into the group stage. I'm joined by Scary from Scarredcast, who's going to join me on the mics for this game today. Scary, how you doing?
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to Tactical Tortoise Tactical Extravaganza Tactically Tactical.
Tactical.
Yes. Tactical. I'm excited for this game. I saw Denith's army and I was like, Denith, your jokes. And I'm very, very excited to see how this goes. Because Grey Knights match pretty well into Possessed and Demons in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it turns out that's almost what they're exactly designed to fight. So
yeah,
this certainly seems like it may be an uphill battle for Denith, but he's certainly, I think we've, in all of the games that we've streamed of Denith so far in this group, Scary, we've almost called it as a bad matchup for him every time, and every time he basically pulls it out. So Denith, he's got some chaos magics to work in this game.
Hey, well, he has big shoes to fill, following the steps of TJ Lanigan and Jim Vessel and Don Hooson, Chaos Extraordinaires. You've heard it here first, folks. Denith is going to be filling that void for the Down Under crew.
Absolutely, and Denith, obviously a very accomplished player. It's no surprise that he does well in his games, being a WTC Australian team member as well as a part of Team Normal Blokes, and he's put up a good showing for his teams over the course of this event so far.
Which is super exciting. Of course, if anybody's in chat, make sure you're posting in chat. We will be reading comments and telling you why you're wrong in so many ways.
Yeah, that's what chat's there for. Everyone share your craziest opinions about this game.
That's how that works. Now, of course, statistically speaking, Grey Knights coming out of 8th edition really strong, as well as the Possessed Bomb coming out of 8th edition quite strong until the Greys of... until the rise of Grey Knights. So, with the addition of the new primary missions and the way secondaries get picked, I'm curious to see how the board control element will be played with both of these armies. Grey Knights traditionally in ITC format tended to hide for 3 turns and do nothing other than hide, and then win the game in the last bit of the match. That's not something that you can do nowadays. You have to play to the objectives and take those points, or you will fall behind very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't rely on kill and kill more to score your points as Grey Knights now. You can still potentially play a little bit of that style with the grind them down secondary objective, but obviously the primary objective points are going to slip away from you incredibly quickly if you don't go ahead and take that those forward positions on the table and take those central objectives to score those primary points, for sure.
Absolutely, and of course we have the first comments trickling in. I will say, Ethan, Pluto is a planet in my heart. But other than that, I think we should take a look at the lists and dive into some of the secondaries they've picked, as of course you can see them deploying already.
Yep. Yeah, so Denith has won the attacker-defender role. Obviously, in the T5S2 Invitational, we have one role for attacker-defender, and the attacker will deploy their entire army first and go first, whereas the defender gets to pick the optimal deployment zone. And obviously, on this Scorched Earth map, we have a lot of obscuring terrain on the bottom deployment zone of the table. We have these 2 big obscuring breachable walls, as well as these destroyed battle suits, which, in addition to being obscuring, since everyone likes to see Tau units destroyed, they are also inspiring.
Oh, very cool. Inspiring to all factions that are not Tau, I would hope.
No, Tau, there's a lot of civil strife in the Tau Empire. I don't know if you know that, and they actually they like it as well.
Oh, so it's inspiring for everyone. Well, as much as I disagree with that statement, because I think that Tau should get a -1 leadership while within 6 inches of that inspiring quotation marks piece of terrain.
Maybe it just makes it angry. We don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Fury to the death of a big vehicle that nobody takes anyway. So I love it. Okay, so let's dive into the list. Which one would you like to do first?
Let's talk about Denise's list quickly as he's going first here, and we have seen it on the table already. Do you want to read us what's in that list, Scary?
On the Denise list?
Yep.
Yes, it is all the possessed that you can physically get into your list in one list. Actually, Denise's list is playing on like a very high aggressive, get in your face style army, which I think is a very strong element in the 9th edition, which is pinning your opponent in place, preventing them from taking board space and control, in the package of Fabius and Bile Possessed Marines, which are not only tough, but extremely fast. And I think that really will play a role. So, Denise's list itself is a Legion Creation of Bile patrol, where you have an Exalted Champion with the Helm of the All-Seeing Mark, Fabius Bile himself, who he is the Warlord, 5 Chaos Space Marines, that's it, 2 units of 20 Possessed, both with the Mark of Khorne, which makes them, have access to the double fight stratagem, which is also a very, very powerful stratagem to use in the Chaos Space Marine book. 2 units of Havocs, each with 4 Last Cannons, get some anti-tank in there and some pressure downfield, as well as a secondary patrol with a Master of Possession, of course, there to increase the power of the possessed, just like that force multiplier. He does have the Mark of Nurgle. He has Cursed Earth and Mutated Invigoration. And last but not least, a Sorcerer with the Mark of Nurgle, Prescience, and Warp Time, with 20 more Space Marines with the Mark Possessed with the Mark of Khorne, and 5 more Space Marines with no Chaos Mark whatsoever. That total comes to 1,985 points, leaving 15 points to potentially summon some shenanigans or do something. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it is an interesting thing that we're seeing in 9th edition is that a lot of times, because there's so many detriments to increasing the unit size of your units, if you don't want to sort of just max out a unit and get as many models into it as possible, like you could spend those extra 15 points to like bump up one of those Chaos Space Marine units by 1 model or something like that. But in doing so, you make it harder to place, right? Because you suddenly have to adhere to the new coherency rules. Blast is a little bit more effective against you. There's a lot of reasons not to take those extra 1 or 2 models if you don't really need to.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I take 5. It's not necessarily the blast, it's just the coherency. Yeah. I love units of 5. It lets you string out, take multiple objectives, etc. And you don't have to worry too much about, in the heat of the moment, making sure that you don't have to take coherency checks at the end of the turn as well. Now, all in all, I think that this list is a list, especially in this format, if you keep the, deploy first, go first, it lets you be very aggressive with the list. Because you're not relying totally on doing long-range firepower damage, the Havocs themselves don't necessarily have to be in range or in line of sight of stuff on that first turn. You can quite easily spend the first turn moving, advancing, and warp timing possessed units into position to do a devastating strike on that second turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that you always have to remember with those possessed in the Creations of Bile detachment is that they have access to that Macro Tensile Sinews stratagem, which is going to give them a +1 to their advance rolls and the ability to advance and charge. So when you use that on them, they'll get +1 to their advance roll. When they advance, then when you warp time them, they could advance again, get an additional +1, and then charge at +1 as well. So their maximum threat range is actually insane on these possessed units.
Now, I'm surprised he didn't go for a Marcus Lanesh or Marco Nogel possessed in order to maximize or capitalize on some of the psychic powers that the Chaos Space Marine army has to give, where you can give them -1 to be hit, or even the feel no pain from Delightful Agonies. Now, that's something that I like to see with Chaos Space Marines using like different marks to enhance the strengths of different units, and the fact that he just went for corn all round just shows that he's going to be very aggressive with them, and when they get in, he's going to be soaking up those command points to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a good point. That I think there are definitely big benefits to taking the other marks, and maybe as we see this list get optimized, we did talk to Denith about his list previously in the event, and he did say that this is basically a brand new territory for him, and he had played just a couple of practice games before the event started. So maybe as an optimization to the list, we see one or two of these possessed units switch marks, and maybe you lead the charge with a Nurgle unit or a Slanesh unit so that you can buff them up, and then follow up with those Khorne units. But it'll be interesting to see how this archetype of list evolves as the edition goes on.
When I saw that sorcerer with the Mark of Nurgle, I was convinced that the possessed unit in that detachment would be Mark of Nurgle to take advantage of Miasma of Pestilence.
Yeah, one thing that Denise actually used that Mark of Nurgle for, which is really interesting, is the Grandfather's Blessing stratagem to heal them. What he's done in this game and what he does in almost all of his games is he takes that While We Stand, We Fight secondary objective, and the only available options for that are his three big characters, Fabius Bile and the two casters. And having the ability to, if you really need it, to keep those guys alive with that stratagem has been clutch in some of Denith's games in the past.
So Alphabetical Disorder does ask, not sure why Matt is deploying on the line, possessed to have a 34-inch threat range, etc., with warp time and being able to advance in charge. Well, do remember that things like Paladins have the ability to fight on death and have the ability to reduce damage and, transhuman physiology and a whole variety of crazy defensive buffs, which could just be a way of him, baiting the possessed unit to isolate it and destroy it on his terms.
Yeah, for sure. And certainly if you're flush with CP like the Grey Knights are right at the start of the game, you can make that unit of Paladins extremely difficult to kill between transhuman physiology and that Masters of Combat to fight on death. And yeah, it's not a sure thing that those possessed even do an enormous amount of damage to the Terminators anyway. And I don't think Matt would like anything more than for these possessed to just sort of break on his Paladins early, and he doesn't have to deal with them sitting on primary objectives for the entirety of the game. Because I think the big benefit of this style of aggressive list that Denise is playing is that it gets to take up a whole bunch of board space early, and he can just chill in the center of the table for a while, max out his primary points, deny you a bunch of points, and then close the game out with his characters. But if he throws away too many possessed too quickly, it's very difficult to come back from, especially against a unit or an army that can Gate of Infinity.
Well, it seems like Denith is taking the initiative and throwing a unit possessed right up the middle of the board, directly towards these Paladins. So I guess we're going to find out how this will work.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of those Paladins, let's talk a little bit about what is in Matt's army.
Read my mind.
Yeah, so he is playing Grey Knights, the first time that we're going to see Grey Knights in the stream in 9th edition. And I'm excited to finally get him on. We've seen almost all of the other games in this group on stream so far, but Matt is just getting prepared for this game. And I should mention as well that pressure's on to Denith for this game. Denith is 1-1 currently, after a really interesting finish to his last game against Jack Tite, playing Adeptus Mechanicus, and he lost by just a couple of points, and a superlative show of sportsmanship from Denith, I should say, mention as well. And I would very much recommend you go check that game out. That was the Possessed against Adeptus Mechanicus, but it put Denith at 1-1, and that means that he's going to be fighting for his tournament life here in this game. If he goes down in this game, it is highly unlikely that he makes it to the top 2 of his pod or of his group to make it to the top 8 of the Invitational. Whereas Matt's he's got a little bit of a buffer zone. He could lose this game as long as he wins his next 2. He'll be okay. So it's got to be a little bit stressful for the Denith, I imagine.
Well, it's one of the things when you get down to it. We'll go over the Grey Knights list and we'll talk about the vagaries of Denith. Now, the way that Denith is moving as we dive into this Grey Knight list, it seems like he has decided that him just running out like that is not going to be a good idea. He's put the Master Possession in an area where he can do the Cursed Earth as much as possible in order to get the most out of like the defensive bonuses and buffs from his characters as well. Okay, so Grey Knights. Let's talk about this list itself. It is like a traditional double paladin list, of course modified for 9th edition. Instead of battalions, you're now seeing patrols mainly because of the fact that you don't really lose out on any of the command point shenanigans, but you do have the first patrol with a Brother Captain, Gate of Infinity, and a Nemesis Warding Stave. A Librarian, that is a Lore Master, with Edict Imperator, Imperium Domination, Ethereal Manipulation, Stormbolter, and a Nemesis Warding Staff. He is the Warlord. A 10 strong, or a 9 strong, sorry, Grey Knight Strike Squad. I'm interested to see why it was 9 strong, considering with a 10 strong you could potentially combat squad them with Astral Aim. Then we have 2 large Paladin units. Both of them have Gate of Infinity. And Silencers in 1 unit and Psi Cannons in the 2nd, which is a good mix. Gives you some variety there as well. Then we have a 2nd Patrol Detachment with a Chaplain with Armored Resilience. Grandmaster Voldus, it's one of the... It's either him or Draco that you'll see in a Grey Knight list, with Astral Aim, Hammerhand, and Sanctuary. And then 2 5-strong strike squads with Vortex of Doom ready to come in with that 3-inch deep strike and Vortex something that has decided to stay very isolated as well. In elites, an Apothecary with Warp Shaping and a Nemesis Warding Staff to keep him alive in a pinch.
Yeah, with how closely these characters typically get packed into these possessed units, that Vortex of Doom could be devastating if you're able to get a good model to target with it. If you can catch a couple of these characters and, maybe try to get 1 or 2 more sources of mortal wounds on them, and you start knocking those guys out, not only are you denying While We Stand, We Fight points for Deneth, but also they're sort of the heart of the combination for the possessed here. They really benefit from that Cursed Earth and that Warp Time. If they don't have those on the table, they're not quite as scary.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's one of those things that comes in mind, and it's not like Chaos Space Marines have access to anything like Vect or whatnot,
right?
That can really sort of like shut down a stratagem when you absolutely need it, and allows you to be a little sloppy when it comes to playing the game itself. Now, something that is interesting in terms of terrain and whatnot is that craters and other terrain that is difficult terrain or hard ground also impedes your movement in this edition. It doesn't just impede your charge rolls, which I think is a big thing when considering things like craters and other stuff that can slow you down as the game goes on.
Yeah. So we do have a patch of difficult terrain right at the top, the apex of this building, this big obstructing building in the center, and that makes it a little bit more difficult to take cover behind that building for the attacking player that's on that side of the that side of the table. So while you might want to use that building to block line of sight to you because it is obscuring, you will have to deal with that difficult terrain, both when you're moving into it and up to the back of that building, but also probably when you're moving back around and through it. So it is it's a pretty big decision you have to make, whether you want to accept that -2 to movement or you really want that sort of prime real estate to hide your fighters.
Now, I think Deneth is doing the right thing. He's really pushing up one flank. I think in this mission, it's imperative for you to pick one of the sides with the 3 objectives and push hard up that side. If you try and extend your lines over the course of the entire deployment zone, you'll find yourself quickly isolated and sort of picked apart in piecemeal. So I think that it's going to behoove the Grey Knight player to either flip the flank on him and turn it into like a hammer and anvil style deployment, with him going up and killing the Havocs that have and some of the Marines that are isolated really in that part of the table. I think that's probably where I would strike if I was the Grey Knight player, up near objective number 1.
Yeah, and interesting, Deneth is playing these Havocs so aggressively. They obviously can move and shoot without penalty. And so keeping them behind that obscuring terrain to force the Astral Aim to shoot at them, and while they're -1 to be hit, seems like it would be a pretty good call, but Deneth is just going to move them forward aggressively and be able to take shots at whatever decides to pop out from behind these ruins.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Now, at the same time, it seems like you might be putting as much as you can on Objective 1. The Grey Knight player is going to want to shoot the last cannon Havocs, but at the same time, it is the Marines that will be holding that objective as you move into turn 2 when it comes to primary scoring.
Yeah, and one thing that's very important to keep in mind in Denis's list is that he only has 10 models with objective secured, which are those 2 5-man Space Marine squads. And if we have seen in a couple of his other games, if you leave those guys alive for too long, they're going to start making those possessed way more dangerous. Just in terms of holding objectives, because the possessed can deliver so many bodies to an objective that as soon as you put a single objective secured model on that same objective, you're going to grab it from your opponent very easily.
Exactly. Okay, let's take a look at the secondary choices. What has Denis chosen as his secondary choices?
So Denis coming in with While We Stand, We Fight and Engage on All Fronts, which I think are they're two classics from this possessed list. Engage on All Fronts, obviously extremely good if you are A, going first, and B, a fast and aggressive army, because it obviously scores you points if you have units wholly within at least 3 table quarters, and you get an additional bonus point if you have units in all 4. And with the speed of Denis' army, with warp time potentially on the table, and that advance and charge with extra bonuses to your movement, and with a pretty decent base speed on those possessed to begin with, he is going to be able to push up the table pretty far and score those engage on all fronts. While We Stand, We Fight it seems like an interesting choice for him, but he just has 3 relatively difficult to kill Space Marine characters that are going to be... Oh boy, here come the possessed.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That was a warp time, and I think the Grey Knight player tried to re-roll at the deny to prevent the warp time, but we're going to see some possessed on Paladin action, folks. To be honest, I would have thrown them down straight towards that little strike squad in the corner and just completely annihilated that strike squad, forcing a Paladin unit to go into the far corner and get isolated from the rest of the army.
Yeah, and I think like we were just talking about with objective secured on the table for Denis, I think these Paladins may end up with the same problem, which is that only the strike squads on the Grey Knight side of the table are objective secured, and he only has 13 strike Marines, so you're gonna, or excuse me, he has 2 units of 5 as well, so he has 18 strike Marines. So if you start picking those guys off early, there's a non-zero chance that that Matt just runs out of models to grab objectives with objective secured. And a big downside of those Paladin units is they are powerful models, but they are expensive, and you only get 10 to a unit. So the possessed can easily outnumber them on any objective that they charge into.
I totally agree. Taking out the objective secured is a massive part of the game, especially when objectives are concerned. Now, Ethan says he's predicting 3 dead Paladins to 12 dead possessed. So everybody in chat, make sure you put your predictions in the chat, and we will give a virtual high five to anybody who is the closest. But like Price is Right, if you go over, you lose.
Absolutely, chat. Let's hear those predictions for dead elites this turn. And here comes the charge from the possessed.
I guess there's no shooting whatsoever.
Nope.
Just straight, ready to rock and roll. And what is the third? What is the third? Now, Denis does have to be careful here with his placement of the models, because he is trying to get engaged on all fronts. And if that unit is not entirely in the 1 table quarter, he will not be getting engage on all fronts in this turn.
Yeah.
Even with his crazy warp time.
Yeah, and I think that might just be the case anyway. Where the possessed were to begin with, they were already not scoring engage on all fronts, so I think Denis may just be writing this turn off.
Well, you could always just charge into the corner of the Paladins and make sure that you are within that side, I think. But at the same time, he wants to get as many of those Paladins into attack as possible, so I could see him just getting very aggressive with that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind, obviously, is this big piece of terrain is unstable, so you're not able to end your movement overlapping it. And so that's going to block off a lot of the real estate. We're already seeing Denis sort of having a little bit of trouble getting his possessed into a situation where they can stack up with multiple attacks. So I think Denis is just trying to make the most out of this initial charge and trying to get as many possessed as he can squeak in there to fight. But it looks like it's not going to be too many.
Do we know what tide the Grey Knights decided to start the game in?
Let's see if Matt has noted it down anywhere here. It doesn't look like he has.
Okay, so in terms of while we stand, we fight, engage on all fronts, and what was the last one? Assassinate?
Assassinate is his last one. Yeah, I mean, Grey Knights obviously rely on those characters pretty hardcore. He has 5 characters in the list that you can potentially score Assassinate off of, but they are Grey Knight characters, and they are never easy to take down.
They aren't.
So I think Assassinate is maybe a little bit of a trap for Deneath here. I don't know if he's going to get more than 1 or 2 scores off of that.
Now, any other army that would have access to no Psychers, like, say, a Dark Eldar army, loves taking, Abhor the Witch, which is probably one of the best things to take against Grey Knights. Now, of course, having a Psyker in his list, he is not able to do so. Now, Grey Knights will keep the characters other than Voldus pretty much hidden as long as they can, because they are an integral part to the strategy of playing Grey Knights. One of the keys to being able to beat Grey Knights is by killing, for example, the character that has the warping of tides, the changing of tides, that allows them to flip from one tide to the next. And in this case, it is the Apothecary.
Yeah, losing that character too early when you want to be switching optimally between the Tide of Convergence and the Shooty Tide.
The Shooty Tide.
The Shooty Tide and the Smitey Tide.
The Smitey Tide, the Shooty Tide, and the Heidi Tide.
And, and then the Melee Tide, which is, we don't talk about that one.
Of course, we don't. When you're playing a bunch of Paladins, maybe. I mean, when you're playing a bunch of Possessed, maybe. However, I feel the Smite Tide is probably the best one, even though the changes to Smite does mean that the Grey Knights don't have an instant mega super Smites all the time for everything anymore.
Yeah, they obviously, with the changes to the new rules, Smite now still increases its warp charge even for Grey Knight and Thousand Suns armies. So they won't quite be able to force out 1 billion Smites all at once, right from the get-go. That said, they can buff their casting pretty solidly, and they can usually get 3 or 4 Smites out of their army pretty reliably before that warp charge gets too high.
There you go. Clarify says, it looks like he's inside the wall there. Yeah, it seems like they are definitely discussing the placement of the Possessed, but using terrain to your advantage is something that, as a competitive player, you should really learn how the terrain works. And by learning how the terrain works, you will get the most out of the terrain. Yes,
Yep.
In order for multiple ranks to fight, you have to be within half an inch of a model that's within half an inch, really reducing the amount of models that can attack, especially when fighting in densely packed terrain. So here, it seems like Deneath will only get about 2/3 of the Paladin of the Possessed unit, maybe even less to fight, which does mean that there will not be as many dead Paladins as Deneath might hope. Now, this might act as 2 ways. One, putting a lot of pressure on the Grey Knights and sort of acting as a distraction Carnifex that says, hey, look at me, we're here. And if the Grey Knights take too long in dealing with these Possessed, it could come in handy, of course. The Possessed also have the attack twice stratagem, which they could use to then continue to fight and do damage.
For sure. Yeah, and one thing I should mention as well, just for the edification of the chat, we did have a discussion with the players before the tournament started just to talk about how the terrain works. I shouldn't say all, but most of the obstacles in on the maps that we're using for the Invitational have customized colliders in them, and so a lot of times you will see models sort of phase through the terrain a little bit. That's because there is a collider inside it that they're going to bump up against, which is going to define the actual boundaries of the terrain where you're able to stand next to it. So there may be a millimeter or two where the bases may overlap the terrain, but obviously the visual model is going to be what we're using for line of sight and to draw for those draw lines for that obscuring keyword.
And that is fantastic. One of the great tools of being able to use the virtual tabletop simulator to make your experience better. Now, How to 40K says 4 Paladins and 14 Possessed. Mac Bray says 8 dead Paladins to fight and 1 to morale. Only 2 dead Possessed. I think that's a bit of a far-fetched 3 dead Paladins and 9 Possessed says alphabetical disorder. And Clarify says 1 dead Paladin and 12 dead Possessed. So it seems like we have your votes in, and then the attacks start.
Ooh, we saw that. Looks like a bunch of misses from Denise there. Oh dear.
Well, they
bunch
do
of triggers
get,
from Death of the False Emperor though.
yeah, Death of the False Emperor is one of the coolest free rules that you can ever get as Chaos, which I think is super handy. It seems like transhuman physiology was indeed used here. Now, the loss of the demonic ritualists from Vigilus.
Oh boy, though. Oh no. That save roll was awful.
That was pretty bad. So we might see 1, 2, 3, 4 paladins seem to have gone down.
Oh boy, and it looks like we have spent CP for Masters of Combat here, I think. So yeah, those paladins will get to fight before they go down. But oh man, that was an immense swing out of Denise there. Yeah, 4 paladins dead. They are going to get to fight back.
Well, yeah, 5 paladins dead? No, 4 paladins dead.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to pick ones that are optimal to be removed so that Matt can make sure that they get to attack. One of the weird idiosyncrasies of Masters of Combat is that the models that you remove, I have to actually physically be able to swing at your opponent in order to make those attacks. And sometimes you just have to, you're forced to pull models that just aren't engaging anyone and aren't able to swing.
Yep, absolutely, and I think that's a very big part of if a small elite unit could do a lot more damage to a bunch of possessed than you might think. Now, with the double attack, this could come in really handy for Denise, as if he doesn't lose enough possessed, the paladins could be in quite trouble, but that's definitely, not something you would expect from the paladins failing that many saves.
Yeah, for sure. And it is a downside of playing such an elite army is that sometimes you don't really have the model count to come back from bad turns of bad rolling. That is kind of a downside of playing Grey Knights, and you're aware of it going into it. So it's
Absolutely. Now, Dragon Beef does ask, with 40mm bases, doesn't that placement of dead put him out of coherency? Technically, it does. However, you don't have to take a coherency check until the end of the turn. You also get the ability to activate the unit, pile in, and consolidate, but you can only pile in and consolidate as long as you end your movement in coherency.
Yeah.
So he will just put them like this, base to base, like he just did, and they will be within coherency of 2 models, considering there are still 6 paladins left in the unit.
Yeah, and one thing that is good to keep in mind when you're trying to maneuver with these new coherency rules in play is that you don't necessarily need to sort of bundle your models up. If you place them in a line, the model at the edge of this line is going to be within 2 inches of both the model in the center as well as the model next to him. So he's going to be in coherency, and a lot of times you'll see good players using that to sort of pseudo-string their units out a little bit. And it looks like they're not going to be in coherency, but while in fact, basically, we're going to use that 2 inches to overlap one of the models and create a legal chain of placement.
Definitely makes sense. Now, something I am curious about is why Denise did not use his consolidation move after the fight to then move even closer and continue to get more models in base to base and being able to attack said paladins.
So I think it looked to me like the Masters of Combat actually just killed everyone who couldn't attack. So I think they just yeah, there they go. I think they just died.
Fair enough. And of course, with another 3 CP, it seems like the possessed will try at it again. But so far, we have lost. How many possessed are left there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it seems like 10 of the possessed have gone down.
Yeah, we'll see how this double fight ends up, and we'll see who's correct in chat about the.
Well, anybody who said less than 4 paladins dead is already wrong. 6 dead possessed and 2 paladins dead, says the better Ed. You are wrong. 4 paladins dead for 5 possessed. You are also wrong. Although we did say whoever was closer, but not over. So that is definitely still anyone's game at the moment. And the second fight happens with not as many this time.
Yeah. That prescience on those possessed is doing work, though. We saw a lot of 2s getting rolled by Denise, but those will hit because of that +1 to hit from the psychic power.
So 1 more paladin dies, 1 goes down to 2 remaining. Now, something else to note is that the addition of that apothecary does mean that, over the course of the game, you could see those possessed come back to almost full strength.
And that dead paladin swung in death, but it turns out the possessed had actually just cut both of his arms off, so it was an unsuccessful attack.
There you go. Then with that, it's going to be morale phases. Now, of course, in 9th edition, the changes to the morale strategy means that you only get to use that once per game. So you have to be very wary of when you use it. And taking attrition tests might be a good idea to take them unless you absolutely have to. In this case, Denise did the right thing and took the attrition tests so that he would be able to get his engage on all fronts.
And the big
which
one
is a smart move.
The big one there for the paladins, so no attrition for them. They are okay.
Yes, well, with the high leadership of the Grey Knights, I would presume that they won't take as much damage. Denise did the right thing there, killing all the models that were not going to get him engaged on all fronts. Did not use the command points for the auto pass morale to lose extra models to make sure he could score those points. So all in all, not bad of a trade, even though it isn't as effective as I would have hoped. The Grey Knights now in a position to essentially just smite those possessed off the table, and I think that in this war of attrition, if Denise just throws another unit of possessed out there, it's going to be about the same result, and he will run out of steam if he's not careful.
Yeah, that's true, but one thing that we have to keep in mind is that the game is a lot shorter in 8th edition or 9th edition than it was in 8th, and if Denise just keeps rocketing these possessed out and is able to wall the Grey Knights more or less in their deployment zone, he can rack up enough primary points that once he gets down to the end of the game and the Grey Knights only have a turn or two to come back, it's not really going to matter how many models he has left on the table.
Yep, 100%. Now, of course, now is the key where I think the Grey Knights have to be in a position to essentially block off these possessed from killing the ability of the Grey Knights to score points, which I think is a big deal. With these little unit of halberdier strikes in the back corner, they are now very vulnerable to the next possessed attack, and losing those troops and not getting primary points will certainly lead to the defeat of the Grey Knight player.
Yep, for sure.
Now, what would you do if you are the Grey Knight player at this moment in time? How would you react to this part of the game?
Well, I think this defensive play from Matt is absolutely the right call. He has to try to hold on to 2 objectives and score that 10 points on primary for as long as he can, and sort of let the waves of possessed break upon his little fortress. I am worried that that strike squad on objective 6 is going to get overwhelmed and run right over. So we may be down to just 5 points on the primary objective for Matt on the coming turn, but I would like to see a Gate of Infinity to move these red paladins up over to objective 4 if he's able to get that in range.
Yeah, at least it would also mean that the big unit possessed in front of that crater will have a longer and harder time to get to them, even with a longer with a warp time. It also means that he could then threaten objective number 1, forcing the Chaos Army to essentially engage that flank or to push harder down to objective 6 to try and overturn it.
Yep. Yeah, the number one thing you want to do as a Grey Knight player in the early game is make your opponent come at you. Because Grey Knight armies become so lethal as soon as they fight in a sort of a confined space, and you get to the sort of the 300 level of the game where the lone Spartan Grey Knights are holding against 10,000 Persian possessed in the gates, the hot gates over there, right? And they can start dealing maximum damage with their characters and their smiting, and just the focus of firepower that a Grey Knight army can put out once your opponent's forced to string out to fight you is immense.
+1 to cast for everyone within 6 of oldest.
Yep, that makes sense. I think that Grey Knights definitely have that capability, especially with their ability to wait till you get up close, take a punch, and then counter quite effectively. Now, that makes them a little different, I think, than Custodes, because Custodes is also a powerhouse in early 9th edition, with their ability to take very strong, tough, durable units that are OBSEC in every case and sense of the word. Paladins and Grey Knights, on the other hand, have more mobility with Gate of Infinity and things like Astral Aim, being able to shoot out of line of sight, and I think that's a big deal as well.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we're in the Smitey Tide here, and we're seeing those 4 damage anti-demon Rites of Banishment go off. blasting 2 possess down with every successful cast of Smite. Insane damage from these.
Insane. Now that's one of the reasons why I think a Slanesh possessed unit would be very useful with those delightful agonies, being able to potentially stem the tide of some of those mortal wounds.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder a little bit if, interestingly, Matt may be missing Drago in this matchup, because Drago does provide an aura that gives rerolls of damage rolls against demons, and that allows those D3 damage melee weapons to be much more effective against the 2-wound possessed.
Yeah. And there we have the Gate of Infinity, folks. On to objective number 4. With the addition of Astral Aim, he could be looking at doing some damage to that Havoc unit or the Chaos Space Marine units as well.
Now, do you think, would you go for a charge here on those Havocs, Skari, with those Paladins? Would you just go for that?
If I had, because he has 5 Paladins, it is a possibility, since he can string the Paladins back onto that objective and essentially prevent the Havocs and Chaos Space Marines from being able to move near that objective to take it away from his Paladins. If he had 6 Paladins, it wouldn't really be possible. Now, at the same time, you want to be in a position where you force the possessed to spread out even further. So holding himself there to sort of, and as you can see, he's kind of gone up against that unstable obstacle to prevent the possessed from really being able to get to him with, any sort of strength in combat.
Yeah, and I do like that move. I think you could easily position it to block the possessed from being able to easily get into melee with you. But as we just saw, the Paladins are trade up so effectively into these big possessed units that Matt almost he'd like one of these possessed units to come in and touch him. It's like, I don't know, man, charge me, I don't care.
Yeah, especially now with a 5-strong Paladin unit. If you ever got hit with multiple damaged weapons, it's only 1 CP now instead of the 2. So let's dive into the secondary choices for the Grey Knights. What have they taken?
Yeah, so we also have, interestingly, While We Stand, We Fight on Headstrong side of the table, as well as Linebreaker. So Linebreaker, basically the cousin to Engage on All Fronts. He will score it 3 points, if I remember correctly, if he has 2 units completely within the opponent's deployment zone. It's typically a great pick if you are playing against an aggressive army, which Matt is in this stage, or in this matchup, and because they're going to have to be forced to move most of their beef out of their deployment zone, they're going to open up a lot of areas for you to drop reserves or Gate of Infinity some units into their backline to score that line breaker. So I like that pick a lot. And then we have, looks like Repair Teleport Homers, which is an interesting one. It is an action that you can start at the end of your movement phase, so you could potentially be deep striking those strike squads into Deneth's deployment zone to begin that action at the end of your movement phase after that reserve, and then it does take a full round to complete, however, so your opponent does have an entire round to try to take those guys out before they finish their repairs.
I think that one is very risky for the Grey Knight player, because you have to essentially start it on turn 2. Yep. And if Deneth blocks out or zones out his deployment zone, that's just going to instantly make that secondary objective almost worthless.
Yeah, for sure. It is a tough one, and obviously any of those secondaries that require full round actions are very difficult to complete. They do give up a lot of points, which is good, but it is tough to finish them out, especially if we have any ranged units left on the table for Deneth. A unit of Havocs just towing into a forest, and with Endless Cacophony firing twice into whatever strike squad or paladin squad is trying to perform that action is could be devastating, because as soon as you lose even one of those teleport homers, that's an enormous number of points that you're not going to get that game.
Very, very big. And it's one of the reasons why I love the secondary objective Scramblers, which is a maximum of 10 points. However, it's a lot easier to get in some tight situations.
Yeah, for sure.
Alphabetical Disorder does have a question. It says, does the red squad of Paladins have Psy Cannons or Silencers? It is the Silencer squad that was took most of the damage and is currently on objective number 4.
Yeah, so what do you think about this While We Stand, We Fight pick on the side of Headstrong here? Let's take a look at which characters that has to target.
Absolutely. I think that is one of the strongest secondaries for a lot of armies like Chaos, like Grey Knights, like Custodes, that have the ability to have very expensive characters that are very hard to kill.
Yeah, for sure. And especially if it's a unit that's untargetable, that is your while we stand target, untargetable by your opponent, that is, then it becomes a lot better of an option. A lot of times you'll see it on big sort of tanks or knights or something like that, but those are usually going to be prime targets anyway, and they're going to be easy to take out for your opponent. But having it on characters that have that Look Out Sir protection is a big deal. Ooh, and it looks like some Havoc's getting knocked out by Astrolabe bolters here.
Yep, that does make sense. Got to get rid of them as quickly as possible, killing some of those last cannons. Of course, I believe that killing objective secured is probably a better choice long term, because the last cannons aren't really doing anything right now. They're not shooting, or they don't have any targets, which does mean that their value is diminished.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if Headstrong wants to save those toughness 4 Chaos Space Marines for the turns where he's not able to buff his guns. Oh, never mind, he just killed them.
He just murdered them all. Okay, so I guess him shooting at them is perfect. I think we were both on the same page.
We nailed it.
Decided to split his fire,
yep.
Which is completely fine as well. Deuce says, loving this Trevi-Scari duo. Great casting. Thank you very much. We take orders a la carte at $300 an hour.
You want to get the dynamic casting duo in the booth?
That's right. It is the Scari and Trevi. All we need is one of those crazy button pushing things that I can make fart noises with.
Yeah, we need a soundboard for sure. Yeah, we have
like that. We could also be like, Denise loses all his possessed.
We have a Dawn of War soundboard set up on Art of War plugged in. We'll have to set that one up for Tactical Tortoise as well.
Definitely, that would be fantastic. I'm glad he killed all those Chaos Space Marines, though. I will say that I would have been ashamed if he would have decided to shoot the Havocs.
Yeah.
But that means that he's thinking tactically, and now there are only 2 models holding that entire flank. Now the thing about Grey Knights is that he has now sort of created a bit of a bubble. So he has this unit of strike squads on objective 6. He has a unit of paladins on objective 4, and that's going to sort of like make Denise choose between going up to down to objective 6 and taking objective 6 and really like taking it, which he kind of needs to do in order to gain his engage on all fronts right now. He also has to get into that table quarter that has objective number 1 as well, sort of forcing him to split up his army. Now, the Grey Knight player has successfully stopped Denise from scoring his 15 points if he was able to, just keeping him to the 2 objectives, which I think is also a big deal as well. And he's playing a very reactive game, sort of waiting for Denise to make a move and then countering and reacting to that move. Now, Denise is going to start his turn, kind of getting into position, and let's see what he does as we move into turn number 2.
Yeah, and dudes in the chat with the big 420 donation. I loving the meme numbers, man. Appreciate the support, and 420, baby.
That's how it works. That's a 4, a 2, and a 0 put together.
Boosh. So we should note as well, the While We Stand, We Fight targets for Matt are going to be the Brother Captain, the Librarian, and the... Grandmaster Volodus, the Brother Captain, and the Chaplain.
Perfect. So the Chaplain, Volodus is definitely pretty big, the Grandmaster as well. So it seems like you have a good cast of players to be While United We Fight. Now, as for Linebreaker, you have to get aggressive with Linebreaker. They did change it, so it's not 4 points for Linebreaker. I think it's 3 points for Linebreaker, which does mean you have to try and get it every turn. The big thing about 9th edition is you're not going to score full points very often if you're playing good opponents. You're going to be scoring anywhere from 8 to 12 points on a secondary. So it is not as easy to score them as you might think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, while you might want to look for secondaries that you can pretty reliably score fully on, it is extremely difficult to do in 9th edition, and most of the time you might as well just take the ones you can get a decent number of points on and maybe forego ones that are harder but that you could potentially max out easily.
Seems like Denise is going for the play to wipe out the strikes on objective number 6 and take that table quarter for himself.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. Definitely don't want to give the Grey Knights easy access to that objective 6. And it looks like, I mean, we're going for a bit of a base trade here, right? The Grey Knights are pushing right up this right-hand flank very hard, and the Possessed are basically doing the same thing on the left-hand side. We'll see if these players entirely trade deployment zones by the end of this game. But I
think
imagine
that
with
this is
the aggression of the Possessed, that might happen.
100%. I think this is also because of this mission specifically, where both the objectives are sort of like in a hammer and anvil style way, but up the side of the table, and you start on Dawn of War deployment. It's very often that I see this mission specifically play like this in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's difficult to reliably hold both sides of the table, even in your deployment zone, because your opponent can easily focus fire on one side and knock you off of one of those objectives very quickly, for sure.
Absolutely. Now, if I would have been the Grey Knight player, I probably would have stacked objective number 6 and then made sure that I just held objective number 2, then pushed hard into objective 5.
Yeah, it looks like Matt was maybe a little bit worried by the concentration of the Possessed on that left-hand side, because obviously Matt knew where they were going to deploy before he deployed his army, so he knew that that all 60 were going on that side, and that Denith's plan was just to run right up that table and use the protection of this L obstacle to keep his characters safe as the Possessed moved up. And obviously Matt's game plan is going to be pretty similar, so it is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It would have, given that the Grey Knights are probably advantaged in a straight-up fight on Objective 6, I think you might be right that was the play, to just dump 10 Paladins and a bunch of characters there and say, come at me. But I think Matt, being a Grey Knight player, would much rather play a cagier game, keep his expensive models alive, and sort of just try to outmaneuver his opponent.
So we'll definitely see how that pays off. As we move in to turn number 2, here we have a conga line of Possessed. Note the new conga line of base to base to make sure that you stay in coherency, which does change the versatility and the ability of armies to do this on a grand scale with large units.
Yeah, for sure. And it definitely, it's one of the reasons that I think a lot of people wrote off Possessed as we were moving between the editions, because stringing is so much more difficult than it was in 8th edition for those big units. And it is one of the reasons that I think we were surprised to see that Denith was bringing this list with 60 of them, especially given how punished large units are just because of the blast rules. And all obviously the other 2 games that we've streamed of Denith, multi-damage blast weapons have been able to really rip apart these Possessed units. But Denith is he's staying strong with them, and he's putting up results.
Now, Possessed are one of those units, in my opinion, for the Chaos Army that can be played in so many different ways that it really gives light to the ability of armies to be versatile, using them in a variety of different styles, whether it's with the Word Bearers, or whether it's with Iron Hands, or whether it's with Slanesh and Emperor's Children, whether it's with Nurgle, or even Death Guard, which is like the original Possessed. I feel like the addition of Rhinos and having, say, 3 squads in Rhinos would do very much the same thing, but play a lot better to the sort of format and rules of the edition.
Yeah, given how powerful dedicated transports are right now, just forcing you to commit the firepower to kill them and then also kill the units inside them to actually take objectives out from under them, I can definitely see that being pretty powerful. I do want to commend Denith here using the aura markers to make sure that those front units are inside Fabius Bile's aura to get his enhanced warriors buff, whatever that ends up being. But he's also keeping them strung back, even though in order for them to potentially benefit from Cursed Earth, even though I think the plan is probably to warp time them up onto Objective 6. And Denith, I think the mark of a good player is planning for failure. And one thing that Denith is doing here is just saying, hey, even if my warp time fails, which happens a lot, then especially not a Thousand Suns caster who isn't going to have the same number of buffs to get it off. Even if it fails, I'm still going to have that +1 of vulnerable save, and this unit's still going to be tanky and hard to take out with shooting.
Exactly, which I think is a big, big deal. Now, one of the things that you should note is that he is sort of keeping that third unit possessed in a very defensive position, ready to like counter again. However, that went off. Like by moving the possessed back, what has happened is he has also sort of like stopped himself from really going for objective 1 at all, given the way that the game's going to go, as he would have to go through that crater.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it does make sense that he's going to position those guys this way to make it less appealing to, or a little bit more difficult to drop in some really devastating firepower into that unit. One thing that obviously Matt could do, and he could be planning on doing this coming turn, is dropping those 9 Strike Marines, potentially with that dynamic insertion to get a really juicy drop location, or potentially using a steady advance to allow them to fire after at full effectiveness, thanks to Bolter Discipline after they drop in, and using Cybolt ammo to put a bunch of 2 damage shots down on those possessed. And Denise just wants to make that as unappealing as possible by maintaining sort of a defensive posture with this unit.
Oh, 100%. Now that big, and I think that it's going to be that small bomb coming in near all his characters, and if he can get a good bead on one of those Marines in the backfield to drop a Vortex of Doom on, that will then hit most of the characters in that bubble, that could spell a bit of hurt on the Chaos Space Marines.
Oh yeah, there's one Chaos Space Marine right in the forest, right here on the edge.
Yep.
In range of 2 characters and the possessed unit. Ooh.
That's like dangerous positioning there from Denise.
Yeah.
Now it also means that by abandoning objective 1, he has now allowed the Grey Knights to take full advantage. Of
looks like Matt is measuring that out as well.
You know, it's great minds think alike, and fools rarely differ, as they say. And now, of course, with Linebreaker being one of the secondaries, as well as the Teleport Homer, you know, having access to that entire corner for Objective 1 does mean that those secondaries are well within sight of the Grey Knight player.
Yep.
Which I like. I like being able to score my secondaries when I'm playing.
Yeah, that is important. That is how you win the game, as it turns out.
Getting points.
Getting those
you know,
points.
you count. You learn how to count first. 1, 2, 3, then you win. Right?
Yep.
Is that how that works?
Exactly.
Absolutely. You heard it here on the Tactical Tortoise. That was your Tactical Tortoise minute of the match.
Tactics time.
Tactics time on the Tactical Tortoise. You have learned to build that shell around your strategy.
You've really scaled up your game.
You've learned how to walk on land and swim at the same time. You eat carrots weirdly.
Yeah. Finally, you're able to enjoy the fruits of your tactics.
That's right. Be like that Tactical Tortoise that tactically repopulated his entire species.
Exactly.
That's right.
Perfect.
He was quite the horn dog, that one. So, I know tortoises can't swim. I was being funny, Ethan, but thank you for the comment.
They can wade, right? That's fine.
Yeah,
Close
I guess
enough.
they could wade in a puddle.
Yeah.
That doesn't let them sink.
Those Galapagos tortoises, they got those long necks. They're like big
do.
periscopes.
They
on legs.
do. Be like a giant submarine tortoise. Boop, boop, boop. And with that, we come back into the action, and we've got a bunch of Chaos Possessed just showing some strike squads a good time.
Absolutely. Denise rolling just an obnoxious number of ones off of these Possessed here.
That is also true. However, I do believe that the dice tray maker thing has the weirdest algorithm for dice that I've ever seen in my life.
It is. It can be a little silly sometimes.
I do tend to roll like 300 dice through that dice roller before my game starts on a normal game, just to get that algorithm primed up.
Yeah, get it warmed up. Get it ready for you.
Yeah, got to let that randomness of the random happen.
Yeah, you got to let it know what you want.
That's right. Lots of sixes. Lots and lots of sixes. And the other option is hacking.
Always, as a pro tip to all the players in the chat room, maybe be a little wary of your opponent if they elect to use their own dice rolling. I have a dice roller saved here. It's much better. You can't download it on the workshop. It's just mine.
It's just mine.
Yeah.
I made it my own, my precious. It is designed to roll exactly what I need every time.
Yeah.
So the strike squads did die pretty quickly. It seems like Denise did try and make sure that the paladins can't just get within Stormbolter range by just moving, which is smart. He's just trying to keep that distance just over that 29-inch threshold in order to make sure that he doesn't get to shoot, which forces him to either use a gate or use some sort of prayer or something to make the distance longer.
Yeah, I don't know what that chaplain has prayed this turn. So we don't have that.
Unless he failed his prayer. It's one of the things that you cannot reroll anymore.
Yeah, that is a big downside. I actually, when I was playing Grey Knights, I actually very quickly dropped chaplains out of my list because they failed their litanies. About 100% of the time. It was every time. They don't.
Yeah.
No, who taught these guys to read? They never
33% of the time it fails every time.
Yeah.
You are 100% right. Now, as a Black Templar player, I love my Master Orator, who loves to re-roll those chaplain litanies because he is what a Black Templar should be, and that's zealous.
Well, I'm mad jelly over here.
You should be, you filthy Grey Knight player.
Blue squad have
So-
extra AP on the shooting.
Okay, so it looks like the players are just talking about their prayer right now. It looks like we have the extra AP on their psi weapons on the paladins
okay, fair
currently,
enough.
so not extra range. And so where do we drop these deep strikes now that we're moving into the Grey Knight turn?
Well, you definitely have to put one of them up on objective 1 or near objective 1 in order to start putting the scramblers down. That's the teleport
100%.
homer. You have to start working on those teleport homers.
Yeah.
And you also need that line breaker. But having that entire flank to yourself, you can just put one character and a unit over there and just get that point, right? And that's just something he's going to have to work with. So right now he's going to have to sacrifice something, like a character, potentially I would say like a Voldus or one of his characters that he wants to keep alive, and just hide them in a corner and with a gate, for example, and just put them back there to just get points.
Yeah, for sure. Now, do you think we see both strike squads drop down to objective 1? That's going to secure that line breaker, and you could potentially use the small strike squad to start setting that homer and start blasting into the remaining possessed squad with the larger strike squad using that Cybolt ammunition.
I think the small squad goes behind objective number 1, all right, to hide, the big squad. To be honest, I think the big squad would be the one that's going to hide. And then does the big squad have Doom? Vortex of Doom? If it does, then you put the big squad by the possessed, and then you Vortex of Doom that area / shoot the crap out of the possessed with 2 damaged Stormbolters that you've Cybolted.
Yeah. It looks like, Vortex of Doom is what he has noted down here. It doesn't look like he's
perfect.
It, so I think
and then the small squad goes in the back to put down some scramblers, the teleport homer, as well as potentially put a character onto objective 1, or move a character onto objective 4, and then move the red paladin squad up onto objective number 1 as well.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely... I think one of the downsides of these elite armies is that in these multiple objective missions, they do have to start splitting their force apart to continue to hold all of these objectives, and that's going to come into play here. I'm sure Matt would love to keep all of his characters in a little ball, but he does need to put something not of consequence onto objective 4. Here come the Strike Marines.
Here comes the larger squad, it seems, and it seems like the larger squad will be the one that hands out on objective 1 and will more than likely place that teleport homer down as well. Unless he decides not to. Yeah, okay. I hope he keeps them all in the deployment zone, because that would be sad if he decided not to get his line breaker as well.
Yeah, that would be awkward, for sure.
It would be awkward. It'd be like the Grey Knights to mess things up like that, wouldn't it?
It would. Yeah, you have to remember, these are not chaplains, though, so they're a little bit, I think, more intelligent.
Okay, fair enough. They're the elite of the elite. There are only 500 of them in the whole universe, or maybe less than that. But I do think that it is something we can all learn. We can all learn from.
And
Yep.
these guys are gonna act
I hope he vortexes. I just want to see it. I want to see it happen. I want to see a giant vortex of doom hit a Chaos Space Marine on a massive mega D6 explosion and murder everything.
So I think we did just have Matt declare there that he was going to perform that teleport Homer action with that unit.
Right from the guy that we decided would be the dude that would be the target.
Oh, here we go.
Exciting. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Yes.
Aiming? Yeah, there we are.
Lots of purple
Alright, we're making
circles.
every
If you
circle,
came
yes.
for a purple circle extravaganza, that's what you've come to see.
The good old
The
purple
woman.
circle jerk.
purple circle jerk. Give it up to the Grey Knights to mess that up too.
Yeah, it looks like this Chaos Space Marine is perfect. The big question, I think, wondering if he's going to hit a Havoc as well. That would be the dream. I think he's going to be just out. Oh, it's too bad.
Well, it's either hit the characters or hit the Havocs, right? So I think he'll have to make that choice as we go in. But that also gives him Linebreaker, which I think is very, very smart.
Yeah.
Now, of course, this is not something you could really do successfully against Space Wolves, because they have the ability to heroic into you and murder your squad.
Yeah. I mean, you get that Vortex of Doom off, but you just have to hope it kills every single one of those Space Wolves when it goes off.
Yep, and considering any unit can now heroically intervene, it gets pretty crazy when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. The War Mistress said, Scary is on fire. No, I'm not. I am not smoking at all.
There'd be more screaming, I'd imagine.
Well, you
We're already pretty loud, but...
Yeah, that's true. You don't know what I like and what I don't like.
I might be into that, I don't know.
George Bobkov says, much better than the Blightholder's aura for Death Guard possessed is the tree. Ooh, I like the tree, actually. Get advanced and charge and +2 to your save instead of the +1. Not as mobile, so as a disadvantage. Absolutely, unless you, of course, have what's-his-face with the slug that can then move and sort of like plant a tree where you need it.
Good old Horticulus Slimux.
There you go. The slug guy, right?
Yeah, that one hordy boy.
I'm wondering why he hasn't... I think he's really trying to figure out what the best target is for that 3-inch thing.
Yeah, well, I think he's
in
also...
my opinion,
he's just making sure, I think, that he has a
that he
legal
gets the
placement
closest
here.
model as well. Now, I would definitely try and make sure that unit is within 12 inches of that board edge. Or he's going to have to put another unit over there with a gate or something to get that Linebreaker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe the plan is to put one of the Paladin units over there.
Now, something that he is also measuring out here, very interestingly enough, is that Fabius Bile and the Exalted Champion are not within 3 inches of a unit. Therefore, they can get shot.
There you go.
And it seems like that small unit of strikes is looking at trying to take out, one of these special characters, which will then also deny Denise some of the secondary points for keeping them alive.
Yeah, that would be a huge swing if he's able to take Fabius Bile out for sure. The Exalted Champion isn't a pick for while we stand because he's too cheap. But Fabius Bile, obviously, not only is he buffing those possessed with his Enhanced Warriors buff, but he also is the only character that you take into account for Master is Watching in this matchup. So that would deny Denise the ability to get rerolls on any of his units to hit.
It seems like he has decided that getting that Linebreaker is more important than shooting Fabius Bile.
Yeah, that's definitely a good consideration on Matt's part there. I think that would be a huge swing if he was able to pull that off. But he definitely
it would be. However, it's still a possibility considering he has the ability to change the tide to the shooty tide and then make the bolters side bolters and then just shoot a whole bunch. There's still a lot of shots. It just won't be as effective, but it's still damage 2 -2 strength 6 bolters, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, for sure. And it's getting a little bit tight on CP, are the Grey Knights here. I think what he would want to do is potentially buff the cast of this Vortex of Doom to start off with to try to max it out and get that big D6 hit for Vortex.
Yep.
That would be ideal, but he then can't also count as stationary for his bolters and also Cybolt ammunition on top of that, too.
Now, of course, he does have the ability to potentially just cast a power for another command point, which is always a good choice for the Grey Knights. We also have the ability for
Plus
them
one to
to,
one, plus one
well, there's a variety of
restore,
different ways to buff a psychic power. They can roll 3
healing
dice and pick the
sanctuary,
2 highest, and they get pluses, and they also get
and
an
healing,
inherent +1 as well.
So the overlap.
Danielle Paolini says, good to hear Scary on the call. This is like a dream. A
Next,
loose
I'm
dream,
gonna
but a
do
dream
86
nonetheless come
from
true.
Librarian.
I'm thinking of you too, Danielle. Thank you very much for the comment. And the War Mistress clearly states there's a dirty joke in there somewhere. I think it's more than somewhere. I think it's right in your face. They are now the
Next, I'm
only
gonna
ones that can do mortals with their attacks, though. It's actually too many
Vortex of
points
Doom
and needs
from
some
the Armor
investment,
Squad.
though. You're
We'll
talking
spend
about
1 CP, so
Nurgle
if I roll 3
Possessed
dice,
from
pick the
Death Guard
highest.
being able to do mortal wounds.
Okay, I think
with,
this is the
the
Vortex,
ability
and we're
of-
going to be using the stratagem to roll 3 dice. So big roll
Okay,
here coming out of
big
that.
money, big money. Let's see what happens. I don't see a very big roll there.
was not
That's
a
a
big roll.
7.
That was
So
a-
that doesn't go off. However, 1 CP to reroll the entire psychic test instead of just a single dice now, though,
Well, I think
right?
that will just barely make it with the +1, right?
Yeah, take me down to
Right.
1.
So is
But
it
it's-
worth trying to get
yeah.
the super big one, or is it not?
It's also a
I
pretty
like.
easy deny for these Psyker. Well, not an easy
Correct.
deny, but it's not
I-
a super hard deny for these
I
Psykers.
think he's going to make the reroll. Okay, let's see what happens here. I want to see a 12.
Oh, no. Oh, does he fail now? Oh, no.
No. So it goes off on a. No, it doesn't go off. What happened there? Oh, what was that? 2 dice? I don't know what happened. Unless that was the deny, which then just got denied. Well, at least he went for his secondary points, because that's
that's
at least
too
something
bad.
he'll get for line break, and that is a bit of a shame. That does
So,
give Denise a bit of
going
oomph
to
as we move
Chaplain
into
next, we will
the
do
bottom half of the game here.
Resilience.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was, I think, a bit of a clinch moment for Denise. If you get that big D6 Vortex off, the game may very well just be over if Matt turns around and knocks all of your While We Stand targets off the table. But unfortunately, it was not to be for him. That is a dicey play. It is a cool one. When it goes off, it's very exciting. But it costs a lot of CP, and you do have to roll those big numbers.
You definitely do, and I like what the Paladins are doing here, making sure that they make a line around the edge of the objective to force the Paladins to crash into them like they did last time.
It is important to note, obviously, that none of these Grey Knight units on Objective 2 have OBSEC. So they aren't necessarily going to be controlling that objective if the Possessed go into them and try to take it.
Now, it is also important to note as well that the lack of command points does mean that those Paladins are a lot more fragile than they could be without access to, transhuman physiology, as well as is the fight after death. Is that 1 CP?
That's 2 for
There you go. So
combat.
that is going to be a tight pill to swallow.
Although,
as
he is sanctuaried and with armored resilience, so he won't need the transhuman, and
Perfect.
I think he'll be
-1 to wound.
okay with a 3+ invulnerable save. He did give all these guys warding staves.
I do love it. Warding staves are very, very good, and he's got the, ideally he wants Denith to take the bait and just run in, but Denith doesn't really have to move anywhere at the moment. I think he can just move back and kill the little 5-man strike squad in his turn, safeguard his position, and then start really designing a push for turn 3.
Yep.
For turn 4 and turn 5.
Now, this is a Gate of Infinity from these Paladins here, just to drop them a little bit farther forward and make that charge as difficult as possible if those Possessed want to come in. What do you think of this little micro gate? Would you like to have seen a more aggressive position from these Paladins, or do you think that this conservative play is okay from Matt?
I think that conservative play is the right choice. He's getting his Stormbolters within rapid-fire range of the Possessed in order to do as much damage as possible, while allowing his units to not get overly isolated. If he were to move too close, then he threatens both Paladin units hitting him at one go instead of just one Paladin unit. The Possessed. The one Possessed unit will die against the Paladins, as we have seen. But if he gets too close, then he has the ability of throwing both units of Possessed at the Paladins, and that will not be good for the Paladins.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially with their threat range, which is crazy.
Yep. I am, I think, a little bit worried for the Grey Knights here, in that this objective is forcing them to spread out so far that I think it gives Denith some solid opportunities to sort of scalpel out important parts of the Grey Knight army. If I think the obvious choice for the Neath here is to try to get his warp time on and run those possessed on objective 3 onto the strike squad on objective 1. Not only because that's going to deny teleport homers realistically for your opponent, but it also basically removes that objective from them. And I'm not sure that they have the beef to turn around and deal with all of the remaining possessed that are on the table.
And that's the thing. It's will he have enough movement and maneuverability with that warp time? I guess warp time would have to go off in order to get that done. And I think that's right. As long as he can avoid that terrain, that cover, that difficult crater to move around, he should be able to get there in a single movement phase with their threat range as well. I think that the Grey Knights might have done, maybe better by putting the Grey Knights right in the corner, foregoing objective 1 and just making sure that that wasn't an option.
Yeah, for sure. You do have to. I think Matt definitely still wants to be on this objective though, and it is tough to be on the objective and still be out of in a defensive position.
Now, depending on what these paladins in the blue do against the possessed squad down on objective 6, we could see that being the crack in the back of the Chaos Army. If the possessed do go to objective 1 to prevent that, it could leave the rest of the army in terms of all the characters very open to an aggressive gate. At that point, they would deal with the Grey Knight army. I mean, the possessed army.
I think we're seeing Matt's game plan sort of come to fruition here, or at least become apparent. He wants to whittle down these possessed units one at a time until at the end of the game he has one big paladin unit that can dominate the board. I think the scary part for Matt is that one paladin unit, can't sit on 6 objectives, so they can only be at one place at a time. And if Neath is able to play cagey throughout this game, they may be able to. He may be able to outmaneuver that single paladin squad, but we'll see how it ends up for Matt.
No, you good.
Absolutely. I think that is an excellent assessment. And here we have a bunch of Stonebolters shooting now.
Nice.
No AP on these.
I'm not in cover, I don't think.
Let's see what happens. Do we know if they are in the shooty doctrine?
These are just one apiece. The Stonebolters.
I'm not sure what tide we're in right now. The Stormbolters weren't buffed at all, so they weren't going to be psi weapons anyway. We'll see how well the cannons do here.
Nice.
Okay, another thing that I'm finding interesting is he didn't try and get that apothecary near the paladins that were wounded to try and get some casualties back here.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep that apothecary safe. Like we mentioned, that's the only access he has to swapping to warp shaping to swap that tide. And it looks like only I think 5 or 6 possessed dead to that round of shooting from the paladins, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially if they're not buffed up paladin shots, that's definitely the case. I guess he might have been hoping the psi cannons could do a lot of the damage there, but he wouldn't have had to expose the apothecary almost at all, moving the paladin squad down a little bit from objective 4 and then moving the paladin up. He keeps them safe and not being able to get shot at, but then potentially brings an entire paladin back, which can make a big difference late game.
Yeah, for sure, and especially since we were talking earlier, you at some point have to send one of those characters up to objective 4, and the apothecary might as well be the one, especially if it gets 1 to 2 rounds of healing those paladins out of it.
Exactly, and like that, it frees up those paladins to then later jump to where they need to go without having to stay on objective 4 to score that primary point.
Looks like bolt guns or stormbolters from the orange strike squad went into the exalted champion and bounced. So not really doing much with their guns there. I think I would have liked to see those shots maybe go into the Chaos Space Marine unit over here to remove that obsec.
I agree. Well, of course, with that aggressive gate or deep strike, you cannot charge afterwards.
Right.
So you're essentially reliant on their shooting almost exclusively.
So then I'll score 4 for Linebreaker.
Clarify
4
says, with
for
only 2
Teleport
possessed
Hammer.
units left, Deneth can't really go to engage the other paladins without risking
Oh yeah,
losing
you can
board
activate this,
control.
Cool. So,
I think that is a fair assessment of the situation. Now, it's really funny because those last cannon Havocs are essentially allowing or forcing Grey Knights to be a little bit conservative with their movements as well.
Yeah, the threat of that Havoc squad, although they are a relatively swingy unit, as we've seen in Deneth's other games, being able to endlessly copy them and just put 8 last cannon shots downrange is a big deal, and could potentially see this strike squad whittled down, the one that's deploying this teleport homer, even without the possessed being able to get in range. So even if he fails a warp time, a prescient unit of Havocs double shooting with a couple bolt guns following up could potentially knock the strike squad out and deny that homer placement.
I do agree.
Sorry,
I think
which
that
are
is
you gonna
definitely
send
a very risky play, and I think that third turn or third battle round will really determine the how the end game starts shaping up.
Yeah, they're good for attrition, so just lost
Yeah,
one more.
for sure.
As they'll be 15.
Now, as for 9th edition in general, what do you feel is your favorite go-to faction at the moment?
My favorite faction,
The strength 4
I think some of the strongest
strength
factions that we've seen so far have been Chaos. Obviously, are doing extremely well. Oop, here comes the possessed to go run into that paladin wall once again. But we've also seen Adeptus Mechanicus doing fairly well as well, and obviously Adeptus Custodes have gotten an enormous buff between the changes to the rules and their own Psychic Awakening updates. So I think those are probably some of the strongest contenders in the meta right now. Personally, I like playing Deathwatch at the moment. I think they're doing okay.
Nothing else in reserve. Yeah.
How about you, Scary?
Well, Deathwatch, an interesting choice for Deathwatch. I guess they do have quite some versatility when it comes to the addition of all those cool Primaris units, as well as the extra tactical doctrines and things that they got in their Psychic Awakening release, even though it was a White Dwarf.
Right, yeah, their quote Psychic Awakening.
Yes, in big quotation marks. Seems like the Possessed didn't really lose any models to attrition there, which was really good, or very few. Incoming Dark Eldar Skari noises. Oh yes, baby. That's because I do love myself some Drukhari. However, I will say that if the Sisters of Battle are definitely one of those armies that I find incredibly appealing.
Yeah, and they look incredibly strong as well in 9th edition. Even in the tail end of 8th, they were putting up pretty solid results. But in 9th edition, with the ability to really control the center of the table and where your opponent can go with those incredibly devastating Repentia squads and having very powerful shooting to back it up, all of which, and not to mention resilient infantry as well, which is extremely important in 9th edition. Yeah, Sisters of Battle really, I think, one to watch going into, as we go into the competitive season, the first competitive season for 9th Ed.
Absolutely. Sisters of Battle, I think it's taken a while for folks to really have the opportunity to build those Sisters of Battle armies. If you've been isolated for the last 4 to 5 months and you've had a chance to build, collect, and paint a Sisters of Battle army, now is your chance to play them on Tabletop Simulator.
Yep, and it's also evidenced by the fact that we do have 2 Sisters of Battle in this top 16 for T5S2 in the Invitational. Both Kian Tan and Bethany Taylor, both amazing ladies playing Sisters of Battle, coming out with 2 pretty similar but actually lists that are unique in interesting ways. Kian playing a combination of Bloody Rose and Valorous Heart. Bloody Rose to bring in obviously a lot of melee punch, and Valorous Heart to back it up with infantry and shooting. And Bethany electing to drop the Bloody Rose and taking an interesting list focused more on dedicated transports to run Battle Sister squads up to the center of the table. We've had a couple games from Keon reported in so far, and we are excited. I think we have our first games for Bethany Taylor coming over the weekend, so it'll be interesting to see Sororitas sort of played at the highest level in 9th edition.
I love it. And where can they find this action?
Yeah, you can find all the schedule for all of the streams over at tts40k.com. /invitational,
At least-
and we
At
have
least
all
this
of our
vortex
streams.
failing made it a game.
The links
I
to
feel like
them
if this vortex that went off,
are available there on that site, and you can find the lists as well. We'll be live basically for the next like 10 straight days on this channel with T5S2 content.
I love it. Definitely looking at the way that that all the lists are put out there and stuff. Very easy to navigate. Very cool that everything is in an easy place so folks can see, take inspiration, and create your own magical madness using those lists.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm surprised the possessed. I guess it makes sense. You know, he doesn't want to open himself up to a cheeky gate from the blue paladin squad in his backfield, and that's kind of what would happen if he sends the possessed up to objective number 1. So I think he's going to relegate himself to killing the orange strike squad that is in the back there, and then just setting up the next turn to put pressure on the Grey Knights if he can. However, if that blue squad of Grey Knights doesn't suffer much damage, however, he does have the command points to do the double attack with those possessed, which I think is going to be key. He gives himself up to giving 15 primary points to the Grey Knight player.
Yeah, I think it is interesting that Denith has elected to play conservatively with his possessed up here on the objective on the left. Just keeping them behind that L and keeping them relatively safe so that he can use them to contest objectives in the late game. I think that's a good move from Denith, but I do think that potentially opening up this strike squad to deploy multiple teleport homers could be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, all you need is 4 of them, I believe. So, you know, if you leave them there, it's gonna get it done. So that's then again, it does pin a large part of the Grey Knight army into the backfield. I think it's one of the reasons why Space Marines being able to take advantage of something like combat squads makes them incredibly versatile at taking different secondary choices.
And it looks like this orange squad is just soaking an immense amount of firepower right now.
That sometimes happens. Yeah, that definitely sometimes happens. He's got a couple of last cannons, a couple of bolters, maybe a smite or 2. But I've seen Grey Knight strike squads survive longer than they should. So in terms of the first thing that we did, I'm going to say everybody lost. Nobody picked the right amount of paladins or possessed. I'm just going to say that's it. You all lost, but thank you for participating. Try again next time.
6 ups. Nope, gets 2.
Yeah, we can run back through the chat and see if anybody had close to the right.
No.
I've already talked. Yeah,
It's done.
Oh, there
It's
they
done.
go.
They'll have to come back
Here's
to the
the
next one.
Sarge, but
There goes
forces
the
at
strike
least
squad.
a longer charge.
Yeah. Of course, with the command points there, I think he has to save the command points for a reroll charge if needed against the blue paladin squad. And the paladins might be looking at potentially doing an Overwatch.
No, I can't fight a
maybe.
death in the room.
Or they might just keep it
the
for
only
a
I could
fight
do
in
is
death,
+1
which I think
to
might be the better choice.
You do have secondary ups, so you don't have 3 up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just hitting
3
on
up
6 is
inborn at the
usually
minute,
the
-1 to
Overwatch
wound,
isn't
and then I have +1
typically
to
with it.
That's okay.
A redemption arc for the Vortex squad. Not dying.
Yeah, maybe we get a second vortex out of those guys. How cool would that be?
That would be explosive.
What was that, sorry?
They don't have a gate, do they?
Then again,
No,
you know,
these
if they
guys are
do
the
survive and
Vortex
force
guys.
that big possess bomb to have to turn back,
Ah, interesting.
that would be
Denise?
hilarious.
Maybe considering a rep on this squad. That'll let him stretch out this possess squad a little bit and become immune to shooting for a round.
Unless they just gate.
Well, they don't have gate. They have vortex.
Oh
On
no,
the orange
the
squad.
strikes do. Yeah, but I don't think it's really necessary. I think just killing them works just as well.
Not declaring any characters rating.
You know, depending
Yeah,
on
they
how
are-
big.
They are annoying
Depending-
to keep around for sure. You don't
Yeah, you
want
just
them
need to
denying
kill
your
them.
powers.
Yeah, you don't want them denying that you know that key warp time. You don't want them alive to get you another line breaker point.
Yeah.
Like you need to kill them.
Although the possessed will, if Denith does pull off a wrap here, the possessed will automatically swing first in Matt's subsequent turns, due to the new combat rules. And so he would just be able to kill them on Matt's turn and continue on business as usual. But it does make it, I think Matt is probably, once he regenerates a couple CP on his follow-up on his round 3, he may be looking for a gate on the blue squad to get them out of whatever melee they're in, and get them into a position where they can shoot the other possessed squad, mostly to death. And at that point, you're at a position where that paladin squad can kind of run the table. But if Denith's able to deny that, then that could be a big swing.
So right now, if this
And
possessed
it looks like he makes
squad,
the charge on them. Here we go. We'll see what he does.
if the possessed squad just bounces off of paladin squad numbers, like the blue paladin squad, and then the blue paladin squad gets to jump onto objective 6, sort of forcing that paladin unit to come to get them on objective 6, right? Because Denith is basically like, is hard pressed to get full points now for engaging on all fronts. He's going to be getting 2 points a turn. Moving on to objective 6, forcing the paladins to come down, allows the strike squad on objective 1 to get all the points that they need over the course of the game. And they can use characters to get onto objective 2 and objective 4, and essentially stay there for the rest of the game while getting primary points and just winning over it with attrition.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Denith has gotten the big spike in primary points that his list really wants to. A lot of times if you're running a hyper-aggressive melee list like this, you want 1 or 2 turns in rounds 2 or 3 where you absolutely blow your opponent off of the primaries and you score 15 points. And Denith just hasn't been able to do that yet. Matt's been able to fight him off of enough objectives that he's been able to sort of remain at parity on the primary, which is, I think it's got to be a little frustrating for Denith.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're doing
Absolutely, especially when you're playing such an aggressive army that is designed to put pressure on your opponent and then essentially stop them from really being able to score things effectively.
Yeah.
I think losing that entire flank to the Red Paladins really did hurt on objective 1, but that's kind of what was expected based on how Denith had moved on that first turn.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and those paladins are always going to hit those possessed hard, much. They're going to hit back against those possessed much harder than they get hit. So it's not that surprising, I think, that the possessed sort of broke on that unit. But Denith just needs to use them to constantly take up real estate from the Grey Knights, and that's so hard against a unit that, against an army that can constantly re-deep strike its units all over the table.
Oh, 100%. Now, Vincent Mal Morose says, "Oh, this map seems fun. Where can I find TTS maps like this one? And does this map have a primary-secondary thing on the right, or is it something the casters have to set up?"
Yeah, so this you can find this map over on our Discord server at Tactical Tortoise. There's a link in the video description for the Discord, and you can download all of the maps that we use for the Invitational there. This is just an additive load map that you can add to any base that you want. So if you use the FTC map base, which is the most common one, and then you can find that one on the Steam Workshop, that will have this score sheet over here built into it with the primary and secondary scoring.
Okay, so these paladins in the bottom right-hand corner have indeed bounced off. The possessed have bounced off the paladins, only killing 1 in a flurry of attacks, which does mean those paladins are going to rip them to shreds.
Yeah, for sure. That is the power, especially the way that these profiles line up. That is the power of Armored Resilience plus Sanctuary. A 3+ invulnerable save in melee, in addition to being wounded on 4s by those possessed, is brutal to try to get through.
So, what would have you done in Denith's case? You can't really just run in and sacrifice them. Is it worth just standing there and just trying to sit on objective 6?
Yeah, I think it might have been, honestly. At the very least, it forces Matt to continue to have to shoot his guns at the possessed, which are significantly less good than fighting. At this point, like we talked about way back in the start of the game, what all Grey Knights want to do is have oh, it looks like the Orange Strike Squad did go down. Not going for a wrap there, but I think that's fair. But these Grey Knights like nothing more than to recreate the Battle of Thermopylae and have vast numbers of enemies collapse in on their little their little cadre of characters here that can fight back and smite models to death and unleash absolute hell on those possessed units. But at such low CP as the Grey Knights are at, they don't do nearly as much damage at range, and all Deneth has to do is hold on. He just has to keep his units alive until the end of the game and continue to take up board space. And unfortunately, as soon as they get killed by warding saves, it's going to be a little bit tougher for him.
And I do declare Deneth did exclaim, "Where is my goat path?"
Yeah, he needs one of those these Grey Knights to turn traitor and teach the possessed how to defeat the.
Go around the back and get all those characters before they continue to wreak havoc.
It looks like we had a Fury of the Forsworn used here to give +1 to hit for these paladins as well.
Yeah, with the battle captain nearby, or brother captain giving reroll ones. I think that's a good addition, especially if you don't have Drago in there as well.
Done. And he has Hammer Hand up as well, so these guys are going to be wounding on 2s.
Very, very nice. I saw a couple of 1s there, but that's okay. Now it's just a matter of do the invulnerable saves help as well.
1 dead.
Now these are multiple damage attacks being psychic weapons, which does mean that it can be very efficient or it can be very inefficient, depending on how you roll.
So that's 4 so far.
Yep, and this is going to be brutal. Looks like most of these rolls going through are dealing 2 damage and killing a possessed each.
7.
Oh my gosh.
Which is probably the worst case scenario for these possessed.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're getting eviscerated. Oh no. This is hard to watch, Scary.
That's okay, it happens. Death to the enemies of the Emperor.
12 possessed. Oh,
Did I...
maybe more.
Maybe more. Is it still going? Oh, I thought this was over. It's like, not only did they...
No, got one left. There's one paladin there. He's a little bit slow on the swing back. It's okay. He's not slow. He's thorough.
That's all good.
Oh,
the paladins know exactly what they want. They want to achieve total and utter possession of the land.
Looks like we're at a 2 in that unit, 2 possessed. Oh my gosh.
And it seems like he's going to auto-pass morale there to
insane bravery
prevent
to get through that engage.
Yes, and get the engage on all fronts, which is good. And this is the end of turn 2, folks. Yeah, you heard us right. Or turn 3 for the possessed. Yeah, you're sure that the possessed that want total and utter possession, alphabetical disorder, I believe it's possessed that are possessed. So they don't even have possession of themselves, since demons have taken them over.
Oh, and leaving objective 6 will give the Grey Knights the domination on primary for the big 15. Oh no, that's the position that Deneth wants to be in, not the defending player. Ooh, that's a big swing.
Correct. And as you can see here, the Grey Knight player has been able to maximize on a lot of his secondary points, whereas Deneth is going to be struggling to get that assassination. I feel like he will get 0 points from that, being that giant unit of paladins is just a 4+ away from being back to full strength.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we could see that that apothecary come in and just regenerate that one that died.
And it seems like he is measuring that chaplain to move up to objective 4. So he is thinking about taking those objectives now with the characters, putting them on the objectives and taking, and basically, making sure that he can hold those objectives while starting to put pressure on the possessed army. And I think that is going to be a big part of what happens in the next couple of turns. Valence says, do the commentators still think the paladins are the way to go, or maybe Terminators, since the offense output is very similar? Single paladin bomb, double paladins? What do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I think generally the double paladin has ended up being more efficient.
These guys out, right?
One thing that Grey Knights are really good at is like we just saw, buffing one unit up to being nigh unkillable with that Sanctuary and that Armored Resilience. And if you have those Terminators in there, you end up, I think, having some additional units that are just not the same level of resilience, and you end up losing those. They sort of become magnets for fire as soon as everyone sees something that doesn't have Armored Resilience on it, everything shoots at it. So I think the double Paladins is still extremely powerful, as we're seeing right now, and is probably going to be the way to go until some some new discoveries come out of the Grey Knights community.
Makes sense. Now, I do believe that with Grey Knights, you can run the double Paladin bomb, as you can split the defensive buffs from stratagems, psychic powers, and chaplain prayers to make both Paladin units quite hard to kill. Combination of Sanctuary, -1 to wound, Transhuman Physiology, -1 damage, and of course the stealth -1 to hit in general, which is different than Custodes that make one unit very hard to kill.
Yeah, with the double Paladin bomb, you can definitely sort of buff one unit up with psychic powers and then use your stratagems to basically do the equivalent level of survivability on the second unit. Where it gets awkward is when you introduce an additional sort of big, heavy Death Star into that list. I think a lot of people at the outset of the edition experimented with double Paladins plus Terminators, and the Terminators would they were effective, but they ended up sort of being just a little bit too easy to kill. And here comes that Paladin coming back to life from that Apothecary.
There you go, and that's a unit back up to full strength and staying a decent amount of distance away from those possessed that will have to run up and try and kill him. Now, the Grey Knight army doesn't really have to do anything. They're in position of 3 objectives. They've got the positional board control. He's now hiding his characters to not give up any of those secondary objectives, and he will be getting his teleport homer and his line breaker with a gate to then move a character to the back. So I feel he's in a great point, and it forces Denise to take the initiative and to try and make something happen. If not, it is Denise's game to lose here.
Yeah, I think that charge from the possessed last turn may have been ill-advised on Denise's side of the table. He was in a position where he could continue to just sort of wait out this
he'll just do a smite.
This Grey Knights army and try to deny their line breaker and their teleport homer points, and instead he went all-out aggression, and I think it backfired pretty horribly for him as those possessed get deleted off the table by a smite there.
I agree. So looking forward to seeing how the end of the game happens. Of course, it is out of the fires of defeat that the best players are born, which means that a lot of the times you can win at the last moment with only 2 models left on the table.
Yeah, and especially with Denise being in the attacking player's position, he can, on that final round, if the score ends up being close, he can potentially make an aggressive play and try to deny a whole bunch of objectives from Matt all at once to force him out of his primary points on the last turn. So it's going to be Matt's game, or Matt's opportunity to come in and try to whittle down the units that could potentially make those really aggressive plays. And mostly that comes down to just this one big possessed unit that's still on the table.
Correct. Now, as we have seen, one possessed unit that big does not a dead Paladin unit make.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think the Paladin unit, this is exactly where Matt wants to be at this stage of the game. The Paladin unit is essentially untouchable at this point. There's nothing on the table that can threaten it. As we've seen, we need sort of multiple waves of possessed hitting a Paladin unit to actually bring it down to it, so it's kind of non-combat optimal, but this 10-man Paladin squad, I think, fears nothing at this point. It's going to be able to gate around the table, shoot a bunch of guns at people, and just generally be a nuisance.
Absolutely, and I love it, considering this is turn 3, and it is Denise's turn 4, which means that Denise will have 1 turn to position and 1 turn to do some work. So we'll see what he does. It seems like he's going to attempt to go for that objective 1. However, that crater with that -2 to move, -2 to move advance, essentially, and the charge as well, could make it very, very hard to get to objective 1.
You're not 3 anyway, so me taking objective 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward. I wonder if this peel back on Denise's part last turn to kill that...
Never mind. They got the Paladin.
Well, now it's not just difficult to make it to objective 1. It may, in fact, be impossible at this point.
He's like, I'm going to get Line Breaker with the Paladins, and I'm just going to shoot the hell out of them, which then means the possessed have to come this way, which means you cannot physically send anything to objective 6 since that's a character, which then could get like malhandled by the next unit of Paladins or whatnot. This is a very interesting move. He's solidifying his position in terms of the primary points and basically saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere, and if you want to deal with me, you're going to have to send your unit completely out of position.
Right. But now,
For the game.
that said, now Matt has to deal with with that crater as well. So it's going to force him to maneuver his paladins around the edge of that if he wants to make any advances on Objective 3, either with a charge or in his subsequent movement phase. That said, I think it gives him the opportunity to declare a teleport homers again with this 9 model strike squad, because that paladin unit, I mean, I don't know if Denith is going to have the firepower to deal with that strike squad and not get like totally blasted by this paladin unit.
I totally agree, considering the Paladin unit is, of course, buffed up to the 9s once again. It seems like the Grey Knights have used the Goat Path instead of the Possessed Army.
Yeah, the Grey Knights knew about the Goat Path the whole time.
They did, and they've used it to great effect over here, teleporting into the back and telling them that now they are the sunshine, and they are no longer fighting in the shade.
Yeah, they're going to tell those Havocs, put those umbrellas away. There's no shade here.
I think that's a great reference to a fantastic historical moment in time where the 300 have decided to turn the tide and just destroy the Persian army.
Yep. Now, I want to mention a little bit of an interesting interaction here that Denith is using right now to keep his characters alive. You'd normally consider that these characters in the inside this L on Objective 5 would be prime targets for just getting shot. You can astral aim, become the closest unit, and shoot them. But, however, the look outsert rules do state that you can't be targeted if you're within 3 inches of another unit if you are if you're not visible. So even though Astral Aim does allow you to ignore line of sight for shooting, you still can't declare them as a target even with Astral Aim. So Denith's using that to allow him to score engage in all fronts, potentially with Fabius Bile, by hiding in the corner there and basically keeping those characters invincible to whatever shooting the Grey Knights may have.
Grey Knight shooting, I think, would be better off killing a bunch of Chaos Space Marines and Havocs this turn, potentially making it even harder for them to hold on to the objectives come turn 4 and turn 5.
Yeah, I think the one out that Denith would have is a big turn of shooting from these Havocs, and I think we're about to see that removed pretty quickly here.
So this will just be the
I agree. Now,
this is not really the matchup you want to have Havocs in, I think.
I think Havocs, you just have to use them differently in this matchup. I feel that potentially even outflanking the Havocs at the beginning of the game to bring them on the sides of the board and try and get some good line of sight shots on some of the Grey Knight units would have been useful, considering they don't suffer the negative modifiers from moving and shooting.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Strategic reserving one or both of those Havoc squads, I think, could have been very powerful, yeah. I wonder if Denith had even considered that.
Yeah, so it's one of the points I wanted to make is that in your army, especially in 9th edition, having the ability to deep strike, teleport, relocate units is of great importance, especially if you can do it on the later parts of the game, turn 3, turn 4, and turn 5, when sort of battle lines have been drawn and units are committed to the table.
Yeah, for sure, and especially in matchups like these where the Grey Knights are so cagey. But obviously there are pretty massive lines of sight that you can engineer to get into these Grey Knight fortresses, through alongside the long edges of the table, and using those big 48-inch range on those las cannons, or potentially down at angles through the center of the table where the Grey Knights aren't expecting your big guns to be. And even just forcing the Grey Knights to play a little bit more conservatively is always going to be beneficial, even if you don't get that many really strong shots out of your unit.
Correct. And with that, we finished turn 3 for the Grey Knights. He is scoring his line breaker as well as we move into turn 4 for the 4. 4.
Indeed. The penultimate turn of the game.
This has been going quickly. It's one of the things I love about 9th edition Warhammer 40,000 is the game is quick, it's dirty, it has action from the beginning, and I love the fact that they are using a chess clock as well.
Yep, yeah, we do require the chess clock in the Invitational. That said, none of the games have gone even close to clocking out. I think the longest game that we may have had at this point may have been just over 2 hours.
Excellent. Now, what about summoning? Do you like the concept of summoning?
I do like the concept. I think sometimes it's a little bit difficult to pull off, and especially since you have to set the points aside early, unless you have a very strict plan for it. It's not super useful.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, I do like the summoning points. I think Chaos armies that put about 300 points aside for pink horrors getting split and being able to summon like a variety of different units depending on their matchup could see some play in 9th edition as we move forward.
Yeah, and we do have 2 identical Chaos lists in the Invitational, actually, bringing a combination of Thousand Suns and Nurgle Demons alongside Magnus the Red. And both of them, I think they spend 115 points or so on reserve points so that they can summon in some units mid-game, which is, I think, very cool.
If I had the versatility of summoning, I think I would use it every game.
Yeah, it is interesting to be able to sort of sideboard in whichever variety of demon would help you out.
It does take a lot of brain power, though, to kind of put them aside and go, hey, I need this and I need this, or in this matchup I need that, or in this mission I want this unit. And I think it's just some people don't like having to think too much.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, it seems like Denith is definitely just kind of positioning to protect his characters, to safeguard his points, and doesn't really want to commit, which does mean that, in that 5th turn, we'll see what he does, but he's essentially giving up this turn to do damage and to just kind of weather the storm. I feel like if I was a Grey Knight player on turn 4, I'd just move everything backwards.
Yeah, so I think here's what Denith needs to do this turn, or within the next full battle round, is he's starting out the plan well. He needs to push these possessed over on as far towards the right flank as they can get, and then potentially just warp time them to objective 6 to block that 15 points on the bottom of 4 for Matt. Then he needs to rocket them as far as they can go to objective 2. And unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to double fight, but he needs to get in and just mince as many of these characters as he can. Headstrong, obviously, playing extremely conservatively with his 3 While We Stand, We Fight targets, but Denith is in danger of scoring 0 points on Assassinate, which is really where he's going to lose a bunch of points at the end of this game.
Yeah, not only that, but also losing that 15-point turn on that turn 3. Those priority points are just incredibly strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think at this point we're looking at... It seems unlikely that Denith's going to be able to deny the teleport homer, at least 3 teleport homer scores, which is going to be really awkward for Denith as well.
Yep.
That's going to push the Grey Knights into potentially maxing all 3 secondaries if none of their While We Stand targets go down.
Which I can see that happening. I do not see those Grey Knight characters going anywhere threatening at all in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, so the other benefit of sending those possessed in is that potentially they could block off a couple of objectives for Matt. I think Matt is certainly going to score the 10 points this turn for his secondary, and if Denith can engage enough of them, I mean, the best case scenario maybe is that Denith puts Matt down to just objective 4 and denies him 5 primary points, and if he's able to somehow get a couple good advance rolls and knock a bunch of characters out, we could potentially see Denith it could come back to parity in points. But if he doesn't get those assassinate points, there's no way he wins this game.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as well. Now, of course, with the big obstacle in the middle being unstable as well, it means that you could potentially do a line from objective 6 up to the middle of the table with the red paladins and just essentially pinning that big unit possessed in the corner, just unable to push into the characters at all, and just totally taking the ability of the chaos forces to come back into the game.
Yeah, that's
whatsoever.
a good point. Although there are only 5 of those paladins, so they don't they're not going to take up too much table space, but they are going to take up, what is that, probably 11 inches or so. So we could potentially see them sort of block off a lot of this real estate. And depending how a warp time goes from Deneath, he's going to need 2 warp times, I think, at that point to get that possessed unit into a relevant position to charge.
It's turn 5, right? Which is not going to happen. He has 1 more movement phase.
This is the top
turn
of
4.
Yeah, so he's got he's got potentially a warp time this turn to
correct.
Get those.
But he's already shooting
a relevant position. Oh
he's
no!
He's already shooting.
Uh-oh.
There's no warp time here. He's just shooting.
Well, never mind. Just kidding,
so
everyone.
And 5 Grey Knights, because of the new coherency rules. 5 Terminators hold more space than 3 Terminators. I mean, than 6
yes.
Terminators. My apologies. 6. Yeah. Well, duh, Scary. Yes, they do.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, having five model units is definitely where you want to be.
Especially if they're 5 Custodes jet bikes, which have very long bases and can be twisted sideways.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We did see Cerberus Raiders on the stream the other day, and trying to maneuver those oblong bases with the new coherency rules, getting them within 2 inches of 2 different models was an interesting conundrum for the Adeptus Mechanicus player.
I will say that Raiders are, on a side note, are one of my favorite units.
They are super cool. And that was against Deneath. Deneath, obviously, with a mostly melee-centric army, so their ability to fall back instead of firing Overwatch was devastating to these possessed.
Okay, moving into turn 4 for the Grey Knights, and that is another 15-point turn. I think that alone.
I think that's going to pull him ahead. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think Deneath has any outs at this point. Even if I don't think Deneath can contest all of the objectives, deny any primary points from the Grey Knights, so they will max the primary objective.
And those Paladins are now in a prime spot to just come in and charge and murder all the Havocs and squads, 16, which means that then Deneath will only get 5 points.
12 and then 12.
Yeah, it looks like we may be...
no. With Linebreaker, it'll be... Yeah, it'll be max on both.
We may be maxing out the rest of the game here.
4 this turn and then
back to
4
players'
next
mics quickly.
Yep.
That's it, so you get to 15.
Makes
sense.
sense.
Same with Teleport. Teleport Homer, I'll gain 12.
You get 12. This one you get 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like only missing a couple of scores on Teleport Homer, with 3 Teleport Homers successfully placed. The most Teleport Homers I've ever seen placed in the game, I will say.
Well, you have to do it almost instantly if you want to try and get it as much as possible. If there's one army that can do it, it is the Grey Knights, being able to gate and get someone on the other side of the table.
So go 5.
Magnus says, a dumb question is this 9th. First of all, there are no dumb questions, only dumb answers. But yes, this is 9th. Well, hybrid 9th. I think we discussed this before the stream started.
Yeah, it's 9th, and we've adapted the deployment rules a little bit to be a little bit
make
more
it faster. I think it's faster.
It
to
is
be honest.
also.
I think.
I don't mind. He can still
deploy everything. Go first. I think that's faster. Personally, I like the you go, I go because it's a whole pre-game game that happens, and my mind works really well with all those shenanigans.
He probably won't die. Like if I don't, I'm not gonna make the charge. So
Yeah. And I'll just move.
I just go 15.
Yep.
Magnus says, this sounds like Scoutcast or something. And hey, Trevi.
Shooting and charging can kill the Marines. I've just got 1 obsec Marine there, so you can roll
it would
that
be
out.
me, yes.
Yeah, so I just
the Dark Kid.
Charge the Havocs.
It is.
Although today I've donned my shell.
Yeah, the Dark Tortoise himself.
The Dark Tortoise himself with his husk blade of doom and his shadow field of destruction.
More like Sheldo Field, am I right?
Sheldo Field! Oh my goodness gracious. Now I have to convert a really cool looking Ninja Turtle looking Archon that's going to have like a shredder face. And it's going to go around being like, I am the Archon with my Shello Field.
Actually, I wouldn't even sidebolt because I'd want to save the CP for the charge.
But, it's little things like this that make life worth it.
Flat on the side cans.
Thank you very much, Trevi. That is a stolen idea that will be trademarked by yours truly.
Perfect. I want to see it on Instagram ASAP.
ASAP? Well, I got to get my green stuff foo actions worth it. Or maybe I could make a giant big one and make a shell that is so big using one of those models from the Deepkin units, which is a giant turtle.
Ah, the Deepkin.
Ah, the Deepkin, which is literally a cheap
this
imitation
doesn't give any
of
cover.
the Drukari.
Oh, okay.
It's dense.
Dense doesn't get cover.
So we have the
No, it's
final
light
bounce of turn
Yeah, but it needs
number
the light keyword
5
plus
for the
whatever.
Grey
I thought
Knights.
Dense gave it to.
Oh no, the maxed out is
Shield.
primary with only 5 points
I
on
thought it was just
primary.
Yeah, I think
So
we're
he's
just
kind
gonna
of like
see what
maxed
the
it out. They're
Paladins
just
can-
kind of doing what they
Yeah,
can.
can do
Oh,
and
will you
see
make
what
me-
That makes
Denise is gonna be able
sense.
to score.
It's
on his
fine.
turn.
You can just take it.
Oh,
I don't
I
think
love
I
it.
nicked. Well,
So
the
how many
Psychans
folks
I
have
nicked one 'cause they
participated in
moved
this
in.
tactical
Yeah, I see.
tortoise
Yeah, cool.
tournament
You can probably
total
do that, I guess.
time?
The Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series.
There you go.
we
That's
have-
5 T's if anybody's counting.
5 Ts, that's, yeah. So we had over 300 people involved over the course of the series. And I think close to 40 tournaments represented, individual
So you'd
tournaments.
hold it, and then you'd get.
And this is the top 16. So out of 300, we've picked the very best
Awesome game.
Yeah, good game.
to move on to to play out this group stage and then move on to the elimination stage.
Very nice. Now, I do think that Denise has calculated it exactly and has made sure that his total points are 69.
Hey, perfect. That was the goal the whole time. That was Denise's long game.
That was his long
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, that's good.
Magnus, we have some noob-friendly events running right now over on the Tactical Tortoise Discord. If you hit the link in the description, we have a couple Young Blood events that are super laid back and casual and just designed to let people learn some 40K, some 9th edition 40K. So I highly recommend you go check us out and subscribe to that channel. We have one currently going, and we'll be starting another one over the course of the next week or so. And for anybody looking for more competitive play, we do have rapid fire pods launching, or rapid fire tournaments launching right now that give out some sweet prize support for the winners. So it looks like I lost Scary. Let's get him back.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I couldn't take engage, banners.
Into the webway there for a second.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We were just talking about some of the ongoing events at Tactical Tortoise.
Very cool.
the
I
players-
forgot my husk blade and my blast pistol. I had to go grab them
Perfect.
for this real case raid.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
You're
I'm gonna try my best. I wanted
you're ready to
possess
mop
this
up the
script. Like I said,
survivors
I
of
wish I
this
played you
this
on
battle.
Sunday.
100%.
Take
Time
some
for me to
slaves.
jump in because the fight is no longer fair. I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, oh man. So,
But
I
yeah,
think
it's like
you
the Grey
already
Knights have taken the day.
They have, yeah. So final score, the points are going to be a little bit deceiving because there is an additional 10 points in there that the players haven't scored because, in fact, you cannot paint virtual models. So nobody got any painted points.
What? You're not giving people extra points for converting their own digital models?
No. So the final score that will be represented is 59. Unfortunately, not the perfect 69
I put a lot of pressure on myself
to
with
87.
This is like
For the Grey
69 is
69
my count. Denise, you are.
if I fail this one,
I
then I'm
appreciate
like,
it.
Yeah, maybe we should give Denise 69 anyway because
That
the
you
result
should.
is the same.
You should, absolutely. Other than that, I want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out. I think there's another game happening, and not
Yeah, so I can get
too
to
long
Nick
after this
3,
one.
but I don't think it's worth it just to shoot.
Yep,
the-
yeah, so we'll be jumping over to another game immediately after this one, and right after we wrap things up with the players.
you just need to, I guess,
I love it. This has been really fun, and thank you for
Yeah,
having me
I
on
see a
and
deal with the
shoutcasting
repair
with
and then
you, and I hope to be back
try
at some point as well.
Like, I'm not too
Yeah,
worried about
absolutely, yeah, we'll
shooting.
see if we can get you in for the
Okay, no
elimination
science
stage
sites,
next
we can
week.
just play some-
That would be awesome.
That would be exciting, and I would be more than willing to do such a thing.
Would you have any questions for the players, Scary?
Yes, are they coming on? I just don't have. I think I can't hear them. I guess I should jump back into the.
Yeah, you want to join back into the
Discord
table
there.
chat?
We can talk to Trevor
Let's
too.
do that as well. Oh my goodness gracious! Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hello.
And hello, Matt and Denise. It was the battle of the 300 versus the hordes of possessed, and it was the Grey Knights that used the goat path instead of the possessed.
Yeah, we made many analogies to the Battle of Thermopylae in this game.
Thermopylae, mate. Oh, sweet.
I love it. It was great. Other than that, huge shout out to Denise for getting 69 battle points. It had to be the 69 battle points.
All day, every day, buddy. You know.
I just had one question for you, which was mainly that turn where you charged in your possessed and bounced terribly off of objective number 2.
Yes.
Why did you sacrifice your forces so willingly?
Yeah, so I had to think, and I realized by about the 4th turn, Matt was going to get max primary. He was going to get 45 primary. Because he'd either move forward, kill this possessed unit, and just pop a 15 on turn 4 or 5, or he'd move around and eventually fully commit to this side, which I got pretty lucky that he didn't lose this one. So seeing that he'd get 45 primary, there's literally I thought there was zero reason for this possessed unit to just stand and die. So I thought, cool, if I can get in there and get lucky and maybe kill like 4 or 5 paladins, it means I can control while we fight and just hide and just get my secondaries.
I mean, you did have fight twice still at that point as well. So if the first swing killed enough paladins, and I had nothing to interact, so
yes,
basically if you kill 4 or 5 paladins on the first swing, and then I only kill 8 possessed back or whatever, and then
that's it.
The swing.
Because Matt didn't have the CP for transhuman or fight on death, so I thought if I go in, I get really lucky, and then I actually fight twice. I hold that objective for 1, which is a bit annoying for him. And sure, his character smite me out, but it means he doesn't have a full paladin unit to hit me with later on. Because it wouldn't have changed the primary outcome, Scary, if I stayed there. The only thing diving helped me with was with my secondaries to try and keep 15 while we stand. I was actually thinking about here with the possessed unit that was here. Sorry, I know the arrows were massive on the screen. Of going this way with a double advance, but then I realized I couldn't bring this unit back fast enough to screen my characters, so that would have left a massive opening and I would have lost all my secondaries. So yeah, that's my thinking. I still don't know if it was the right thing to do, but I felt there was no loss in doing it because I would have given up all the primary anyway.
Makes sense. Now, another thing we were chatting about is what about making sure, wow, that is a giant arrow. What about making sure that you outflanked the Havocs and brought them in a position where they could get some good line of sight to the Paladins and the Grey Knights?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point because I didn't realize that until you just said it actually, because at some point if you start throwing the Pallies, I could have just dropped a single Havoc unit to pick up a character. I wanted to use the Havocs as kind of my, I don't know how to call it, like your mid-game to like active obsec. So if you sit on the objective with Havocs in cover, T5 saying, come and get me, come and shoot me. And then later on, these little marine units would creep on, and that'd be even more annoying towards the end of the game. Because, the Havocs didn't do much shooting, but hey, that's actually a really good idea. I should think about outflanking Havocs.
Makes sense at all. Overall, I found it a very enjoyable game. It was really, really fun to see you guys play. And that's all I got.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate you coming on, and I think we'll definitely try to get you back on next week for the elimination round, but I appreciate you coming in and commentating.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you all day or afternoon, and we'll see you on the flip side here at the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Terrain time.
Nailed it. That was perfect.
There you go. That was...
Has a lot of energy.
Well,
I just absorbed. I think I just powered up.
Yeah.
I needed that before the game. Like now, I'm like.
Well, that's how this works. But now I dip back into the webway to return with more games ahead of me. Bye, everybody.
Later.
Bye, Scary. Yeah, thanks, guys. That was a sick game. Definitely, I think a bit of a Grey Knight masterclass coming out of Matt there. That was super fun to watch. And Matt, congratulations on your. Is this your first win of the group stage? Is that right?
Yeah, this is my first game. So.
All right. Well, it's all on the table, I think, for everyone. Everyone's fighting for their life, but you've got a nice little buffer going. So you got 2 games to pull ahead. So.
But I think AdMech is like so. This was like my 80% win rate game. Like I felt like this one was like my closest to a guaranteed win. But then I feel like AdMech is maybe like.
Oh,
I think I'm
Denise, are you going to take that lion down?
Oh no! Look, I'll eat that like a champ. Man.
It's nothing to do with the player. Okay, it's purely game mechanics.
Yeah.
flat force smites, reroll wounds.
The old demons.
Just everything is like was like stacked in my favor. So I
sure.
felt like if I didn't win this one, it would have been like I would have got hammered.
But, I think I definitely would have felt more comfortable on the other side. And then I rolled my little unlucky green dice, it rolled a 1, and I was like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah,
So,
I did really think about taking first and just start doing like a similar thing where I'd stack up kind of like paladins here and then drop like a paladin unit where like you're stacked currently, and then just try and shoot a unit of possessed off like turn 1. But like the secondaries become a lot more awkward going first as Grey Knights, like especially against this list, because I thought like I spent a long time thinking about what to take, and I already knew you were going to rush forward, so that's why I took Linebreaker and Teleport Homer to sort of pull you either pull a unit back, or you wouldn't even come back to this corner once I took it. So, but going first, I'd be like, oh, what do I take? Assassinate maybe? Take Engage? Doesn't seem good.
There's the one benefit, I guess, to the GK going first is you can fully buff your pallies. That's probably the one like key benefit. You can buff them up, throw them onto an objective, like that objective 5 area, right? And then you could just astral aim and then just actually overwatch me properly. So that
I would have given like for the ethereal manipulations when you come in. I'd get the full rerolls as well.
Yeah.
But it's like an alpha strike, so I'd kill a possessed, but then you'd maybe make 2 possessed charge me in that turn because I'd be further. This like the second unit only need to do an advance, and you could warp time the second one. So I was just like going second. I only have to deal with like 1 possessed unit at a time, and because I started in Smite Tide, I was like confident I could smite 1 off, but I was a little too far out of positioning for to shoot the other one effectively. So.
I need to properly review the rules because I don't think you can, because you can use a command point to reroll the number of attacks for a weapon. I'm pretty sure you can't use a command point to reroll the number of attacks for possessed. But if you can, that'd be awesome because I hate rolling the ones on that.
I'm not sure. I thought you'd be able to be honest.
Yeah, maybe because the CP says weapon, I'm not sure if you can. But if it gets FAQ or something that you can, that would be golden.
Oh, actually, yeah, because it's not like the weapon, is it? It's just like the number of attacks. So the weapon would be the. That is an interesting one because it's not even in like the weapon profile.
That's it. Yeah.
Like withering tentacles is the rule, but the horrifying mutations are the weapons. So
the weapons, yeah.
I guess you wouldn't be able to reroll the number of attacks for that.
So like rules is written, you can't. So like, because just thinking, if you pop the 3 attacks, that doubles the efficacy. So that first swing could potentially kill like 7 to 8 pallets. So
I was super lucky with that one because I only lost 4, and then I get to swing with 4, and then I swing with 6, and then with the one that died. So it's like I'm getting double the swings. So
that's it. Yeah. But man, that's really it for me. I might get off and get some sleep. I had a big night last night, so I was working on 3 hours sleep for this game.
I was like, this madman. He messaged me like, all right, it should be like 4.5 hours till our match, and I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm going to sleep.
He's up like a kid on Christmas. He's ready.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I just love 40k so much. So when I actually push myself to do this stuff before work, it's not good. But, it's probably that. My partner doesn't mind it because it's better than me playing at night time when she's at home. She's asleep now, so it works well.
Fair enough. All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming on, and thanks for a great game. Matt, again, congratulations on the win, and we'll see you guys around.
Yeah, game tomorrow as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll be live all day tomorrow with lots more T5S2 40K.
Catch you guys.
Later.
All right, chat. We are going to be live shortly with we're going to have Phil Barfoot, aka Cryogen, Triple Lord of Skulls versus Dan K with the Chaos List, bringing Thousand Suns alongside Nurgle Demons and Magnus. I'm going to wait to hear back from the players for now whether or not we need to. It sounds like they may already be started, but I'm not sure yet. But I will go ahead and leave this stream going, and we will rejoin probably in about 15 to 20 minutes with that game. So stay on the line, enjoy the beautiful pre-stream loop that we have ready for you, and we'll be back with more T5S2 40K very shortly. Thanks, everybody, for taking some time out of your Friday evening to watch us, and I'll see you in a bit. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactic Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this Invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down, so what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on their results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With over 400 players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 1, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down. So what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server at the link in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual games, including the T5S2 Youngbloods series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and give you a chance to experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And remember to stay tuned for even more exciting events as Season 2 progresses, including team events, online GTs, and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of this invitational on August 16th. Welcome to the community, and I'll see you on the battlefield. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. We are going live here with two brand new players in a Chaos Mirror match, this time for the group stage. We are moving over to Group 3, I believe. We have Phil Barfoot, a.k.a. Cryogen, who is the terror of the Season 1 series in 8th edition with his triple Lord of Skulls, and he is returning to the table with those 3 Lords of Skulls today on stream. That's going to be exciting to see how they do in 9th edition. And against him on the other side of the table is Dan K, aka Chiandoc, and bringing it doesn't have a name quite yet. I've called it Winged Warriors in the score sheet here, but it is a Chaos Soup list featuring Magnus and a Lord of Change. So 2 big old bird boys coming to throw down some smites onto their opponents. Obviously, at this stage in 40k, the smite rule has not been changed, so that you can potentially smite multiple times with a single character. So that is why Magnus is making an appearance. Although he is easy to target now, he can be seen over a lot of the terrain on the table because he has 18 wounds. He will get blasted by these Lord of Skulls, but he is potentially able to deal an immense amount of damage to them first by smiting a whole boatload of times. That said, the rule also has not yet been changed for Thousand Suns, where they ignore the warp charge increase of smite, so they those smites will progressively get more difficult as the turn goes on. However, I mean, it's Magnus. Like, he's going to cast some psychic powers. That's what he does. Like, this is why he's here. So he's going to get some stuff on. Just McGregor in the chat saying the Lord of Skulls list his pants. We'll see how it goes. It is a little bit awkward to play the big stompy boys in 9th edition now that obscuring terrain, I think, is for the most part is how a lot of line of sight is going to be determined, and those knights basically not being able to be hidden by any of those obscuring pieces of terrain is going to be awkward, and is going to really make them easier to take out than they normally would be. I want to thank everybody for joining me for this game and for hanging out with me through the two streams that we have today. I just got off the phone with Scary from Scarredcast. It was awesome to have him on for the game that we just streamed, which was Matt Green, aka Headstrong, versus Deneth from Team Normal Blokes in an incredible game. 60 possessed Chaos Demons appropriately matched up against Grey Knights, and some real Grey Knight masterclass coming out of Headstrong in that game. Not to mention the fact that obviously Grey Knights are custom made to kill demon infantry, and that's what they were doing in that game. There are a lot of demon infantry getting smited is what we had going on there. So I highly recommend, if you haven't seen it and if you weren't able to catch the stream, going back, and once this VOD goes up on YouTube, you'll be able to catch that. You go back and watch that game. Highly recommend it. But today we have Chaos returning on both sides of the table, and we'll go over the Chaos lists quickly. The players are just setting up here, like I mentioned in the chat. If you were in the chat, we got most of the way through everyone setting up, and then well, somebody flipped the table, and it wasn't me, so. We had to reset, and we're back to square one. The players are currently selecting secondaries. Cryogen in the blue did lose the roll to go first, so we do have Chiandoc, DNK going first with his Chaos list, and bringing a boatload of Nurglings to the table to really dominate the center. And while he's going first, let's talk about his list real quick. Give me one moment. Again, you can find all of the lists at tts40k.com/invitational. We also have a live updating scores. As soon as those scores go in, they'll get updated on that website, and you can check it out. We also have all of the streaming schedule available there, so you can see when all of the games in the Invitational are being streamed. But there you can find all of the players' lists for the Invitational, and we also did a list review or list analysis video as well at the start of the group stage. Mace Windu. It's like it's Mace Windu's long lost brother. Appreciate the sub. That's awesome. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us. But we have over here in Dan K's list, he's bringing. I think this is going to be some mainstays of Chaos lists, at least until the rules change. for sure. The smite rules change at least. We'll see if the Thousand Suns detachment continues to make lists at that point, and Magnus the Red especially. He is a big points investment, and takes a lot of and is pretty easy to be shot at typically. I think a lot of terrain won't really hide him, as we mentioned before, but he is a very powerful unit in and of himself. And with less on the table to shoot at him, it might be okay, but once the smite change gets altered, I don't know if we'll see him quite so much. But this list, going from the top, we have a full battalion detachment, Chaos Undivided, Chaos Demons, bringing in a Lord of Change with a sword. And he's going to be upgraded to an Exalted Lord of Change, probably get the -1 to wound ability on him, and the Impossible Robe for a 3+ invulnerable save. We're also coming in with a Sloppy Bile Piper in there to buff full 6 units of Nurglings, 3 units of 9, big, huge units that are going to be chilling in the center of the table, and taking some objectives. Obviously, the forward deployment for those guys is going to be a real big deal, and they are they're just going to eat so much damage. Obviously, 9 model units are a little bit awkward. Blast works a little bit more effectively against them, and they do have to adhere to the new coherency rules, but we do also have 3 units of 5 in there that won't have to adhere to those rules. So just a bunch of Nurglings to make some 5+ ignores and some 5+ invulnerable saves. Not to mention the fact that you can Warp Surge those 9-man units, or 9 base units, I guess, 9 swarm units of Nurglings, and you can make them very difficult to kill with a 4+ invulnerable save for 1 round. Obviously, holding objectives is incredibly important in 9th edition. It's the name of the game for scoring primaries, and just putting 1 billion Nurglings at the center of the table is going to be very powerful. And we'll see if Cryogen's able to knock them all down. We also have, like I mentioned, 3 units of 5 Nurglings to follow up those 3 units of 9. A Supreme Command attachment with Magnus the Red, just basically giving a free HQ slot to fit him in, or a free Lords of War slot to fit Magnus in. And Magnus, one of the only models currently to fit in a Supreme Command attachment. You do have to be a Primarch or a Demon Primarch to get to open up the slot there for that Supreme Command. And currently, it's only Magnus, Mortarion, and Guilliman, I think, right now. Otherwise, you need to be a Supreme Commander, which is a keyword that no units in the game yet have. But I assume that we'll see some coming around the pipeline with the new releases. We also have, following that up, a Thousand Suns Patrol Detachment, bringing in Ahriman, a Terminator Sorcerer, as well as a unit of Cultists to fulfill the troops allotment. So mostly focusing on those Nurglings to hold table space, using Psychic Powers to deal damage. It's going to be a Cult of Magic Patrol Detachment, so we can have that Terminator Sorcerer use the Devastating Sorcery ability to deal additional mortal wounds with his smites and things. And important in this matchup, because we do have Nurglings on both sides, that smites actually do punch through the 5+ ignore that Nurglings have, because a smite is not a weapon, so it doesn't have a damage value, and it cannot be damage 1. So it's going to really rip apart these Nurglings, potentially, if they're able to get a whole boatload of smites going on them. That'll be up to Cryogen to really screen out his Lords of Skulls against those mortal wounds, but we'll end up seeing how it goes. Moving over to Cryogen's list here. We'll go over that quickly. Cryogen bringing mostly Chaos Space Marines, but we do have a little smattering of Chaos Demons in here. Both of these lists, interestingly, using all 3 detachment slots. I think that's something that we're going to see from Chaos lists in the future, given that Chaos is so reliant on souping in order to get all of its buffs online. And we'll see how that ends up working as we move further into 9th edition. This list is bringing a super heavy detachment, costing 3 CP, and giving him access to 3 Lords of Skulls, all with Hades Gatling cannons as well as Ichor cannons. John Sellers with a subscription. I appreciate it, John. So the reason for the Lord of Skulls in here is obviously this is an Iron Warriors detachment as well, so they're going to get those benefits, and access to the Iron Warriors stratagems, especially to ignore 1 point of AP on enemies, and to give yourself a 6+ DPR or 6+ ignore, which is going to be very useful, especially against all those mortal wounds. That's being followed up by a patrol detachment from just Undivided Chaos, I think using the Nurgle keyword, bringing in Demon Prince, Undivided Demons detachment, bringing in a Demon Prince as well with the Crimson Crown with a Mark of Khorne, as well as 3 units of Nurglings, 2 units of 4, 1 unit of 5, to be able to screen out the center and grab a lot of those middle objectives early. Nurglings, I think, one of the most efficient troops options in the game right now with their forward deployment that we're going to see be very important in this game, I think, for the most part. Chiandok's going to be really trying to push into the objectives on the Lords of Skulls side of the table and trying to grab those from him and deny a lot of primary points. It is going to be tough for the Lords of Skulls to fight through, but I do think that they are going to be able to kill all of the Nurgling swarms relatively quickly with the amount of damage output that they have between shooting and their immense melee. We also have a Master of Possession, obviously with the Demon Smith keyword that basically turns on the whole combo. This is in a Nurgle patrol detachment, as well as that's an Iron Warrior's Master of Possession, as well as an additional unit of 4 Nurgling swarms. So puts it to a grand total of 17 Nurgling swarms on Cryogen's side of the table, although on Chiandok's side of the table, obviously, we're going to have a lot more. We're going to have 27 plus 15, 42 Nurgling swarms. Ooh, that's spicy. But I think they will get potentially squashed pretty hard by some Lords of Skulls. The question is whether or not they can be squashed quick enough to actually get to the primary objectives. But the core combo of that list is a combination of the Master of Possession's Demon Smith Warlord trait, as well as the Demon Prince's Crimson Crown. Obviously, the Crimson Crown generates additional attacks on wound rolls of 6. Those attacks potentially could be split into multiple attacks using the sweep attack on the Lord of Skulls cleavers. So you can sort of super explode a whole boatload of swings and just deal massive damage to a big condensed unit of models. And especially even with that sweep attack on the cleaver, I believe being D3 damage, it's going to be able to clear a lot of these, or just deal a whole boatload of wounds to these Nurglings pretty quickly. But then the combination there is that the Demon Smith keyword gives you exploding attacks on 6s to hit, or exploding hits on 6s to hit, which means that you can potentially sort of be chaining them together. You can generate additional attacks or additional hits with Demon Smith, turning those into wound rolls, generating additional attacks with those, turning those again into additional hits, and really just sort of go off with those big, multiple methods of exploding 6s. We do have another list in the Invitational. Currently, Wolf on Mibu is running 9 Obliterators using the same combo, which works just as well on them. Obviously, Infantry, I think, a little bit more of a valuable keyword in the current, in the 9th edition. Players probably should be on the clock here. Looks like players are asking for me real quick.
So I ask you whether we're
What's
supposed to take it in turns to deploy infiltrating units, or whether it's the person who goes first gets to take entire board control.
Yeah, it's a full deployment. Yeah, so you just deploy all your models.
So, including infiltrating units, because that used to be alternating.
It wasn't innate.
I thought they did do that at the end towards.
No, yeah, any deployments where you in 8th edition as well. Any deployments where you deployed your full army, then the infiltrators just went down at the same time, and it's the same case here.
So the ITC missions for a while, they had half the missions were full deployment.
Yeah, so one of the interactions here that's about to happen is obviously Chiandok did win. DNK. Oops, it looks like what do we? Dan did win the role to take the first turn. So he's going to be able to deploy all of his Nurglings out in the center there and take a lot of board control. That's why we were mentioning before that the Nurglings are going to be able to push forward onto these objectives. and to potentially obsec them away from Phil. The downside of that is that you do have to push a lot of Nurglings sort of into your opponent's deployment zone, and a lot of armies are going to be able to kill even this number of Nurglings that are so close. But being able to deny primary points for a couple turns, potentially, if those guys survive and don't get obsec'd out, will be very powerful on Dan's side of the table. We'll see how it ends up, and it'll be interesting to see how the the combination of these two lists that are relying very heavily on forward deploying units end up interacting in this particular format. We were mentioning that there's two lists, or there's several lists in the Invitational using this particular combination of Crimson Crown plus the Demon Smith Warlord trait to generate a whole boatload of attacks on demon units. And that was a combination that really tore up the meta in 8th edition, with this Triple Lord of Skull list dealing an immense amount of work in 8th ed. In 9th ed, it is a lot more difficult to do well with, I think, because you are going to be having to... you're killing units is not the only way that you're going to be scoring points, obviously, like you could in 8th edition ITC. You could sit on an objective or two objectives with those Lord of Skulls and sort of take a dominating position on the board and get your kill every turn and sort of deny your opponent kills and just play the game out that way and play relatively conservatively. In 9th edition, though, you do have to move up the table and take those central objectives. Otherwise, your opponent is going to really crush you on the primary objective. And that's why... That's one of the reasons that we're seeing units like Nurglings really blowing up in not only in this full deployment format, but also in the standard alternating deployment as well. Nurglings are always going to be an incredible unit. I want to thank everybody in the chat for joining me. Oh, it looks like Wolf Amiibo is in the chat from Team Crimson Crown over here. How's it going? Thanks for joining, and I hope that y'all enjoy this game. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting Chaos Mirror match, and I am excited to see how Chaos ends up doing in 9th edition. They did take a couple of hits, but I think they are still in a very strong place, and certainly with these Nurgle units, and especially these demon detachments that are sort of steadily being iterated and optimized in the format, that the Chaos absolutely have the resilience to take the center of the table and really fight for the middle and back it up with these immensely powerful damage dealers. These Psychers, these hugely powerful Chaos Space Marine Death Stars, things like 9 Obliterators, units like Noise Marines. Where are we going, Magus over here? What are we doing? Units like Obliterators and units like Noise Marines, these big Thousand Suns combinations that we've seen so many times, are all going to be very important. Corn Slaughter in the chat. Corn Slaughter, with the name like Corn Slaughter, I think you would. I'd feel like you would be rooting for the player that took 3 Corn Lords of Skulls. That seems like right up your alley there, buddy. Look at these big, beautiful Cornet monsters. But no, I guess we're rooting for Tzeentch. All right, I see how it is. Interestingly, I didn't mention before, but Dan does have 111 points remaining in his list for summoning, and he's actually made sure that that he has every single possible summoning option available here. Oh, Wolf Amiibo is Team Phil. All right, we'll see how it goes. The Lord of Skulls, I mean, it's so nostalgic to me now. We watched so many games with these very same Lords of Skulls in 8th edition, Absolutely just steamroll literally everything that they played against. And I would be everything except Grey Knights. Grey Knights had their number, but that was it. But let's give them one more hurrah, right, chat? It is going to be interesting. I do sort of expect that Magnus just gets he gets one turn and then he gets toasted by these 3 Lords of Skulls. It's going to be some big, huge, stompy monsters beating the crap out of each other in this game. And I do hope that it doesn't go to the the victor of the Nurgling War, which it looks like is probably the player with twice as many Nurglings as the other one. But we'll see how it goes. So I do think that is sort of the direction that Chaos is taking in 9th edition. Is just a billion Nurglings. Just McGregor already trying to pawn off Phil's Lords of Skulls in in real life. That's brutal there, Jess. But that is the unfortunate plight of, I think, Knights, like I was mentioning before. Knights are a little bit sad in the current edition. I do like that Dan has elected to place one of his Nurgling units farther back. He has screened out most of Phil's ability to deploy Nurglings too far forward. He obviously can get a little bit of distance over here and over here, but that's about it. And it might just be that Phil really just walls off these objectives and tries to deny as much real estate on those objectives as possible. Yeah, it is. Chad, it is going to be awkward buying or playing this list or version of these lists in real life, because getting that many Nurglings is A, tough, and B, like, you don't know if they're going to survive. For sure.
But reinforcements is not the same thing as being in reserves.
So we may have some questions here.
Furthermore, in match play games, units that are not picked on the battle.
I think we're just discussing some of the reserve or the reinforcing that Dan K could do. Because he, like he mentioned, he does have that 110 points for summoning in his list.
They are specifically treated as reinforcements, as per Demon Codex.
The 8th edition rules.
I mean, has it changed in 9th? I don't know.
We would have to look at the 9th rules for.
Yeah, we would have to. Indeed.
What's the question?
Summoning is treated as reinforcements as per 8th rules. Has that changed in 9th? Because my understanding is that they can't come in. I would have built so many armies around it if it had, but stuff can't come in on the first turn. Because I got caught trying to summon in 3 skull cannons on the first turn, and somebody said I wasn't allowed to, and they counted as reinforcement points.
So can we pause my time if we're going to talk about this?
Yeah, we can go verify that. All right, to the rules, I guess.
There's an FAQ. I don't know if there's even an FAQ about that.
But it just depends on what the 9th edition rules are for reinforcements.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I don't know what they are. Right, the rule. I'm looking in at the rule book now.
Did he say anything yet?
No, not yet. I mean, if that is the case, I am building a summoning army straight away, because that is so powerful. Especially with like being limited to one detachment for more CP. To maximise your battle. Like as I said, that's a different thing entirely. But it's just like obviously, I don't know whether the debate what you said was that summoning wasn't reinforcement points, but the codex specifically states they are.
Right, but it's 8th edition, not 9th edition.
Yeah, no, it's not 8th edition. That's the codex. Yeah, I mean, I know, like it's just down to the actual summoning. Well, not summoning rules because that hasn't been FAQ'd, but
So you will not be able to bring summoned units onto the table on the first turn.
Okay. I don't think that will change anything for me. Alright, so it should be your deployment.
Cool.
Ooh, sorry about that, chat. We need to go down a rabbit hole. That was I got blindsided by that one. I apologize.
Can my fat guys move through this? What is this?
I don't
Yeah, the area terrain doesn't have colliders in it, so you can move over it.
Just not this big stuff.
Right, the obstacles you can't move over, but the area terrain you can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just to confirm. Just don't want to like put myself in.
No, yeah, all the area terrain we very specifically made it so that there's none of all the decoration on it is just decoration. It's intangible. You can phase right through it. Yeah.
Fine. So I know what it is.
Oof. All right, so for the edification of the chat, the players are asking whether or not you can summon in on the first turn, because that was sort of an idiosyncrasy of 8th edition that was FAQ'd, and it looks like the FAQ did not translate over to 9th. But 9th edition, the Grand Tournament rules, which we are using, albeit with some addendums, do say that reinforcement units cannot be set up on the table in the first turn. The demonic summoning rules add new units to your army that are then set up on the table. They use reinforcement points to create them, and they are reinforcements because they start the game anywhere other than being set up on the table normally, which means that they would come in using the reinforcement rules, which disallow them from being placed on the first turn. And that is what I have to say about that. I apologize that we had to sit there for about 10 minutes, chat, but that's what we do. It is a little awkward because just to expound further on it, because you do use reinforcement points to create them, but they aren't. Which I think the implication is that reinforcements use reinforcement points or are deployed via reserve from another rule, but it's not stated. It's just that any time a unit does not deploy normally, it's counted as a reinforcement. So it's like sort of weird that reinforcements and reinforcement points don't have a perfectly matching definition, but I think by any definition they would be able to come in.
We've got a swarm keyword instead, though. That's right.
Yeah, they don't have the Titanic rule, correct? They have their own special.
It's their special rule, but it specifies infantry, not swarms, unfortunately. In this instance.
Right, but they still move block, right?
Yeah, I can still be moved blocked. I don't think they've changed that as far as I know. Yeah. I don't know whether anything's been FAQ'd, so...
As far as I know, only knights can fall back and actually walk over.
Yeah, I don't know how that FAQ'd worked, whether it was for they specifically named certain units on that or what happened, so...
I believe that it's only in the Knights Codex, it's not in the Chaos Basement Codex. In the FAQ section.
Yeah, so the players are discussing whether or not Lords of Skulls can be move blocked. It looks like they can. They can only shoot in the shooting phase normally if all of the enemy that they're engaging have the infantry keyword, but unfortunately the swarms are swarms, not infantry, but they will just be able to use big guns that retire to shoot them, albeit at a -1 to hit penalty. But if they're +1 to hit from... Oh, they don't have the Lord Discordant, so actually
Okay, cool.
that is pretty relevant.
Fine with that.
Still going to be able to put out pretty significant damage. Interesting that we're not just going to try to ring them with Nurglings. That's what I would sort of assume. Is just
What, the Lord of Skulls?
put
Cost me like 3 points or something.
a
like
bunch of
3
Nurglings
CP.
around the edges to stop them from being touched
I'll be
by
alright,
these
you
Nurglings, so that you can still fire
the other ones.
at other units. And then all of the smites go into them as well. I think the big damage dealer obviously in this Thousand Suns list is going to be those big multi smites off Magnus, and I would like to see those go to Nurglings instead of Lords of Skulls. But maybe Phil wants to eat a round of smiting on a Lord of Skulls because he does have the ability to heal it back pretty well. They could potentially heal for 4 wounds plus have a 6+ ignore off of their stratagem, and so you could potentially take a bunch of damage and then heal a lot of it back and just keep chugging. Yeah. Yeah, Chad. Maybe or maybe Magnus just he could double tap one and smite it to death. It would take 2 turns though. He can't kill one in one go. But potentially between Magnus and the arcane devastation sorcerer, he could potentially knock one down in one go. But it is a kind of a telegraphed move. The 6+ ignore is a big deal. Do we have these units separated? Yeah. Okay. All right, well, let's see how much damage Magnus is going to get to do in the first turn. I'm a little psyched. Let's talk about the secondary objective picks on these for these players as well. Chiandok obviously is taking Titan Hunter. I think makes a lot of sense.
I was just looking at
Probably just going to try to kill some Lords of Skulls, so I imagine he gets 2 of them. At the very least, he gets 1. I can't imagine any universe in which he doesn't get 1 with all of those psychic damage. He's also taken Raise the Banners. Which I guess is fine. He's going to be able to put banners on objective 1 and 3 using the Sloppity Bile Piper and or one of the sorcerers and the cultists on the other side. And then he's taken Psychic Ritual, which is a little bit of an awkward one on this map because we have placed it so that this building is basically the center of the table is about here, and this building blocks a lot of the areas you would want to Psychic Ritual off of. So you will have to maneuver around the building in order to ritual.
Have they changed the name of it or something? I don't want to touch this in case it blows the whole map up.
Oh, right, so it's okay. Oh, well, that's not certain. Now, did that not
They put these objectives out, but I guess we could ignore them.
Alright, so
Sorry for that, chat. Just trying to help the players get around their deployment zones here. So Psychic Ritual, the pick for Chiandok. I think an interesting pick. We'll see how it goes for him, I guess. He has enough casters that it's probably pretty easy to do, especially with that Sloppity Bile Piper if he gets to the center of the table. It is going to be awkward to cast it. And maybe he just forgoes the Lord of Changes turns, basically, to cast it. He is fast enough to get up to the middle early. And I do think I like the Raise the Banners High play here because he will be able to... basically, I don't think that these Lords of Skulls are going to really cross the middle of the table. It just depends on how fast they can kill all these Nurglings to move to the objectives in the center. Over on Cryogen's side of the table, he's taking While We Stand, We Fight. Obviously on the 3 Lords of Skulls, so he's going to lose 5 points every time one of those dies, which is a little bit awkward because I do think at least one of those is going to go down. Assassinate is the next one. He can get 6 points off that fairly easily by killing the 2 targetable characters, and then he just has to chew through the Nurglings to get the other ones. And then raise the banners high. Is that right? We really take raise? What? Why? Huh. Well, I hope that Phil is aware that he has exactly one model that can score that. But we'll find out.
You can't intervene these, correct? Is that right, Paul?
Say again, sorry.
That you can't intervene with these, correct?
No, I can't.
Interesting. Chat looks like asking some questions about reinforcements. The reinforcements only is only considering units that don't start on the table. So if you're already on the table, anything that redeploys you is fine. Specifically, you are counted as a reinforcement if you don't deploy at the normal deployment phase, basically. But if you are picked up and reset up again, then you're okay. And then the chat's talking about apples also, so I don't know what's going on with that. I do like apples. I do like them apples. And I do like that this Corn Lords of Skulls list looks like... It just looks like a bunch of real juicy gala apples. And I really appreciate that. It's making me hungry. Mmm.
So that guy should be able to go 5 next turn. Touch that, check it out. He's gonna raise the banner.
Looks like we got a banner going up on objective 3 here for Dan.
It's these cultists.
Clarify this post brought to you by the Granny Smith gang. What kind of apples do you like, chat? Are we I'm a crispy apple kind of guy. I like my apples to crunch. But I know some people like soft apples. That's endlessly strange to me, but to each their own.
Okay, so
Fauci, I don't like apples. Oh no.
these cultists, so they're gonna raise the banner there at the end of the turn.
Okay.
Phase or whatever.
Where are we going, Magnus? Who are we going to smite? I wonder if the game plan here is for Cryogen to eat a round of smiting on these Lords of Skulls, which is unlikely to kill one, but it could. Then heal it and refresh with the Nurglings, sort of swap Lords of Skulls in and out as they heal. Unfortunately, it's a very good attrition-focused game plan, but in the fast pace of 9th edition 40k, attrition-focused game plans, as we've seen in the past, have not been amazing, as a lot of armies can just throw themselves away, as this Nurgling army is about to do. They can throw themselves into the meat grinder and just totally get killed, but as long as they score primary points, it's fine. Jess McGregor likes cider. Yeah, cider's fine. That's I think that's the softest form of apples you can get. So, some people like really hard and crunchy apples, and some people like apples that are so soft you can drink them. So how are we feeling about this game, chat? Are we feeling that these Lords of Skulls are going to get run over under an endless tide of Nurglings? Or are they gonna be able to use those big old cow pitchers on the front and literally plow their way through and kill all the Nurglings? I think it'll be interesting to see. It feels to me like Chiandok wants to charge in with these purple Nurglings, but I feel like they might just die to the swing back. I think Chiandok really just trying to keep the Lords of Skulls in their hidey hole for a long time. But I actually don't think he denies that many primary points if he doesn't move these orange and green Nurglings that are on the left and right flanks up farther, because I don't think that they're going to be able to reasonably get onto objectives 6 or 2. Maybe they would. But yeah, it all depends on whether or not Chiandok can sort of continually replenish that front line. It doesn't get just blasted by all these Hades Gatling cannons. Wolf on Mibu says all Nurglings dead on turn 1. Whoa! I'm hoping. Let's see. Bottom of 1. How many dead Nurglings do we think bottom of 1 here, chat? I'm going to say 20 bases. I'm feeling 20.
Okay, so Lord of Change here, he should have line of sight to this guy. Because he's physically over this, but he's still obscured.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is going to be annoying for that Lord of Change. But that Lord of Change already is very difficult to kill. I don't think that's going to be... or it is annoying for the Lords of Skulls, obviously. The Lord of Change is going to be able to hide and smite consistently. Kind of a big problem for Knights, as we were talking about before. But I think the Lord of Change is probably not the sort of enemy numero uno here. Or because he's going to be... He's so difficult to kill. You might as well just put everything you can into Magnus to try to kill him. Because he's going to be dealing way more damage. Yeah, Shuma in the chat saying the same thing. Yeah.
Alright, so...
Chat says no Nurglings at all by turn 2. By end of round 2, every Nurgling is dead. We'll kill like 75 Nurgling swarms or however many on the table. I'm in chat. 100%. Let's kill every Nurgling.
James gonna cast his fate.
Alright, here we go. Psychic phase. Probably the most important phase of... certainly the most important phase of the game for Chiandok.
I don't know if you're in range. You can try to deny that if you want.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So he is going to cast, for his second spell, he's going to cast Smite. Go into the Sword of Change. Or the,
Sorry, what are you casting?
he's casting a Smite.
Okay.
Actually,
Cool. Got like a 30-inch smite, ain't he?
24.
Oh, have you not got the roddy thing on him? Okay.
No, he doesn't have the rod. Okay. So that's a super smite.
Yeah, chat. TTS40k.com/invitational is where you can find all the lists.
Are you gonna try to deny or I'll go through?
What did it go off on?
On.
So
6
what are
with,
you?
11.
Who you cast? Are you casting with Lord of Change?
That's correct.
And he doesn't have the Rod of Sorcery.
Correct.
That's an 18-incher.
I thought it was 24.
No, it's 24 for 1,000 Suns because they get the +6. But the Rod of Sorcery is the only thing that increases his smite range.
Okay.
That's the why it's quite good.
I guess he's not going to cast anything else then. Go to Magnus.
Bit of a misplay there from Dan, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Magnus would have to go into this one if he was smiting.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Smite on Magnus.
But if he's not smiting, he can do whatever he wants. So, yeah.
So that is a 10.
Yeah.
Boom. So Smite's coming out of Magnus here, hitting for 3 on the first one.
Okay.
Are we gonna see a
He
Iron Within
can
pops?
smite more than once, can't he?
That's correct.
Am I Iron Within there? How many more casts has he got? Has he got like 4 or up to 4, isn't it?
Yep.
3 plus the CP.
Yep.
I'll Iron Within here. Yeah, I'll do that. So I'll use one of the CPs. And I'll roll some dice. Oh shit. Okay, so yeah, 3 wounds.
Okay, I'm going to cast Smite again.
Yeah, so it looks like this is gonna spread.
12.
Ooh, is that a super smite off Magnus? Oh, no. It's for 8? Oh, gross. That's disgusting. But we are going to probably spread the damage between these two Lords of Skulls. And I actually think that misplay from Dan might have been okay for him, because that's 1 less warp charge on these smites.
7.
I'd much rather see Magnus hit all of his smites and get out.
It's another 12.
Jesus. And 2 10s in a row. Okay, man.
11.
Calm down, Magnus. What? yeah, Glargify in the chat. You may have been prophetic here.
Yep. Cool.
Blast that guy down to 7. Is that
So
it?
that's his,
Oh man, and no 6-up made on the Lord of Skulls. Yikes.
Ahriman.
Ugh. That was a lot.
So Ahriman's going to cast.
But it looks like we're not going to Great Sorcerer for an additional one. Going to keep that 7 CP alive for Chiandoc. Man, oh, that is brutal damage off of Magnus's turn.
That goes off on a 12.
And Dan just continues with the hot dice with an 11.
On Magnus.
Is this a flicker? Or a weaver? Yeah.
He's going to cast Glamour.
And then here's the glamour.
He's going to reroll the 1 for Magnus. So that goes off on a 7. It's going to go on Magnus.
So buffing Magnus up with the -1 to hit and the +1 invulnerable save
Cast,
as much as he can.
Warp time.
And then going with some warp time. Maybe we're going to try to get Magnus in here. Warp time does go off.
We're going to put that on Magnus.
Oh, here he comes. Is he charging in? Yeah, chat. Really missing those Word Bearers cultists right now, right? From this this 8th edition, the 8th edition version of this list. Those would have been clutch. Yeah, this is brutal. Looks like we're gonna see a Lord of Skulls go down to melee. In fact, Magnus hitting with that enormous stick. On a primarily psychic focused model, a a big stick, which constantly surprises me with its power.
Firestorm,
Casual strength 16, flat 3 damage.
Say again, sorry.
So his gaze and gaze of what is it, Infernal Gaze and Teach's Firestorm, those are 24.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna cast Gaze on this guy.
So it looks like we may be trying to finish off that Lord of Skulls with the devastating sorcery
Astral Blast is 15.
caster here.
That's out. Yes, he's gonna cast Teach's Firestorm on the guy on 7.
Okay.
So that should go off on a 6, right?
What's this? This dude, yeah.
He's in range.
Well, chat.
So
I mean, what else would Magnus
Gaze on
do, right? I guess, like, it's a question of whether you cut your opponent's firepower by 30%.
Because I can reroll power with a command reroll, right?
I guess it just opens him up to melee attacks, but with that, it's a 3+ invulnerable save. I think he might be okay with the melee attacks. We'll see how it goes.
There's all these straps.
Okay, so that goes off on 11.
Okay.
So if I can use a command point, I'll use the command point there. If I can't, then I'll just use the.
Okay.
Is there a question?
Yeah, for can I use the CP reroll on the casting of power, or is that just
To cast the power? Like
yeah.
the psychic test?
Yep.
Yeah. You have to reroll both dice when you do it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and then I can use gaze separately, right?
Yeah, but the command reroll is gonna like override it because you can only reroll a dice once.
Yeah, so I'm asking about the results if I did Firestorm.
Oh, like can you gaze the?
The damage.
Yeah, you can gaze it. Yeah, you just can't CP reroll the damage for psychic powers.
Okay, I think we're just gonna let that go. He's gonna cast for his second spell. He's gonna cast Infernal Gaze on the same guy.
No, I think Magnus is too tall for this terrain. His big dumb wings extend over the top of basically everything. Maybe if he like corners back here,
He's got +1 for the.
he could potentially. But actually, no. The Lord of Skulls is actually just looks over it, looks over the top. So I don't think there's anywhere on this table that Magnus is out of line of sight. I mean, same with the Lord of Skulls. Anything, basically, they can see each other wherever.
Alright, so at the end of the psychic phase.
So
pay 1 to cast another.
I guess it's a 50-50. Magnus probably dies to the melee,
Cast.
but it depends on how well Chi and Doc can gum up these Lords of Skulls with the Nurglings.
Is it a 5-up pinball?
Yeah, 5 up at the moment.
And it's a good point, chat, that if
Okay, so he's gonna cast Death Hex on this guy.
if everything goes into Magnus and the Nurglings just sit on the objectives for the entire game, there's a good chance that they win. But I mean, if you just kill Magnus right now, like
I'll use Gaze
you can
on
kill all the Nurglings next turn. You're not taking that much damage.
Okay, so that goes up as 8.
I will use my deny on that. No, it goes off.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're gonna go to our non-existent shooting phase. Then we'll go to charges. Is this one unit here in the front or 2 units? 1. So we're 2 right here.
Yeah.
Alright, so these Nurglings here are going to declare a charge on these 2 units right there. The blue.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm ready for Magnus to go into this Lord of Skulls and like not roll amazing, and then the Lord of Skulls just make a bunch of 5-ups and just totally kill Magnus back. That's my headcanon of what's going to happen. Although that -1 to hit is going to be brutal for the Lord of Skulls fighting back into Magnus with that glamour on him. Because of the because there's no Lord Discordant in this list, obviously, and so you don't have access to that +1. You could Demon Forge. I mean, you probably do Demon Forge anything that can get into Magnus. Although, can you Demon Forge in your own? Yeah, I think you have to Demon Forge in your own turn. Now that I'm thinking about it, in my head.
Alright, so those guys are in combat.
Yeah, sorry, you can only Demon Forge in your own turn. No Diabolic Strength on Magnus. No, he just has the defensive buffs on him. I don't think that there's a Diabolic Strength in this list. I think it's all damage, and Ahriman's just got all the support powers.
7.
So it looks like the blue Nurglings have gone into a bunch of Phil's Nurglings. And here come the pinks going into one of these. Yeah, this is a good move from Dan to try to body block this Lord of Skulls from really getting anywhere useful.
Magnus is going to declare a charge on that guy on 5 wounds.
And see if Magnus can bunch that guy down. But that's basically, I think, what we're going to try to do here is use, if Magnus can kill that Lord of Skulls, Magnus probably ends up over here somewhere, and you use the Nurglings pile and consolidate to ring around the edge and block in that Lord of Skulls. I almost wonder if it would have been worth sort of putting the Lord of Skulls out on the flanks to stop that from happening. Because I think the issue is that Phil's going to get gummed up by the obstacle in the center.
Fighting with Magnus first into this guy. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll the attacks unless you're doing anything.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Big ol' 6 go through. All right, we just need 5-ups here. I believe in you, Lord of Skulls.
It's a 6 at AP4.
5-ups. Ready, chat? Send our energy.
He's death hexed.
Oh, right, okay, fine.
Oh, never mind. He was death next. Was he?
It's D6 damage each, so
They're flat 3.
he'll just die.
Yeah.
Flat 3, whatever. Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. R.I.P. Lord of Skulls.
See if he blows up. He doesn't blow up. Cool.
Right. I'll activate these Nurglings next.
And there we go. Trying to finish that or complete that wrap basically around this guy. Not if they touch him though, then they'll just die. But although is he might be outside of the Crimson Crown actually, so he might actually not do that much damage.
And I'm not intending to put them in an inch. Then I'll do their consolidate.
Chat, that the Lord of Skulls had 5 wounds after the psychic phase. After, I will admit, a frankly insane psychic phase. But I think with the amount of damage that Magnus just did there, it wasn't nothing was really going to save that guy.
Okay, so that should be coherency. I'll just do these 2 blue guys into unit 1.
Yeah, it was 2 super smites off Magnus into an Iron Within that rolled 0 ignores. 2 super smites and a Zinch's Firestorm for an additional mortal wound, I think. Into
And then I'll just do the
yeah,
other
it was
guy.
just like an off the chain turn smiting. Although Magnus coming in for 18 damage on with the staff is probably good enough anyway.
Yeah, sorry, did they get any wounds or?
No. So just 1 wound into, or sorry, yeah, it's 1 wound into unit 1 and 1 wound into unit 2.
Unit 1.
So we'll see how this shapes up for Phil. It doesn't look good losing a
No.
Lord of Change for
Unit
sure. He may be able to shoot through this bubblegum Nurgling unit here,
2, wound.
and then maybe shoot into maybe this unit to try to sort of clear him, and then charge into the remainder, either Magnus or these Nurglings, and try to kill him. But this is good, really good positioning from Chi and Doc to block this Lord of Skulls in. I think this deployment was too conservative from Phil, to be honest. And I would have liked to see Nurglings ring these guys. Now that I'm seeing, I think I'm seeing the you give them space in the back to get out, and then you just put a nice bubble of Nurglings around these guys. You take none of those smite damage, and you eat the charge from the other Nurglings to pin them in. But that's fine as long as the Lords of Skulls is still alive.
Maybe I can't.
True, yeah, you can smite multiple times a turn in 9th edition.
I think it's just these one. I think maybe I can. Yeah, that's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4 from unit 2.
You can just do them out once if you want. I'm not going to do anything.
Say again, sorry.
So you can just do both units at once if you want. I'm not going to do anything different.
Oh yeah, because it's I'll work out what can go in. This is the which unit is this? Unit 1, 1, 1, 1.
Now we get to watch the epic Nurgling fight with a bunch of Nurglings tickling each other for a while. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
So it'll just be 16. Hang on, how many dice do they get each? Nurglings are 4 attacks each, aren't they? 2.
4 attacks each, yep.
Hang on, am I wrong? 4 attacks each, yeah, that's fine. So that's 16, 32 dice. Okay. Four ups.
What an exciting fight
Oh, don't
between
they-
these two
shit,
units of
they reroll
Nurglings.
ones for wounds. Doesn't matter. It's too late now.
So I take 3.
0
Yeah, I
Nurglings
just
kill
forgot
each other.
Nurglings
in that
reroll
go.
their ones for wounds, but it's fine. It's too late. Not gonna matter.
That's their locust, right?
No, it's their actual weapon.
Oh, do they really? I haven't even been doing that.
Yeah, the
No,
Nurgling
I didn't
weapons.
do it either,
The
so,
Locust
like,
is
yeah,
or
like,
6 is
so,
double damage.
I don't think we're trying to win the fight through Durgan.
But yeah, but the Nurglings do have
it's
poison
fine,
weapons
no, just,
themselves,
like, just remembered.
so they will release or they'll reroll ones.
So that's cool. So yeah, I guess which you take it on one of the back ones, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Right, okay, so...
Yeah, so I think that turn went basically perfectly for
is
Chi
that
and
the
Doc.
end of your turn, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so...
But I have a hard time imagining it doesn't... it's very much a first turn kind of game.
Doing anything else, or is that it? Oh no, you have to score, didn't you?
What's that?
Have you done your score, Ren?
Oh no, I'm terrible at that. So we got one for Titan Hunter, right?
Yeah.
That's 10 for the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10, 12, 15. Raise 2 banners, but those don't score on this turn, so.
It's at the end, I think, isn't it?
It's at the beginning of your next turn, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, banners
Right,
place at the
cool.
end of the turn, but they don't score
Do you
until the
have
next
to pay
turn.
to full stuff back?
No, you
to
don't pay-
full
you don't pay
things
to
out
fall
of
back.
combat.
I think the only thing you have to
Do
pay
you-
for in now is Overwatch.
Okay, so I'll get 1 CP here.
Oh, do you mind? Because I
Fine.
didn't put mine for my first command phase.
Yeah, it's whatever, man. Alright, cool. Range charge. He's got a 3-up invan, right?
Yep, and -1 hit.
Oh, you put glamour on him as well.
Yeah, he has
Right,
Glamour
okay.
and Weaver.
I believe that these, if the Lord of Skulls...
18 wound. Okay.
I think that they can... Not that it matters this turn, but it may later if they start to get gum up by Nurglings. I think they can fall back and shoot now. I have to double check that, though. That was sort of the one benefit that Titanic stuff got, as far as if I remember correctly. Yeah, you can fall back and shoot with Titanic models. So, not that it matters here, but in case if the Nurglings do
Right,
start touching the Lords of Skulls, the Lords of Skulls could just
um,
leave combat and shoot if they don't want to get into melee. I'm not sure that that's going to make a huge difference, but it does sort of allow them to get around big guns never tire.
I'm gonna move him to here.
But yeah, the Lords of Skulls can fire in combat with infantry as normal because they have their own special rule. They can also big guns never tire at things that are in melee with them, but they get -1 to hit, or they can fall back and shoot normally. Those are their options. They have many interesting options to do. But I think, for the most part, I think you'd rather target that you're shooting where you'd like it to be, although they're going to do so much damage in melee then that I feel like
Get on the objective.
they really
Fine.
they would really be fine sticking in melee. But I agree. I think that this deployment felt very aggressive from the Lords of Skulls. I wonder if Phil wasn't expecting Magnus to come in so hard. I think, the Nurglings are like halfway here just to stop exactly this from happening, and I don't know what they're doing sitting behind this obscuring terrain.
Okay.
I think you just eat all of the smites on Nurglings for as long as you can, and you have to just...
one of these
The whole list is about Lords of
combat, I
Skulls,
think
so
I'm
you have to
four
just lean on your Lords of
combat,
Skulls to
right?
kill your opponent's entire army.
It's
But if you
generally
lose one on
the
top of one,
first
it's hard to do that.
Yeah. Number 4 are not in combat.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, 20. I mean, yeah, you can't really, you can't really plan around 2 super smites in a row, right? Like, what is your game plan there? But certainly, I mean, if you give one Nurgling unit away to the smites, you also stop them from reasonably being able to get Magnus in easily and kill a Lord of Skulls.
Just looking at where I can move him first.
Okay.
They're dying.
Yeah, so that guy's not going to be able to fit through you. Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a good point too, chat. Yeah, potentially Magnus could could have hidden himself
Sorry,
from
I
the
didn't hear what you
Nurglings?
said.
Or could have hidden the Nurglings from himself behind obscuring terrain?
I just said something you probably already knew, so I'll just be quiet.
Oh, it's just
So yeah, that does make it a lot harder to
Round,
screen out. At least I guess you would
Like a 9.
you would make it so that the charge is impossible though. And then it doesn't seem to me like there's a way that you lose an entire Lord of Skulls just as
I might as
mighting.
well roll.
I mean, it could happen,
Yeah,
but
'cause I'm not charging them.
as we
Yeah,
saw,
I'll
it
try
took
rolling
Magnus's
it.
charge
If I
just
don't get it, I
to
don't
do
get it.
that. And the Lord of Skulls just shoot just as fine on the follow up.
So I need a 4 up. Yeah, I get it.
But there were no Nurglings there though, chat.
So when you're doing it, you can't go within. You have to go outside this.
Yeah, yep. Okay, so you just can't do it. I will leave him there though, that's fine. Using my non-obsec ones, so... I mean, I've come to... I'm not going to get any objectives this game anyway, so I just might as well, for fun, try and kill as much as I can.
Yeah, I think the placement of these Nurglings as well, even if Magnus is able to
These guys are going to fall
bypass the Nurglings with his mighting,
back.
the upside of the Nurglings on the objectives is that you don't get... Phil's literally in a situation with this Lord of Skulls on Objective 6 where he can't put the Nurglings on the objective because of his own Lord of Skulls. Is so big. Obviously, this charge from the Nurglings to surround it was a good play and engage the other Nurglings, but I think Phil's positioning is sort of hurting him here.
Sorry,
What's
I'm
that?
moving in the wrong order. I looked at my Nurglings in the wrong order. Yeah, they'll have to go there. That's fine, right, okay. So I'm just moving these out of combat.
If you don't mind, could you fix this guy here?
Which one? Sorry?
This one is in the wall.
Oh, right. Oh, hang on. Oh, number 2.
Yeah, you had 9,
Number
so you
4.
had plenty of movement.
Okay. Number 4. Number
Yeah.
2.
So there's your.
How have I
right
even
there.
positioned these?
They're chained back, right? You got the middle row behind the.
Yeah, I didn't really. I don't think. There. I'd have to put it around to here then.
Well, no, you're fine back there. You just have that one dude who's in the pillar in the wall.
Oh, in the pillar.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. He's not allowed to be in the pillar, right? Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll tidy him up a bit. Oh no, that's number 4. 4.
Yeah, it's the same unit. Or no, that one's number 2.
Oh no, number 2. Yeah, that's just why I'm confusing myself. How did I even have him? Did I really
think
put
he
those
was
back?
over here, this unit.
Yeah. So okay, so I'll have to do it this way.
Yeah, you got a 9 on them, so you got plenty of movement to go.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just making sure they're all right. So I'm just going to confuse my Nurglings.
They're having an identity crisis.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So the MOP can fit through, that's all.
Yep.
Right, okay, so... He's strung out. Nothing. Own Nurglings are in the way. They are all in the way. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to commit in one direction then. Well, these guys will just stay in combat. Right, so I will do my psychic phase. Oh, these end ones will probably move on to. Actually, I'm just going to move them so they're hidden. It's fine. Cool. So yeah, psychic. I will cast Cursed Earth. Goes off on a 7.
Okay. He's got 2 casts. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be a downside of this matchup, I think, for Phil as well, is that Magnus's presence on the table makes getting these buffing powers for the Lords of Skulls incredibly difficult.
And what's his other spell?
Infernal Power, reroll, hits and wins with 1.
That's fine. It goes off.
And then Infernal. Oh, 1 was 2, and then the other one doesn't go off. Cool. Right. So
Guess it's not that big of a deal if you just don't succeed your casts. Boom, nailed it. But it looks like we do have Cursed Earth off, so that's going to be good, at least against those melee attacks. But Magnus might just leave at this point. We'll see how much damage these Swords of Skulls can do.
this guy.
We do have, looks like all of the buffs in play, so
These Nurglings.
maximum damage output. Here we go.
Oh, the start of the shooting phase. I'm gonna warp surge them.
Cool. So yeah, I will fire.
So
into
yeah, warp
them.
surging the pink
I
Nurglings as well.
will
Very good move to keep them alive.
Even for
to try
I think
to
this
stop
guy-
that Lord of Skulls from getting into Magnus in melee.
Yeah, because this guy's going to get reroll ones anyway. So yeah, I'll Demon Forge this guy. So 1 CP.
The far guy or the close guy?
The far guy, because the far guy is out of range of his reroll aura.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll fire into them.
You're doing the Gatling gun or whatever.
Yeah, I'll do the Gatling gun first. Please re-rolling. Okay, but that they all go through and 1 extra goes through because of Demon Smith. And then
Is there a range for that?
I should have moved him within 6. That was the intent. Oh, have I not? Cool. Oh, yeah, I could have moved him. That was what I wanted to do. It's up to you if you want to let me have it. If not, then that's fine. I'm not going to win this, mate. So it's up to you. I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, you could have done it. I mean, I don't know if you need to advance or whatever, but you could have done it.
The MOP would have just been, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I'm moving back slightly. That's cool. If you're happy with that, if not, I'll just take off the dice.
Well,
Don't really mind.
I'm not happy with it, but I'll let you do it.
That's cool. Cheers, man. Okay, so all of them wounded, so 13 wounds.
Oof. Bad invulnerable save roll from those Nurglings.
There's 2 damage each.
And
I feel no pains.
that kills almost the entire unit. Boom! Take that, Warp Surge.
Yeah, and then the I-Core cannon.
Sick. Alright. Well, that frees up the other Lord of Skulls to potentially go after Magnus if he wants to.
One shot. Do I CP that? I'll CP reroll it at this stage. I'll just CP it. Yeah, I only got a 1, so I'll reroll it. 3 shots. These. Rerolling. 1 extra goes through.
And is he in range of the crown too?
No, he's not. That's what I said. He wasn't in range of him.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, that's the whole reason.
Don't need
I
that
moved
Crimson
these
Crown, I think, if
Nurglings
you wound it
out,
4
and
times.
these Nurglings were in the way of him being in range of them. Was the reason I wanted to move him in range of both of them. That was the whole intent in the first place. So.
These are D6, right?
Yeah. D3. Sorry.
2 goes through. Should kill that Nurgling, theoretically.
Go through.
Okay, so the average is he kill a Nurgling. Let's see if it dies. 1's not a great start though.
Beyond that.
2 for 3. All right.
So he takes 1.
And 3. That was the other one. Good stuff.
Oh, looks like we got him.
Right.
All right. Cool.
Shoot him.
There must have been an Echo Cannon shot that went through.
The other one.
I don't think that they don't get a DPR against the or a ignore against the 1 damage shots. I think that might have been a mistake on the player's part.
Yeah, fuck it. This guy's everything's going into Magna.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can take Magnus down. Unfortunately, the domination on the primary is going to be hard to come back from Phil, but if he does...
So, your thing is unmodified 6s, right?
Unmodified 6s, yeah.
Okay, so
if he does take Magnus down, it is going to be a big swing, but he does also have to kill all these Nurglings.
Rolling ones.
Good thing we're re-rolling for Cursed Earth. Whew, that was pretty bad. Ooh, that was really bad.
And
No Demon Force triggers. Ooh.
3s. Rolling, so 5 go through.
Well, 4 damage.
4 damage.
All right, well, that's a start on Magnus there. And then we have the Ichor Cannon to fire as well.
And then D6 for the I-Core. There's 2.
So 1 hit.
1 hit. Wounds.
Oh, and that goes through also. All right.
Minus
All right,
4,
Magnus. Let's see. Big money.
It's another 2 damage.
All right, well, we hit him for 6. That's solid. Down to 12. If we just go absolutely ham, On the melee attacks here from the Sword of Skulls, we could see Magnus go down.
Cool.
But it seems unlikely.
So that's it with charges. I'm going to charge him into Magnus. I'm going to charge him into
Magnus does degrade on his
yeah.
attacks and also his psychic powers, obviously. So if the Sword of Skulls can put him down a couple brackets,
Okay.
he is significantly less dangerous.
That's be 1 CP if you want to do that. To throw rocks. Does that mean you're going to flip the table?
Would you like me to?
Yeah, that's okay. Cool.
We'll just let Trevi know he gave me permission.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, okay. Does that even get him in?
Oh no! Could that be a failed chart? No, you're fine.
Measure for...
You're fine.
I think it should.
Yeah. The models are basically 3 inches away, so it's easy to get within an inch there. Yep.
Yeah, because he's 3.4, right? So you're good up to 4 inches, right?
Okay. And then my piling will be 1, 2, 3. That'll be it. I think he's... Is he... what's he going on? I can't see past this terrain. It's to his tip thing. I can't really see the base past this terrain thing. Hang on. Let's see if I can see underneath. It's pretty weird because of him being drunk. I mean, I think I've got it.
You did. I measured it. He was 3.4 away, so we'll just say that you got it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. Right. So yeah, Demon Forge. Let's go. RCP. Let's do it. Yeah, let's go. So I need 15 dice, so I'm doing my slash attacks.
Okay. And these are also -1 to hit.
Okay, so 3s will just.
So Philip
miss,
burns his
but
CP Demon
1s
Forging.
and 2s get to reroll.
And we're going all out here to try to kill Magnus. Let's go, Lord of Skulls.
Forge. Okay, so I get 5 6s, which mitigates that, and that goes back in.
So is he weapon skill 2 or?
He's ballistic skill 3. Weapon skill 3, sorry.
But yeah, I know. So -1 to hit for glamour.
Which is fine, and all the 3s get to miss, and I re-rolled the 1s and 2s for Demon Forge because it's failed. The 3s miss, but my 6s explode.
Yep.
So that's why I've ended up with this many going through.
So that's 5, and you got 5. Yep, I got you.
Yep, that's why I'm doing it like that. So cool. And then this is 3s re-rolling. Cool. So I get 6 extra attacks through Crimson Crown.
And why is it 6?
Because you make 3 hit rolls for each attack. Crimson Crown generates an additional attack per 6.
That is how that works.
Okay, so the 3s disappear. So it's a total of 18. Minus 2d3 damage each.
Well, you got to roll the wound for these 2, right?
Say it again, sorry?
Don't you need to roll the wound for these, or do those hits automatically hit?
Oh, the 3. Oh, yeah, sorry, I do have to roll.
Alright.
And then the 2. Yeah.
18. Okay. Magnus, what do you got, buddy? What do you got? Bunch of garbage. Oh, no! Only 3 go through? Oh, Magnus. You spicy lad, you. Oh, that's a heartbreaker from that. Lord of Skulls. Oh, no. If we go right down average dice, 18 wounds has a very good chance of killing Magnus. But that invulnerable save roll was really good. Oh, brutal.
Are you interrupting or something then?
What's that?
You interrupting?
What do you mean?
Oh, I charged these guys as well, but didn't actually roll it. We did all the rolls first. My bad. I'll just not do it. Whatever. It's cool. I announced a charge with him into the other Nurglings as well, but didn't. I obviously.
Dragon Beef in the chat. What's the question?
It's cool, man. Just do your rolls.
Alright. So
I'm not sure I understand your question about the Ichor Cannon. None of these Lord of Skulls were in melee. So.
So just four invul saves.
Do you go through?
Is that 6?
Brutal turn for Phil, unfortunately, here. Had a pretty reasonable chance at Magnus, but unfortunately, dice not going his way. A big downside of this Lord of Skulls list now, obviously moving from 8th to 9th edition, is
I
it?
forgot to charge these. That's on me, mate. So, is what it is.
Okay. I mean, you can go ahead and do it because you declared it.
Okay, cheers, man.
The Lord of Skulls list obviously lost a lot of CP moving between the editions. It used to play a double battalion plus the super heavy detachment, and now it starts with like nothing in terms of CP. So usually you could potentially have that. You could be using, Veterans of the Long War potentially and additional stratagems to keep those attacks coming.
Say out. That's fine.
But obviously, it is a little tough when you only have a couple CP to spend.
Right, okay, so 15. Gone through. Okay, so I'll roll them one at a time. That's 2 wounds. So 1 dead base. 1 wound.
So you get a feel no pain on that one. Okay, so he takes 1.
And then another
So
dead
it's another
base.
base.
Yeah. Another dead base.
Yep. So 3.
Yeah, chat. The Corn Demon Prince should have gotten stuck in there too. I think it would have been awkward. Also, this Master of Possession probably just like sink everything into these Nurglings. I don't know why he's holding back.
Okay.
I guess the question is whether or not it can get in and still Crimson Crown this Lord of Skulls. It probably would have been tight. I think Phil's own Nurglings are kind of sitting on top of him. If he could have kept this guy in the Crimson Crown aura, then I definitely would have liked to have seen that charge in there. Or maybe even just try to long bomb on Magnus just in case.
So I'll get
Just try to roll the 12 or whatever to jump over the Lotus Skulls. Yeah, probably an 11.
I think you do a morale on these dudes. I don't know if you have done already.
On which ones?
These ones there.
Oh,
So that was less Nurgling Swarms dead than I think everyone expected.
so I got
But in fairness, Phil did split
leadership set.
between a couple different targets.
They're fine.
Yeah, they're
Um,
fine if that's fine. Yeah.
we only killed
Got command
8.
point. I'll get 3 on primary.
Sad. We were calling for 20.
That's what
Or
it
we were
is.
calling for every Nurgling to be dead, but no, that's not what happened.
One.
This is 1, I think. Let me just double check.
It says on
1, yeah.
I don't know why he's doing that.
Chat, Magnus is down to 6. I think that puts him bottom bracket. He just had to close his data sheet. Which is a big deal. I don't think we have a temporal manipulation on the table. But
At the end of movement, those cultists will put a banner on there.
yeah, at least I guess we could chaos familiar into it to buff up Magnus if we need to.
Okay, so this Bio Piper is gonna be able to move.
Oh, he is second bracket? Okay, yeah, my apologies. I don't have his data sheet open right now. So he would be... So Magnus is... he's going to be fine. But the Sorcerer's Infusion, I think he has to cast it... He has to use that off of his own power, right? So he couldn't...
Advanced.
I guess he could just, like, get a 5 Warp Charge Smite off without the extra bonus. Even if he was bottom bracket, and then heal himself off that. Magnus did 6 back to Lord of Skulls with the swing.
I'm gonna move him just for the sake of ease, if you don't mind. The Bio Piper while I move them to make sure I...
Yeah, whatever, man. But yeah. Cool.
Oh, we didn't do this fight over here, did we?
Happy to resolve it now if you want.
I don't think it matters. I'll just do my pile in if that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, chat for sure. As we're sort of considering it, Phil's deployment was very conservative, and I think so much so that it gave Magnus that easy charge onto a Lord of Skulls to finish it off.
So it'd just be, I don't know. 2, 1. Armand's gonna summon this turn. Alright, the Bile Piper will raise a banner on number 5.
Really, domination on the Banner's objective here for Dan. Not often that you're able to be putting banners down on sort of mid objectives, mid table objectives this early in the game, but that's really the power of all these Nurgling swarms on the table.
Any doubles is more, yeah.
Okay, so he takes 1 mortal wound.
The Daraman, I assume he stood still.
He did.
Yeah, cool.
We're gonna bring in the Changeling 6 inches from the center of the lit table.
Okay.
We're gonna go to the psychic phase.
Yeah, the Lord of Skulls firing into Magnus or swinging into Magnus first is going to be good. His buffs are still in range, so we could
Here, is that correct?
punch him.
Yeah, I think so, because 9th is strange like that. Yeah. He deciding still?
Yeah. He's gonna stay there.
We're going to stay in with Magnus. All right, buddy.
Alright.
Let's fight.
So psychic phase, the Lord of Change is gonna cast Gates Fate. So that goes off on a 6. Just like to try to counter it.
No.
Yeah, it is interesting in talking about the discussion in the chat about matchups that we're not really seeing any Custodes in this in the Invitational. I expected at least one pivot to Custodes, but it looks like a lot of people are sticking with the list that they know from 8th, and just sort of pivoting them into 9th edition or reworking them into 9th edition. But so far, I think the lists that have been designed specifically for 9th have been doing much better, and the lists that are just revisions of 8th edition lists have not been doing that well.
We'll go to the Terminator Sorcerer. He is going to cast Astral Blast onto that Nurgling right there. So I believe that needs a 6, and he's got +2. resolve that unless you want to try to deny.
I'll just have to. What does that one do again?
So it hits this unit, and then anything within 3 inches of that unit.
Takes
So
how many wounds?
So actually, I'm gonna
Yeah, most people chose to stick with the factions that they knew, which I think is fair. Certainly,
Okay.
you get that muscle memory
Oh,
benefit.
that was the. Oh, did you not get it off?
I did, but I didn't like the how low
Odds
it
of
was.
me.
Yeah. So now it's
So yeah.
+2, so that's 5. So that's a 10. So it hits that
Okay.
unit,
Yeah.
and anything within 3
Yeah.
inches of that unit. So the target takes D3, and then everything else will take 1 + 1 because it's warlord trait. So it's D3 + 1 on the target, and then anything within 3
Yeah.
inches of that unit takes two mortals.
Okay. Cool. So, have you rolled it yet?
It's a 10.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, if you need to roll for the Nurglings, don't you?
Oh, I didn't know if you were gonna try to deny it.
Not if you've got a 10, mate. It's
Okay, so
statistically
for the Nurgling,
unlikely, especially with my rolls.
so they take 2.
Okay.
Let's see what else it goes to. They don't get feel no pain from mortals.
Oh, do they not?
It's not an attack,
Oh, right. Okay.
so it'll hit my blue unit. So that'll take 3. So that'll kill this base. It's on 1 wound, and I'll put 2 wounds on this guy.
3 wounds. Oh yeah, 2.
Are we playing Astral Blast correctly here?
No, actually, it's just 2 because this is splash. I don't roll for the splash. Okay, yeah. So it'll just
Oh,
be
they just
2
take
mortals
2.
on the master, 2 on unit 2, 2 on the demon prince, and then 2 on the lord skulls.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess so. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the Astral Blast blasts out from the
So,
unit and not the model that gets hit. That's contrary to almost every other effect like that in the game. Very strange.
And we got, I guess, unit 2 also. Alright, so we're gonna go to Magnus. He's gonna cast Smite into the lord skulls.
So sorry, say again.
I'm gonna go to Magnus.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So he's only got +1 now because he's degraded.
Okay.
So his first Smite. That is a 10.
Mhm.
Just 3 mortal wounds.
Okay.
Cast a second Smite. That's a super Smite. It's 9.
Okay.
He's gonna cast a third Smite. He's gonna reroll 1s for himself. So that's a 10. Or that's a 9, so it's a third one. 6 more. We're gonna go to Aramon. He's gonna cast Glamour onto Magnus. Should be 18 inches. will eat the barrels. So it takes 2. And he's gonna cast Weaver. Which one did I cast? I cast
What was that? Sorry for.
yeah, so I cast Weaver. I'm gonna cast Glamour now. Unless I did it backwards.
Okay.
So that goes off too. So he's got both the buffs again. He's gonna cast Smite. It'll go into Unit 4. This will be my 4th Smite. He's got +1, so it's a 10. So I believe it's 11 or 12 for Super. So D3 on the Nurgling. So 2 on that unit. Unit 4. So let's just kill that one that's wounded.
Okay, cool, yeah.
And then the Changeling, he's gonna do the ritual. So that's a 4. So I'll get 5 for that. I'm gonna pay 1 at the end of the psychic phase for Magnus. He's gonna cast another spell.
Yeah.
Be at 3. He's gonna cast Warp Time on himself. So it's 11.
I'm gonna see if I might as well try and deny it. This last spell, so. Nope. Cool.
All right, well, Magnus has escaped with that warp time falling back out of combat.
With the Teal Nurglings onto Unit 3.
Goodbye, Magnus.
10. Okay, go to their charge. I'll do the pile.
So Dan obviously doing a good job here of blocking out the Lords of Skulls from being able to, or locking out Phil from being able to score primary points again. Phil really needs to just burn down all these Nurglings as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, the combined threat of all the Nurglings and Magnus at the same time, I think is a little bit too much for his low model count army to deal with.
Okay, and then after I do their fight, they'll just wrap this guy. So it'll just be those three into unit 3.
Cool.
So 5 of them. And then your fight, and it'll be your turn.
I'll just fight. Just 3 bases then. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. Bit laggy. Cool.
So I take 1.
Take it. Is your activation next? Or what?
I think you activate first since it's a pre-existing combat.
Okay. Oh shit. Just grab that. I don't know what that is. I'll put that in a dice roll. The table will probably blow up. Get that out of the way. Hang on, how many have I got in combat here?
You should be able to get all 5 in if you pile in with the back ones, because they'll be within a quarter range.
Well, these. I've only got 4 in this unit.
So you have
That's
4.
my ones. Yeah.
So is there 5 here?
Is there 5?
Yeah, they also numerically ones. You got 5.
Oh, 5. So I just can't count. That's my problem. Cool.
Yeah, you had 1 unit of 5 and 3 units of 4, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Should be 20.
I don't even know what's going on. But, okay. Fuck. Cool. Oh shit.
3 wounds.
Yeah.
So pull that back base. He's dead.
Cool.
All of 12 attacks back. So 4 wounds.
Isn't it 16?
It's whatever. It's 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not trying to kill them, so.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Guessing that's the end of the turn, then, is it? Or...
Yep, it's on you.
Okay, cool. So at the start of turn, he'll heal up to 3 wounds. I think scoring, I just don't score. Scoring, I don't really score anything. Do I get
You hold 2,
any
right?
points for this
Objective
one?
2.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, right, okay, so I've got 5. Well, 5 at one of those. Yeah. Oh shit, sorry. I'm giving you points. That's me. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. So... right.
So the Lord of Skulls survived Magnus's onslaught on 2 wounds. Could potentially turn around with a Demon Forge. It does have all the buffs potentially in play.
Kill him somehow.
And try to shoot down Magnus and charge this big unit of Nurglings to finish them off.
That way.
That's a big swing, but the Astral Blast, little gentleman in the back there is going to kill that guy pretty easily. And on the follow-up turn, and with only 1 Lord of Skulls, it's going to be kind of constantly inundated by Nurglings. It seems unlikely that Phil's going to be able to crawl back. But I mean, at least he might be able to take Magnus and most of the Nurglings with him.
I take it the intent is he's more than 1 inch away from the wall.
What's that? For Magnus, yes.
Magnus, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I had another 2 inches of movement if I need to move him.
That's fine, yeah, I was just double checking. Moving these.
Discussion in chat about Grey Knight Chaplains. We were talking about them earlier in the stream, and yeah, oh boy, I think I played a Chaplain in 8th edition for a long time, and man, was that guy terrible at telling stories to people. I eventually dropped him because the number of times he would fail like 3 litanies in a row was frustrating. And now you can't even re-roll them.
I'll move him towards here a bit.
I'm interested to see how well Grey Knights do in 9th edition. It seems like the game got harder for them. Just sort of physically harder to execute, but they seem like they're in a good place. At least the addition kind of falls into their game plan pretty well.
That's why he was tilted.
And they have a lot of they interact favorably with a lot of the new mechanics.
All out of the way.
Deuce thinks Land Raiders is the new hotness. Grey Knight Land Raiders? I could see it.
Back here, actually. I'm going to advance these guys up, I think.
I mean, Grey Knights, they're going to get Primaris at some point, right? Like, everybody's going to get Primaris. Orcs are going to get Primaris. Eldar, Primaris Eldar. Everybody's going to get Primaris. But especially if you're a Space Marine chapter, I mean, I think you can sort of... GW will take any excuse they can get to release some new Primaris stuff. So I imagine Grey Knights will get it sometime in the future, but it might be a couple years off.
That's good.
Yeah, let's see some Gravis Armor Paladins. How's that sound? T5, bro. Strength 4 wounds them on 6s with Armored Resilience. Let's do that. I'm in.
Do I want to fall these out of combat? They're just going to be sitting there forever otherwise. I will... Yeah, so...
It'll be interesting. I wonder if Dan runs out of steam to deal with this third Lord of Skulls. That'll be an interesting fight to have between the Lord of Skulls and potentially the
You're just making space for them to fall back.
exalted Lord of Change.
Yeah, I'll make it, yeah, because he has to move out. These guys want to fall back onto the objective, so that's the idea.
Chat, yeah, Grey Knight Landspeeders that can cast psychic powers. Yeah, dude. I bet like Grey Knight Landspeeder Storms, like a Landspeeder Storm equivalent, like an open top flying transport vehicle, is like conceptually the coolest thing though. It's like the X-Men like Blackbird jet. They just like open the door and Cyclops is in there shooting laser beams out. That's what I imagine. That's the my head cannon.
So
There's just one Grey Knight. There's like one Libby in there
TTS being shit.
shooting mine bullets. Pew pew.
Cool. These guys can't move because they're pinned in combat. I think
You'd have to
that's
use Desperate Breakdown.
everything. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. So I got 1 CP. So shooting. No, psychic. Sorry. I'll cast. Might as well cast Cursed Earth. So that's going to do much. Doesn't go off. I'll cast Infernal Power. Doesn't go off. Right. Okay. Cool. So I will shoot everything from him into him. I will Demon Forge.
Yep.
Oh,
All right, here we
yeah,
go.
sorry, I forgot to
Going
get
after
CP
Magnus.
start. Do you mind if I
No, you're good.
use the CP? Cool. Cool. So
This is in the Magnus.
oh shit! Wait, too many. Why is it showing 19 dice? Yeah, into Magnus. I just need to get rid of him, like I should have done a turn ago. So
You got
threes, 4, sorry. Oh,
yeah, he's
wait,
got Glamour.
loads of threes. Right, yeah.
Heartbreaking roll for Demon Force there. Nothing but threes, which don't get rerolls.
Reroll those.
Ooh.
The threes I don't. They're failed
Oh, okay.
because Chaos have outdated rules. So
Who gets to complain about one CP strat that gives you full
three
rerolls?
more
Rerolls hit and wound. Get out of here.
and more threes, which is fun. Missing that disco already. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so,
no Discord Lord really hurts, but
Win.
looks
Full
like
win.
9 hits.
Oh yeah.
Or 8 wounds. 9 wounds. Alright. Alright, Magnus. You gotta make 7 of these. Get stuffed, Magnus! That is a lot of damage that boy is about to eat. R.I.P. Magnus.
Okay. Got
Alright, Lords of
Is he
Skulls.
within 9 inches of the changeling?
No.
It's also wholly within, just so you know that for future reference. But yeah.
I wasn't intending for him to be, so.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. So the I-core cannon doesn't do anything. He is going to shoot.
Yeah,
all of
that's
his shots.
I think a bit of an issue. Valent in the chat talking about how weird it is that the reroll phrase or reroll failed phrase is. But I think that's the biggest, even bigger an issue that they have multiple rules that have the same name that have different
I don't know.
different wording.
I don't know. Ninth funny rules.
You could probably see this one guy here from his track.
Yeah, I mean this one is going down here, so I'm not cutting across the terrain at all. So
You can shoot them.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's cool. Yeah, we'll shoot at the cultists. Get rid of them. Or do I want to start shooting at this dude? What's he like? -1 damage.
He has a 3-up invul because he has the impossible robe.
Does he have negative to his damage as well?
No, he has +1 to his spells to damage.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's just gonna shoot everything at him.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's shoot at that dude. Get rid of him. I've lost the objective game anyway, so I just want to shoot at things. So.
All right, going into the Lord of Change here. Not going into Nurglings with this second Lord of Skulls. But Phil does have to keep in mind, I mean, he doesn't have to maximize his primaries every turn because you do cap at 45.
Please, no extra go through.
So even if you only score 1 on battle round 2, if you score
Threes.
what, 2 15s and a 10, you can still max your primary. So if he really just runs through every single Nurgling really quickly, he can potentially pull back on primaries. Or just rely on his secondaries to get there, but Chiandok is obviously way far ahead on secondaries, about to score 4 more points for banners, which is crazy.
Oh, he's got Feel No Pain, nice. Oh,
From the changeling.
yeah, cool. So 7 damage. Cool. And then I'll do D6 for the Icor. 6. Great. And then
Is there strength 7?
strength 7, yeah. So force.
This one goes through.
Two damage.
6-1.
I will charge into these guys. And I will also charge into these guys.
Sorry, where are we going? Which charges? This guy should be at 6, right?
Say again, sorry. 6 what, sorry?
The Demon Prince
From
from the Astroblast.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, well, I didn't mark it up. That's all. Sorry.
And you were charging where? This guy into orange?
So yeah, the left Lord of Skulls is going into the orange unit. The right Lord of Skulls is going into this 2-person unit.
Oh, they're people now, are they?
Whatever they are, swarmy unit. So yeah, they'll go into them, and he goes to them. I'm not moving. Do I lose? Oh, I could really send the prince into that.
True in the chat. I mean, basically everything's on the table. We're down 1 Lord of Skulls and we're down Magnus, and I think a unit of Nurglings on Dan's side.
I will
But
charge
that's
the
about
prince, or to attempt to charge the prince into the.
Mostly Nurglings have just been beating ineffectually at each other, and it's the Lord of Skulls and the Psychers having an epic duel
I'll do this guy on the left first.
to actually deal damage to each other.
I think he's alright.
This sort of matchup makes me wish that there was a secondary that punished armies that spammed these multi-wound style sort of infantry units. Not quite infantry, but the Nurglings. Because the fact that they don't give up the secondary for killing models very easily, and also they don't count for anything else is a little frustrating, to be honest. And as we're seeing sort of resilient multi-wound infantry become the norm, it's lists like these I think need a little bit of a handicap. Lists like the Nurgling unit, the Nurgling list. I would like to see a Reaper equivalent that counts wounds instead of models. I think that would be interesting.
Okay, cool. So that's going in there. Cool. I will activate this dude into these.
Okay. Hold on a second. So he's gonna have how many attacks?
He
Probably considering a warp surge here is Dan.
Attacks.
Is that without the, like, if you with the crown, like how many would you probably have? Like 4?
With the crown.
Yeah, Chad, I think a Gangbusters equivalent that also keyed troops as well, I think would be good. Like old Gangbusters, I guess, but less brutal. Old Gangbusters was really gross.
I'm just saying what usually happens. I don't have reroll wounds, which would possibly make a difference, but then again, I am wounding on 2, so. You're just deciding whether to warp surge. Okay,
yeah, I was thinking about it, but go ahead.
So 3s, rerolling 1s. Okay. And then 4 more go through because of Demon Smith.
The names on the score sheet are not entirely true. Cryogen didn't tag his score sheet, so it's Phil Bargefoot or Cryogen on the blue side versus Dan K, aka Chian Dotch, on the red side.
Only 18. Very below average. Never mind.
There's
Yeah,
D3,
these
right?
are D3. Yeah. Three. One. Oh,
So one base.
one dead base. Yeah. Two. Oh, two. Another dead base. Two. One.
So it's 3 damage on that base.
And that kills it. Yeah. Three. One.
Okay,
Another
so
dead one. And three. Three. Another dead one. Two.
Yeah, for some reason, a lot of swarms didn't go up.
Two.
Talking about the cost of Nurglings in the chat,
Last one.
and I think that's partially because they don't do a lot of interaction for secondary
So 1,
objectives.
2,
Like
3,
they
4,
can't
5,
do
6
actions,
bases and 1 wound.
and a lot of the secondaries specify infantry for things, or at least a lot of the actions do. That's my theory anyway. But obviously, swarms are still incredibly powerful, just to take enormous swaths of the table, like we are seeing right here. It's like we're cutting down 6 Nurgling swarms in there. Is that right? Yeah, almost one shot by that Lord of Skulls there.
Okay, and that was
Good God.
that was the only charge you had. That's right.
Yeah, so I'm just doing the next one here.
All right. Yep. I'll just pick them up. They're not gonna.
Okay, man. Cool. When he does that, he'll consolidate. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Nurglings were already fairly expensive, I mean, compared to other swarms, but I mean,
Cool.
I think rightfully so. They're harder to kill significantly, and the forward deployment is such a huge deal for that type of unit. It is kind of bizarre that Nurglings didn't go up more than they did when units like cultists did increase a lot. But that is how it is.
I guess their attacks right there are probably irrelevant.
Probably Nurglings, I think, went from being already very strong to probably being one of the best units in the game in the transition. As we're seeing here, basically just able to lock out these Titans entirely from being able to interact.
Oh,
So 1 wound.
no.
Okay.
It's fine.
So I guess
And then this
this
combat over here. Yeah. So you go first.
I'll just do those 3 right there. So it's 5. I got 5 saves over here for you.
Okay, 5 saves on my Nurglings. Cool.
Yep.
I say, so 1 dice.
Yep. Then you fight back.
Well, I have to take that one. And then 2 wounds. So just take it on this front one.
Wolf on Meeble in the chat, you can only deny within 24. That hasn't changed. It's just the psychic phase rules are written sort of backwards. The rules for denying don't specify that they have a range, but when you choose a model to deny, it has to be within 24 inches of the caster.
Okay.
So 3 of them going in.
To roll that one, right?
Did I do that wrong? Yeah. Yeah, no. Oh.
That's 2 kill base.
Okay. I don't think we'll suffer morale, so that's it, I guess.
End of the phase, I'm gonna warp surge the orange unit, or not warp surge, early infestation. Put on me.
Okay.
Let's get back 2 bases.
Effectively, when your time runs out, you just can't take any more game actions. So you can't move models, you can't roll dice. You just have to chill, and your opponent gets to take turns until their time runs out or the game ends.
So leadership 8, and they lost 4.
Generally speaking, you probably lose if you run out of time. But if you are in a winning position and you run out of time, the game's not automatically over. If you're already ahead on score, you may still win. None of the games have been particularly close on time in the Invitational thus far. I think in almost all of them, the players have had between 15 and 30 minutes left on each of their clocks. And we're playing with 90-minute clocks right now, which I think is
It's fine.
more than enough in 9th edition.
Yeah. So they're within 6 inches of the biopack.
We could probably play it okay on 75-minute clocks.
2 from morale and take the lowest.
We also include deployment on the clock, at least in the Invitational, because we do full deployment in this event rather than the staggered deployment like the core rulebook talks about, or the GT book talks about.
Didn't I get my psychic ritual last round?
No, you're not allowed to. In the
Because I cast it with the changeling.
in the T5S2 regulations, the ITC regulations had their own rules, but in the Invitational regulations, you can't fall back and you can't make save, or you can't fight back in melee and you can't roll saves. Basically, all damage is mortal wounds effectively, and you don't get ignores or anything. So it does look like Phil's fighting back valiantly here. Certainly making Dan work for his victory. I do think the secondary objectives are going to be too powerful for Dan. Phil may get to a position where he can't reasonably score banners. And that's going to be probably the game, I think. Valence, why change it from the core packet? Why change the? You have to specify Valence. Why change the clock rules? The GT packet, as far as to my knowledge, doesn't have any clock rules in it.
We're just gonna
Wolf Amiibo with staggered deployment. Yeah, so yeah, I don't believe that there are timing regulations in the GT packet. So
+3.
it's the wild west out there. The core 40k rules don't have any
I don't know if he's degraded or not.
any regulations for timing your games.
He's on 8, so he is. So he's base 8.
Wolf Amiibo with staggered deployment. I would have seen the Hyrule list. Aw. Man, I can't imagine playing a Hyrule in this edition. It seems really tough. But why would you have taken the Hyrule list in that instead of the Obliterators? Yeah, it's mostly, Valence, to answer your question, it's mostly honestly to save a little bit of time. It's bizarre that you sort of require someone, once someone's out of time, you can force them to make, their opponent can force them to like sort of continually, or they can force their opponent to waste time by continually taking saves and DPRs or ignores, and it's sort of making required game actions when there's no reason to make them do that. When you're out of time, the sort of things should be against you, and it doesn't make sense to me that you would be then allowed to try to keep your models alive if you can. And not to mention the fact that we can resolve a timeout game much more quickly if only one player needs to do any interaction. Because you can very quickly roll out the attacks you can make on X models and determine whether or not you can kill them for secondaries or whatever.
All right. Let's go to the.
I do appreciate that Dan is sort of taking this endgame state very seriously. I think he is in a position where it's going to be difficult or impossible for him to lose the game, just given the massive lead he has on secondary objectives. That said, this is a position that I've seen a lot of people be in and start to make mistakes because they think they're so far ahead. And then at that point, they become sloppy and give their opponent away right back in the game. And I appreciate that Dan is sort of taking the time to play everything out.
All right. So we're gonna go to the psychic phase. I'm gonna go to the sorcerer first. He's gonna cast Astral Blast on this unit of Earthlings right there. So that goes off on a 9.
Yep.
Okay, so D3 on the
Cool.
Nerdlings. So take 4.
Yeah.
That's gonna hit the Demon Prince for 2.
Oh, who's this at? Sorry.
It's on this unit right here, unit 4.
It's I'd be worried about those Hyrule duels. I mean, you can't hide them, right? And if you just deploy aggressively and you go second, you lose 1 to 2 of them immediately.
Yeah.
It seems to
So
me.
the intention here was for that to be the closest unit I can move them if I need to.
Yeah, that's unit 2.
Okay, yep. So it'll hit this unit. It'll hit.
So it feels like, not to mention the fact that, I mean, I don't know if anybody's really scared of Hyrule duels, like punching them. That they don't attack that many times, and they also like don't obsec or anything. So your opponent just has all the objectives anyway. Going first with them, like, sure, that seems pretty good, but you can't always go first. I guess they might be small enough that if you have like big walls like this, they may be able to hide behind those because they are kind of short.
Okay. So I'll just hit the Lord of Skulls for 2, and then unit 2 for 2.
Okay.
Alright, he's gonna cast
I
where's the other spell
I
go?
built a couple at the start of the edition for not full deployment, but
He's
I
gonna
think they were
cast
mostly
Infernal
not very
Gates
good.
on the, Lord
So right now,
Scorpius.
all of the ones I built are for full deploy, the full deploy style. I don't know. Building symmetrical maps, like you just copy paste stuff. Like I don't know if it's that sort of difficult or interesting. Honestly, at least to me, it's not super interesting. Anybody can build
Which
ITC
one's that,
ruins.
sorry? This one here.
Yeah, it's an 8.
So, an 8. Okay, cool. So what was that you cast, sorry?
Infernal Gaze.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
How do you beat all these Nurglings, Wolf Amiibo?
I...
There's just too many Nurglings.
Yes,
They're gonna stand next to your Hyrule and they're gonna laugh at it all day, and it's gonna be
I'm in
sad.
range, I think I'm in range. Oh,
And it's
goes
not
off.
gonna get any primary objective points.
So 2 mortals.
I'm guessing
Right
that's
now
all.
we have
It is, yeah.
6 out of 9 in
I'll
the
just roll up.
Discord. And I built one for search and destroy, but I didn't really like it. I think. Oh, and there goes
We're
the.
gonna go to the Order Change.
there goes
He's
the big
gonna
guy.
cast, Smite to those Zerglings right there.
But yeah, we built the six that are in the sort of pre-stream video for the Invitational are the ones that I've built that I think are pretty good.
So that goes off. So 2 mortals.
Okay, cool.
And then he's gonna cast Smite to that unit again. Actually, he's gonna cast. He's gonna cast Infernal Gateway.
Mhm.
I'm gonna pay my point that I got in the command phase to reroll that. So that still fails, I believe, because he's only at +1. Alright, we'll go to Ahriman. He's gonna cast Smite.
Mhm.
So that goes off. So 3 mortals. We'll be on unit 2.
Yeah. So that one and then one.
Oh, hey, thanks, Valence. I appreciate that. Does that mean that
Again,
that now that once quarantine's over, I no longer become your favorite 40K person?
1 mortal in.
I'm just chopped liver at that point.
That's my 3rd time. This should be +4. So I'll pay 1 to ignore the perils.
Mhm.
Sure. Changeling's gonna cast Psychic Veil again, or the whatever, the mission. So he gets it a 2nd time. Alright, charges, Lord of Change.
Jennifer Stoddard with a subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just gonna make sure that we don't overestimate this psychic ritual in case things go wrong. I don't
Didn't
think
he-
it's gonna
did he
happen,
advance
but
this time?
You're right, he did.
psychic ritual does it's all or nothing. You don't get any victory points just for casting the power. You have to do it 3 times.
Yeah, it'll be over to you. I don't think I have any. Oh, we have this fight. Actually, charge this blue unit into at least this unit.
Mhm.
It's 4.
Can I compete with Nick Nanavati? I could teach you to lose. He can teach you to lose round 2 of LVO and then drop. He can teach you to lose round 2 of LVO versus Magnus. Look at you go. I mean, yeah, dude. I could teach you how to lose round 2 of stuff. It's really easy. But yeah, that was a funny circumstances in Nanavati at LVO. You could sort of see the punt coming like a mile away. But I've definitely been in his shoes in the past with competitive play, where you just don't want to play sort of the normal thing because it's boring, and so you audible into something kind of last minute, and then you just don't have the muscle memory for it, and you punt.
All right, I'll go to their pile.
And that looks like exactly what happened to poor Nick. So, I mean, no shade to Nick. I think he's probably still the best player on the planet, but the number of people who are like, oh, wow, I guess he's done because he lost round 2 of LVO and then ran away. What a dick. It's like, no, man. That just happens when you, like, YOLO into factions you've never played before. Also, the impetus to win or do well with, like, something super random, like White Scars, which were sort of everyone considered to be kind of mid-tier going into LVO.
Has to be slightly further away from the base.
I can definitely understand as well.
Yeah, I mean,
like when you're Nick Nanavati, you don't really need to.
I should be able to do the wrap, right?
The only way to go is to win with bizarre stuff because everyone expects you to win with the normal thing.
I'm just saying when I consolidate, they'll all be in there properly.
Okay.
Unless you want me to do the fights first and then consolidate, I can do it that way.
Okay, yeah, well, it needs to resolve that anyway, so.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I mean, in fairness, right? The LVO finals came down to the entire Raven Guard army shooting into the Breviathan and it making, like, literally every single one of its saves, right? So, like, it seemed to me like that final could have gone either way. So I don't know if Nick was super wrong at that point. Especially since it was a character, right? And they're all like +1 to wound against it. Stupid Breviathan. I'm glad that list is dead. It was funny. Immediately after LVO, I went to a tournament, and it was a brand new meta. It was a game that had never really run competitive events before, and there were like 3 Breviathan lists like the weekend after. And it was funny. It was funny how many like Iron Hands Relic Leviathans popped out. But I won that tournament with Grey Knights. Let's get out of here. It was also, I think, the like day after Psychic Awakening came out, so Grey Knights had become good.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, something did. Yeah, some I.
Oh no, it has to be on these ones first.
Brad.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
He gave away a Centurion unit for no reason, right? Also, yeah, I forget exactly how that game went.
Yeah, so I'll take 2 off that.
Okay, and then I'll have the teal unit. I'll just do.
Right? Yeah, it's also fair, is it? None of us are that level of player for sure.
Oh, isn't it my turn first, or does that matter? I guess.
I mean, yeah, you can do yours first if you want.
Go. 12.
Yeah, so chat, the just to edify or to illuminate sort of how the terrain mechanics work in the Invitational, all the terrain, or a lot of the terrain, especially the obstacles, has custom colliders in it that aren't 100% representative of or represented by the actual physical, like sort of the model that we can see on the table. And that's mostly to make it more playable with these kind of accoutrements that fall off the side. So the actual collider for those walls are a little bit skinnier than the walls themselves.
So just three.
Three.
No. I don't have any more.
And obviously we use the collider for the position of models. Basically you can drag the models up to the wall until they stop. At that point they would be overlapping and they have to stop moving. And they will...
Three more on these ones, is it?
But the actual visual of the terrain is what we use for line of sight.
That's not a base dead, that's fine. Well, and then I'll fight all 5 of these in, so I'll just put 20 dice in. Yeah, that's it. Make your saves. Yeah, so 7 saves.
Good.
Fucking hell. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, Chad, this game is progressing at a Nurgling's pace.
So, did you lose any?
Slowly but surely.
Or I think I lost one, but
Mine didn't. Mine didn't lose enough. I don't think.
I think I lost one.
Yeah, I don't think I lost enough. I think I lost 1 base on either of these. So.
Yeah, I think we're right at the right at the top of 3,
So
and
start.
Dan just didn't put his primaries in.
That, I think.
Here we go.
Cool. Well, right.
Yeah, and as many things as unfortunately for Phil, like he's at a position where he could potentially just fight his way out with this one Lord of Skulls. Like he could attrition down a lot of this army, just with the one knight that the one Titan he has left. But the downside is he's crushed. He's been crushed so hard on secondaries. I don't think there's a way for him to come back. Even if he falls back, like I was mentioning before, if he comes back on primary in a big way, the secondaries are so problematic. Obviously, we have Dan having he is almost maxed on Titan Hunter. He's going to get max on Raise the Banners, and he's probably going to get max on Psychic Ritual as well. Whereas Phil's been unable to get. He's already lost 10 on While We Stand. He's probably not going to score anything on Raise the Banners, and even if he starts killing some characters, that's not really going to help him too much.
MIP.
No, they're about even on time. Phil has 16 minutes, and Dan has 15. Although Dan did just finish his turn, so Phil should have less, but he also has less models on the table right now. But I don't think time is gonna change the outcome of the game. But we may just it may just change, how quickly we wrap up.
Maybe send him there, but I don't know. That'll be enough.
Yeah, I apologize too. I tried to scale up this clock, but unfortunately the clock, the the widget itself breaks if you scale it, so I can't get it any bigger, chat. I apologize.
Maybe I can't do it. Just about. Well, okay, cool. So
where are we measuring to here? To the treads or what?
what from the master of possession?
No,
What measuring
for
to there.
being in combat with this blue guy.
Oh, being combat. Oh, you're looking at that. I'd always measured to underneath the treads, but
Okay.
Right, let's do some psychic. Oh, do I want to do anything with these Nurglings? Yeah, fuck it. We'll move everything onto this objective. I'll do. Cool. Then I will. Are these out of combat now? I'm guessing they're not really.
Did you
I'm just going to
fall
put
them
them
back
out.
or something?
I removed the base and then they were out of combat. I think you removed the base as well that was in combat. One of them had died, so in combat.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I would have done my consolidated if that was the case.
Well, they're just falling back. They're going to the.
Yep.
That's fine.
They're out either way.
Yeah. So psychic. So casting infernal.
Yeah, Valence, that's a good question.
Yeah,
which secondaries should the Lord of Skulls have taken?
yeah.
I actually think grind them down is probably reasonable. Because you're so low model count, your opponent's probably only going to kill one thing a turn, and you can pull down at least one, if not two. Although that it does, allow for some counterplay, so your opponent may be able to fight against you.
Goes off for the 9.
Okay, up the 9.
Yeah, Wolf Amoeba, thanks for tuning in, and I'm excited to see your games next week. See those obliterators on the table.
Guy into the Lord of Change again, entirely.
I think you can also, you could take, well, cut off the head might be tough.
Yeah, I'll Demon Forge him.
Because if I remember correctly, Magnus has to be your warlord now if he's in a Supreme Command. So you're just gonna shoot him, right? That guy has to die by round 2, otherwise you lose the game anyway. So that could be a good one. Instead of assassinate, although assassinate also probably okay. I don't know.
2 more dice go in on top of the. No, sorry.
You could also be like really cheeky, and if you wanted to
1 and 2
like
count.
reserve one of your Nurgling squads, take engage on all fronts, and then like put a Nurgling squad right up at the side of the table, going second.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Gets you like 10 points maybe.
Okay, and then 1 extra attack, but you can roll your saves first.
Yes, 2 of those went through, so they're 2 damage each, right?
Yeah, 1 goes through with an extra, and yeah, I'm just doing these extra attacks. That's all.
Part of the strength of this chaos list, obviously, is that it's very difficult to pick secondaries against. And the one thing you're going to notice is that
6 damage.
Yeah, let me roll his Feel No Pains for the changeling.
The lists that are going to be doing very well are very difficult to select secondaries against. That's one of the reasons I think Custodies are really super strong. They don't really focus super hard on any one unit type, so you can't bring it. You can't do any of the Percy enemy secondaries against them.
Okay. And then D6 for the Icor.
And that makes them just really difficult to play against.
5. Rolling. Extra 1 goes in on top of the 1. That's
Yep.
fine. And then
It's around 4s.
4s.
Yeah, definitely. Going second, yeah. The secondaries in general are really difficult going second. I think it's worse. It's worse in the games where you don't pick. You can't pick after you know
I'm gonna use the
who's
rogue
going
to-
first or second.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool.
And
Right.
then you pick objectives that are good going
so
first, and you go second, and you just
will
get screwed.
Now
I think that's like the worst of the worst case
charge
scenarios.
the demon prince into
At
these
least
Naglins.
this way, it's not quite so bad,
Sure.
but man, is it rough still.
Yeah, I'll leave him there. I will charge him into these Nurglings as well. So both of them are going into the same unit of Nurglings.
That's the Master Possession and the Demon Prince.
No, the Master Possession can't he advance, so
Okay.
he's going in, he's going in.
Okay,
So-
both in the blue.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll roll.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, it's bizarre,
Well,
sort of
I'll
how
roll both of
incompetent
them, but I
the
think
core
it's
GW packet is.
Cool, yeah, they go
From that
so-
standpoint. Like why your secondary
That's back
picks
slightly.
and your list is locked
So-
before you know any of that information is really bizarre to me.
That's fine.
Especially in the GT packet. Like
He'll go in there.
Eternal War, I understand because it's a casual format, but in the GT format,
Well,
making things less
I'll
competitive
commit
rather
the
than more
attacks
is
on
bizarre.
The, big guy first. Those threes, 3 rolling 1s. Actually, roll. Okay, so those 2 are out, and the 6 stays in, and then
Yeah, it was weird that it's
3 rolling 1s.
that the
for
GT is
Infernal,
basically a carbon copy of Eternal War for sure.
and then 5 more attacks for Crimson Crown. I'll do those 2 and these 3. Rerolling the 1s. That's out, but it stays in because of the 6. And then 2s. Yeah, cool.
Is this the
So,
Prince
total
with
of
it?
18. This is the big guy.
Yeah, Chaos. I definitely can
wait.
understand the that people would like why people would have thought Chaos would be bad in 9th edition, but I'm also glad to see
Yeah,
that it's not
so-
dead, and it's honestly one of the
Okay,
strongest
so-
super factions, or one of the strongest factions, I think.
1.
Even outside of just the Nurgle stuff,
Good.
I think the sort of Chaos Space Marine lists that rely on sort of super combos are probably still playable, especially now that you have more CP to spend on them.
3.
Or relatively, I guess. You probably have around the same amount of CP, but if you can fit yourself into like 2 patrols or something, then, or 2 patrols and a subcom,
Nice.
you still have 16 CP over the course of the game plus regen, or 15 CP plus regen, which is about what you had in 8th. And then the units that can dominate the middle of the table, I think, are going to be really strong. Like the stuff that just goes in and
1,
just like dives and kills like half of your opponent's entire army, is going to be sick because the aggression is how you score big points in 9th edition for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to mention obviously Nurgling swarms for sure. Probably the best unit in, or like they're in the running for like the best unit in the game, right? Just based on how the missions work. I think they are the full deploy format makes them better because you can block out the first player can block out the opponents.
Infantry?
infiltrators.
Say again, sorry.
Is the infantry the demon prince?
But
No, it's monster.
I even think in the standard packet they are still really good.
You cannot.
Okay. So you got this Nurgling
consolidate.
combat.
Yeah. So
Wait, we don't
that'll
have to-
be.
I don't know if you want to burn time on that, but we don't have to roll if you want to.
Okay, cool. No, can't be asked. So let's move it on. Morale checks.
Okay, I'm gonna pay
So
one
that's
on
what
them
to
for warp surge. Or not warp surge, you know what I mean, Nurgling thing.
Nurgling infestation.
Yep, so I get back 2 bases.
Yeah.
So then I'll have a morale save for 3 dead. So I'll roll that. So they fail. So 1 will run. And then there is 4 bases. So 1 run.
Yeah, you can fight for mid-board control if you're in alternating deployment. But, I mean, the person deploying first, right, gets the prime deployment positions. Like, I don't know if it makes a huge difference.
So I'll get 4 on banner.
You know, the attack, the person going first and deploying first is gonna. It was just like scouts in like the old scout fight in 8th edition between Space Marine players. Like the person who got to put the first scout unit down usually had such a huge advantage. You know, one of these 9-man Nurgling units can probably eat like 30 inches laterally of movement. They just have to ring or diamond the ends. So it's like a pot of 3, or they just have to shrink in on the ends. So it's like 3 and then 3 and then 6 in the middle. So 12 inches plus 4.5 for each base, or plus 1.5 inches for each base. So another 9. So that's 21 plus 9. Yeah, 30 inches plus the 9 inch. So like you could just string a unit of Nurglings like this along the center and just take all of the, just force your opponent out. That's a good point about Thousand Suns, though. I think I was dojoing a list earlier today that had Rubric Marines in it, but it is a good point that there's a lot of multi-damage, high-volume shooting right now. Got to kill all those intercessors. And that's certainly going to make those rubrics a little sadder. Can't get to a 2+ invulnerable save if you're getting blown up by star cannons or whatever. So we are maxed for Dan's primaries this turn. Unless a bunch of Brainers break, he's going to max his banners next turn. And Phil's still sitting on 1 objective. Pretty brutal.
I take it you didn't mean to put them within 1 inch.
Pretty brutal with all those Nurglings.
I don't stay on this thing very well.
Yeah, Grey Knight's in an interesting place right now for sure. We just saw them obviously take down Denise Possessed Swarm, but I think that was a pretty good matchup for them, as Matt would say in the or was saying in the end review afterwards.
All right.
Yeah, one thing that Grey Knights don't get is Magnus. So I think that is a big deal all by itself.
gonna advance Armon. Advance the Terminator. It's 4 more inches.
Yes, the teal Nerlings are in cohesion.
Alright, we'll go to Psychic Phase. Armon's gonna cast Warp Time on the Terminator.
Yep.
Goes off on a 7. Would you like to deny?
Yeah, I'll deny it. I'll try and deny it. Let's do it. It doesn't deny.
Alright, we'll advance the Terminator again. So intention here is that he should be able to see just the Lord of Skulls from where he's at.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Next, Armon's going to cast Smite. It'll go into that Nurgling unit right there. It's 3 mortals. He's going to smite them again. That's 1 more mortal, so that should just be 1 base. We're going to go to the Sorcerer. The closest unit to him should be the Lord of Skulls. So for his first spell, he's going to cast Astral Blast. So that goes off on 11. So to the Lord of Skulls.
Yep.
He'll take 2 mortals, and then 2 mortals will go on everything within 3 inches of him.
Okay.
Set to hit the Demon Prince, Unit 1, my blue unit, my teal unit, and then this Unit 3.
Oh.
Just gonna cast Smite. This is my 3rd Smite. He's got +1. So that goes off on a 7. Or no, it doesn't. It fails. We'll go to the Lord of Change. He'll cast Smite to those Nurglings right there. This is the 5th one. So it fails, and then he's going to cast Bolt of Change on them. So that goes off on 8. 2 mortal wounds onto whichever unit this is here. Unit 2. Then I'm just going to declare a charge on teal onto unit 3.
Asimor, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you hanging out with us on the stream.
And that's it. So let's do their fight. It'll be 4 bases into those 2 bases. That's your saves.
Two wins.
And that'll be it for me.
One dead base. You still got your other ones to do, but yeah.
Which other ones? Oh, blue. I mean, I don't care about that fight if you don't.
Yeah, but I feel like you're trying to time me out at the moment.
Okay, no, I'll do their fight. It's fine.
Yeah, because it's not fair that that happens one way and not the other. Do you know what I mean? So,
No, I got you. I will.
so that's that fight resolved. 2 saves.
I'm just trying to
And
save time.
3.
I'm not trying to clock you.
Yeah, but it's just like obviously pushing it onto and I'm just making saves and stuff. Seems like it
Okay,
a little
so
bit. That's all.
1 save.
Seeing as I didn't do it for the first 3 turns. Yeah, you need to make your saves.
Okay, take 3. 1 dice. Or is there a wounded one? Yeah, it's 1 dice.
Okay. So no morale. Not enough died. For some reason this one's out of coherency, so he's dead. It's fine. So he'll heal one of his wounds that he took. I don't know how many he took, 3 maybe, so it'll be up to 26. Cool. I will can't move anywhere really. Again, so I'll just not do much. I guess he'll stay. Yeah, where he is. I'll do my psychic. I'm not actually going to move. I'm just going to do my psychic phase. I've got so little time left.
Sure.
Fuck's sake, man, bloody roller. First death goes off.
I'll deny the Terminator. Fails.
Right. Infernal goes off.
Deny the chicken. That's good.
Okay. I will shoot. He's got 2 wounds left, doesn't he? I'll Demon Forge, shoot the Ichor into him. I'll shoot the Hades into the orange unit of Nurglings.
Okay.
So Ichor into the guy. 1. I can't re-roll that, so let's just hope it goes through. Misses. Demon Forge though hits and explodes, and then
4s.
4s. Re-rolling for Demon Forge. Both wounds. 1 goes through. D3 damage.
Okay.
Obviously
So
for 1. So great. Cool. And then
So he is within 9 of the Lord of Change, so I'll just, or the Changeling.
okay.
Okay, so he's at 1.
12 into the Nurglings. Roll in. 1 more goes through. One more attack. Hits. Misses, sorry. Hits. Wounds. Okay, cool. Yeah,
So 4 bases and 2 wounds.
4.5, yeah. Cool. So charges, I'll just charge him into these Nurglings here. I'll just roll 2 dice. Oh, he's in. I'll take it, he's in. Probably just like
So into teal.
nudge into it. Yeah, just into them.
Okay, I'll just pull.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And that's my turn. Oh well, yeah, I've got to roll these. So you roll first. I roll first. Maybe you roll first.
Yeah, I roll for.
Yeah.
So it's on my time. It's just 1 save.
Yeah. Right, and then 3 bases into you.
Yep.
Cool. 4 saves.
Good.
Cool. That's it. guess no morale, so it's over to you.
Okay, so I'll max primary. Get 4 on banners. Go to my psychic phase. Smooth the Terminator through there. He's gonna smite the Master Possession.
Deuce, is it a Cult of Duplicity so you can Sorcerer's Facade? Boys around the table. Get that sweet
Goes off on
the jump going. But you
got +2, so that's super smite. It's 11.
All right. He'll try it. Oh no. Yeah. Fuck it. Last go. 12.
Yeah, the teleports are sweet.
Oh.
The power is really sick.
Never mind.
So 5 mortals.
Cool.
I'll cast Ritual on my Changeling. I'll CP roll it with the CP I got my command page. So I get my 3rd Ritual. That's all I got for my turn.
Okay, cool. My turn again. I guess I'm just gonna time out.
Yeah, you'll get 10 on primary.
Cool. I'll just call it there, mate. That's fine. I should have really conceded to start with, but like I just wanted to play it out for the watchers. So that's it, really, I guess.
Yeah, I think you rolled pretty badly on Magnus. I should have lost him on the first turn.
Yeah, I think it was a first turn. Like, you can't come back from Nurglings being there. And it would have started if I'd had first turn. Either you'd have put Magnus on the board and he would have got shot off the board, or you would have put him in reserve and then not being able to do much with him on the first turn that you had. So it would have been a very different game. It's just, yeah, the first turn. I guess I could have put Nurglings in front of my guys, but that probably was my big blunder.
Yeah, chat.
Well,
Yeah.
so we had tested this match.
We
I actually had
pretty much
expected
knew
it
the outcome from the get go.
It just means that I get to.
But I
wrap
do
them
appreciate
and shoot them.
Phil playing it out.
Oh, what, the
Wrap your Nurglings.
The big guy. Oh, yeah, I understand what you mean with that. But I wouldn't necessarily have put all my Nurglings out on the board. You having the Nurglings here and moving them first, I would have moved the guys charged into the Nurglings when they were 9 inches back, giving me a little bit of board presence. Me putting them out on the board just means they die.
Yeah.
So, and exactly that, you wrap them, which is not something I would do. The other thing that would have happened is, would you have had Magnus off the board?
Yeah, I would have outflanked him if you're going first.
Because that means he's not allowed to like move on his first turn as well.
Yeah, it
which
does.
he comes in. Yeah, so which hinders him even more. So and these guys would have been able to do a lot more shooting.
Well, so I would have taken this side, and I just would have hit everything from you, and I was gonna summon the changeling right here, where you can see him.
Okay.
And start doing the.
But yeah,
the
it still
ritual
means you
for one.
don't take the entire board doing so. Do you know what I mean? That's if you were to hide a lot of stuff from me.
Yeah.
Then it means I can push up on one side, and at least get some sort of.
I think you
board
would have scored
presence.
a lot more primary.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing when you push them back into the objectives like that, and you killed one on the first turn. There's not much coming back from that because you just got 2 super smites with Magnus. I was just like, fucking hell. Didn't roll one, feel no pain. I was just like, oh, good job.
well, I did, but I mean, I got the death hex off, so he did like 18 wounds in combat anyway. So
yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean, like obviously my mistake, blunder, was not putting Nurglings in front of him. I shouldn't have just put him on the front line like that because I should have known that amount of smite was coming into my face. So But
Yeah, if you
I
had
was
wrapped
banking
them,
on having first turn.
then I would have gone for
Yeah, I
the
guess I
single
would have
one
had
over
first
here.
turn. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, obviously, at least I would have been able to do something with my Lords of Skulls on if I had first turns. You know what I mean? I only got two of them to play with.
Oh, I know.
So,
I know exactly what you mean, because when we tested, this is actually the matchup that I was the most worried about. That if you went first, it would have been a lot harder to do.
yeah. Also, I think this list has lost massive amounts of efficiency. One with the obscuring terrain, and two with losing the disco. It's just like so noticeable. Because I rolled twos for days then, so I was just like I can't hit things. So especially with the -1 to hit, like on Magnus, the disco would have made massive amounts of difference there. Because yeah, I think probably Magnus should have gone a turn earlier than he did.
Well, you can blame Arn for this list. It's mostly his creation.
Yeah, definitely.
The only thing I added was
Oh,
the
yeah.
Chariot.
Oh right, but you didn't use.
Yeah, I didn't summon it.
Okay.
Well, and he had a
Is
he had
that
a,
just for
he had a,
fun?
he had a great unclean one in here, and I was like, take that dude out.
What, instead of the Lord of Change?
I think he just had less nurglings.
Oh right, okay. I don't know. Like he buffs the Great Unclean One buffs these guys. So I don't know whether that would have made a difference to their play. I think they get more attacks and stuff like that. Not that you were trying to use them offensively. So, but that many Nurglings, yeah, is kind of nasty.
They're just there to make you hate life.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a shame they don't get their feel no pain against mortal wounds, which I think
Yeah, because
plague bearers do.
Yeah, because theirs is they only get their feel no pain against attacks with a damage value of 1, and the psychic powers aren't attacks.
Yeah, but yeah, that's that. I guess that's why plague bearers are better than those in that regard. I don't know, like Beast of Nurgle might have some play.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can summon them if I need them, but
Yeah, only because they're a lot more. They seem a lot more durable than Nurglings. I know Nurglings are durable, but yeah, they just seem decent as well as an alternative. But yeah, anyway, good game. So I couldn't do much. Sitting in the back here.
yeah,
Just in my fucking deployment zone.
Because like when we tested this out, if I went first, it didn't seem like you had a lot of chance to do anything.
Yeah. No, I agree. I couldn't get, and I think it's the terrain as well. This being here was really annoying for me. It's
it
huge
forces
amounts
you,
of terrain in.
it
I don't know
forces
whether
you
ninth
to
is like a
commit
huge amount of
your Lord
terrain.
of Skulls. It forces you to put 2 on this side, or 2 in here, and then try to squeeze through this hole.
I think there's
Yeah.
actually a consideration here for you to take the side with less terrain. If you want. Like, because you got to pick board side.
Yeah. No, I mean I could have. This they can they move through this?
Through the forests, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no. No, I agree. I could have done that. Like yeah, but I just obviously he would. There's a consideration that if I went, I could have picked there, and then he would have just hidden everything maybe. But then like he can't if he wants to get on objectives. I don't know. Like maybe I didn't think that out right.
Well, so
I think I was just a bit.
But it's also kind of bad for you because I can put my Cypers behind the walls, and they can see over them and cast powers on you, and you can't see them. So it kind of makes it easier for me to smite you if you.
I
take
don't know if that works with psychic and not shooting.
So as long as they have true line of sight to you, and because you're over 18 wounds, they're not limited by the supposed indefinite height of the wall, so they can see you as long as they can physically see you.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right,
Because
okay.
So
you guys are
something
way
like
too
that
low.
big block in the middle is, because it's obscuring, it counts as if it was a huge like
Yeah.
cube, not cube. What's it? Rectangle going infinitely high.
So if I put the Lord of Change where he can see over the wall, like see your heads, he can just smite you, and he can't see your Nurglings, so he just hits you directly, and you can't shoot him back.
Oh, fair enough. Fair one.
He
Yeah.
does the same thing that the Harley bikes did to you.
Yeah, I probably think, yeah, like, I don't think these guys have got any play in ninth, to be fair.
He's a very
But
ugly Harlequin.
yeah, I don't think the three big guys have got any play in ninth anymore. But like, I just didn't
Isn't
have,
this
I
guy
haven't had
from
time.
the Dark
Yeah.
Crystal?
Uh,
Isn't he from the Dark
oh.
Crystal movie?
I think so. Yeah, there's a series as well as I think now. The design looks incredibly similar. Yeah, I think like I don't know. Ninth isn't really my cup of tea.
I don't
You
think
should
the
try out. You should try out Corn Greater Demons, or like Greater Demons that are
Yeah,
16.
yeah. I think I
wounds.
haven't really practiced much with it. I honestly haven't done any practice games prior to going into
Yeah.
this. So I didn't know what the terrain does. I don't know about the secondary. I don't know what secondaries are decent or anything like that. I haven't had time. I've had a lot going on in my personal life, so I haven't really had time.
Oh, that's very
So
relatable.
yeah, so it's just like all I could do was just build on like what I had before because I already knew what they did. I'd have to be learning like new units stuff if I went different. And I do know Chaos quite well. And yeah, this worked quite well, but I've never really used Magnus a lot. So, but Magnus also suffers from the same thing these guys suffer from, I think, a
Yeah.
little bit.
I think this list is, both of these lists are far more comfortable to play if everything in the list is 16 wounds or less. Like, obviously the Cornlord of Skull list isn't a Cornlord of Skull list if you do that, obviously. But
Yeah,
our
yeah.
list is more comfortable to play without Magnus. It's just that with the rulings for this specific event, Magnus is kind of broken.
Yeah, I was
So,
just like the unlimited smites are just a bit weird.
yeah.
I completely, I think that as well, like it just makes it ridiculous that infiltrating units, the player first turn can just do that, and then the other person can't do it. It should be alternating.
I mean,
It
it
should
is
be.
in
There's
9th
no
edition.
reason why
It
in
is
a balanced game
alternating.
it wouldn't be. Oh,
It is
I just got
alternating,
told
just that
by.
Trevi rules it
Oh,
this way for his event.
oh,
yeah, it was
okay.
specifically ruled this way for the event, so it's not a general ninth thing.
Because all
Yeah.
units are deployed alternating now in 9th edition, according to the GT pack.
Yeah.
It's just that this event uses house rules.
Yeah, I think
that
it's also
specify that
because
you...
it just happened right between 8th and 9th, so it was like
Yeah, the
kinda
only thing is, if
combined.
it is a house rule, I will feedback, or I can openly feedback that that's very unbalanced to do with infiltrating units.
I mean,
I
so
agree
in
entirely.
in fairness, if even if the infiltrators went back and forth, right, a unit of Nurglings can basically just set up from like here to here.
Yeah, or
They
if I
can
take,
they
like, a
can screen
heavy
almost
unit,
the exact same with a 9 with the 9 Nurgling base unit. They can, I think, once they're stretched out, even with the new coherency rules, they can stretch like 27 inches apart and then basically block almost the same amount of real estate.
Yeah, I get that. But if, for instance, someone had three, like lots of units of 3 Nurglings or something, the same wouldn't be the case. I'm just saying it just unbalances it slightly for the person going second, because the other person's just literally taken entire board control.
I mean,
but I mean,
but if you don't have infiltrators, they're going to do the same thing anyway. It only matters in the Nurgling mirror match.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'm just saying it's only because it probably doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But I think a fairer way to do it would be to alternate the
Sure.
infiltrators only.
Yeah, I
You know,
don't hate that
an
for sure.
interesting thing that you could do is you could take a unit of incursors, and couldn't you deploy them, and then split the unit with combat squatting so that they don't have to be in actual coherency?
I'm not sure
And then
how
you
the
could
combat
just do-
squad ability, what the timing on it is. I don't think that's gonna work.
I think it's when you deploy them you can split them. So I would assuming that at the moment that they're actually deployed and then they split, I don't
But
know if there would be a point in time where you would actually have to check for.
I would have
the
to
10-man
check, but
coherency.
I think I remember that at the time where you declare deep strikes and transports, you also have to declare splitting units. But that might just be misremembering from Crusade and not part of the core 9th edition.
But that's different though, because I think you do that when they're put on the table, I believe.
Okay. Are you talking about the base rule or the strat?
No, I'm talking about the regular Space Marines. If they have a max size unit, when
No,
they're
I know, but there's
deployed,
two ways to split them. You can either put them on the table as a 10-man, strat them for 1 CP to split them at any time in the game.
No,
And
they
I-
have an innate ability to do it.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying they have two ways to do it, and I'm asking which one you're talking about.
I'm not sure. I guess it would be the innate one.
Yeah.
an
During
interesting
deployment,
question.
before any units have been set up. So no, it's at the start of the whole deployment phase, before any units are deployed. You can choose to make them 2 units of 5, and then you deploy them individually.
Why you gotta ruin my fun, Armin?
I'm sorry, just I like playing.
Correctly.
Yeah. I'm also quick with looking up rules.
I guess you
So
could.
when's the stratagem timing? That's what I want to know now.
How big of a unit can you take of those Kroot dudes? They can infiltrate, right? Can you take like a 30-man unit or something?
I think they get like a 6-inch pregame move. I think. I don't think they truly infiltrate. They
Yeah,
have like
they
a
don't
weird,
actually
stupid
infiltrate,
rule.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've just got Wolf and Meebu to lose against now and then.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if your Lords of Skulls shoot at his obliterators, you'll win.
Yeah, but I know exactly what he's going to stick him behind a bit of terrain, isn't he? And just
What's
like
the
shoot.
AP? What's the AP on your guns? On your Cornrow Skulls?
2 and 4.
Yeah, you're not gonna kill a blitz with AP2 at all. That's just gonna bounce off 2 up saves.
All right, folks, we're going to call it there. Some discussion from the players at the end there, but I think we're going to go ahead and end out the stream. Thanks everybody for watching and hanging out. It was a bit of a slow game, but we got through it, and we are going to congratulate Dan K on his 87 to 28 point win. Big ol' win for Dan, and I think that does put him on the trajectory to get the top 2 in this pod and make it to the top 8 invitationals. We'll see how his last game goes and whether he's able to pull that one out as well, and how the pod ends up. But I think it's looking pretty good for Mr. Chiandok, a.k.a. Dan K. So congratulations to Dan for the win, and thanks everybody again for watching. We will be live again tomorrow morning at... Oops, I just had the schedule at... tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be live at 1:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time for Astra Militarum versus Space Wolves, which is going to be awesome. And then we may stick around for a couple other games after that, depending on how things goes. And then we'll be live all Sunday. And I should be joined by some of the crew from Tabletop Titans, the YouTube channel, so that'll be exciting too, to do some commentary with me. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned to hang out with us all weekend, watching some T5S2 40K. Take it easy, folks. Have a wonderful Friday, and have a good weekend, and we will see you later.